Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the most comprehensive free course on how to go from zero, somebody who's never grown a Typee channel before, to hero, a master capable of growing a Typee channel, to monetization requirements in under 30 days. I've scaled my own Typee business to over $250,000 in profit before I even graduated high school. And the purpose of this course is to provide a resource for you that would have helped my 14-year-old self back when I was first starting out. I've made sure to add timestamps for every section down below in the video. So if you guys are already coming to this with a bit of Typee marketing knowledge and you just want some bits and pieces, feel free to use that to move around. And make sure you guys bookmark this video so that you can come back to it later. Trust me, this is the most comprehensive resource for growing a Typee channel that you will find on YouTube. So you guys are going to want to make sure to run through this from start to finish at some point in your online beat selling career. So you might as well have an easy and simple way to get back to it. So first things first, I want to show you guys how I got started and just kind of go over my story because I think it will really motivate you guys. And I just want to show you my journey from start to finish. So let's get right into it. I have made well over $250,000 from my Typee business, and I managed to do this while I was still in high school. And I've made all kinds of Typee channels, whether that's in low competition niches, high competition niches, you name it, I've done it. I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that any Typee channel I start, no matter the niche's competition, I dominate it every single time. And you want to know the craziest part? You can do it too. The only problem is that most producers think that they can just make millions by only creating beats. And you might be like, oh, well, that's not true because guys like Metro Boomin, Southside, and Take Heath, they make millions and all they do is make beats all day. Guys, they may have not built a Typee channel, but they built their brand in a way that all of us Typee producers did. They built leverage. I mean, if you seriously think that you can just make beats all day and the money will just start pouring in, then my friend, you have been grossly led astray. Because the thing is, you are missing the most important vehicle that builds you an asset that will pay you dividends for the rest of your music career. And no, it has nothing to do with whether you have the best beats in the world or not. It's something so simple that 99% of producers completely ignore. It's simply building a Typee channel that serves a specific kind of artist. It's the key from going from a few beat sales here and there to making $1,000 a month, $5,000 a month, hell, even $10,000 a month plus. It's what allowed me to make over $250,000 profit in my career before I even graduated high school. Now, the only problem is most producers are stuck posting their beats with zero strategy. You know, it's funny, and I see this time and time again, and to me it makes zero sense. Why would you post a Meek Mill type beat, and then the next day post a Gunna type beat, and then the day after that you post a Kendrick Lamar type beat? Like, what are you doing? It's like you're intentionally ensuring that your Typee channel will fail. So let me show you how I built my Typee business using the strategy where I build Typee channels that target a specific type of artist, and how you can do it too. So when I first started building my Typee business back in late 2020, what I did was I started a channel for the beats that I loved making the most. And at the time, that was Playboi Carti type beats. And what's funny is I actually didn't even know that the best strategy was going for one niche per channel. I just thought, oh, well, I love making Playboi Carti type beats, so why would I want to make anything else? So what I did to grow this channel is I took a popular trending keyword like Playboi Carti and combined that with Whole Lotta Red, which was Playboi Carti's long awaited album. So the album was trending and people just wanted the new sound that Playboi Carti had just invented. So even back then with my first Typee channel, I already had a pretty good strategy, and for a while it worked. You know, this channel is what allowed me to make my first $1,000 a month. And as a 14-year-old, that was pretty solid numbers. I think even to this day that adding the album name as a keyword was a pretty good strategy, especially because it was a brand new keyword, meaning there was barely any competition. So if the artist that you're doing type beats for is dropping an album soon, maybe consider applying the method that I just showed you. Now, before I go over my second channel that I started, you might be like, oh, well, Diego, you know, you're showing me how you built a dozen Typee channels, but I myself can't even get one to pop off, which, look, I totally understand. So if you're still struggling to get your first Typee channel off the ground, then I'm going to leave a link in the description to one of my YouTube videos where I show you step by step how to grow a Typee channel completely from scratch. And no, it's not just some generic advice like post every day or be consistent. No, what I teach you in that video is tactical, no BS strategies that I myself use to grow every single one of my Typee channels that you see in this video. So I'll go ahead and leave that in the description for you. You can feel free to check that out once you finish this video. Now, in April 2021, I made the channel that would end up being the spark to my type beat success. And at the same time, it easily could have been the end to my type beat career, but we'll get into that in just a second. So for this channel, I decided to go after a niche that was trending really hard at the time, which was the Memphis sound. So with that niche selected, I did my research on the keywords that would be a good fit for the niche. I chose the one that made the most sense, which was big scar type beat. And then the most important part is I studied the people at the top of that keyword. I also studied the artist beats, and eventually over time, I mastered that sound. Sure enough, after a couple months, this channel completely exploded, and I ended up getting 2.5 million views within just a few months. Now, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows though, because after a month of this channel blowing up, YouTube banned my AdSense account for being underage at the time. Yeah, I know, I was stupid enough to put my real age. So this made it where I couldn't monetize the channel ever again, basically making the channel worthless. Now, here's the thing. Most people in my position here would have just called it quits and then go on about their day. But this would only fuel my hunger even more. See, the same day that YouTube banned my AdSense account, I started another channel for ESTG type beats. Now, I know it says there's only 4 videos on the channel, but the truth is there were actually like 20. I just privated a bunch that didn't get many views so that I could repurpose them and put them on my other channels, which you'll see in just a second. So this channel got 850,000 views, and the crazy part is a majority of the views came from one singular video. As you can see, this video got nearly 800,000 views, and as a result, it made me nearly $4,000 in sales, not including the direct sales that I made from people coming from my YouTube and then DMing me on Instagram asking to purchase the beat. Because by the way, when your channel explodes, you're gonna get a ton of people flooding into your Instagram DMs, and that is when you can upsell them. You see, instead of just giving an artist a beat for $30, throw them a deal where they can get 3, 4, or 5 extra beats for just $20 more. 9 times out of 10, the artist will take it. And now you just made nearly double what you were originally gonna make with no extra cost, right? These are digital products. So just thought I'd throw you in a quick little gem there. But now moving on. So this is when I started to understand the game on a fundamental level. I realized that every time I made a type beat channel and posted on a low competition, high search volume keyword, never switched the title, chose the right thumbnail format, and optimized my beats for retention, I was able to blow up with 100% success rate, which for type beats is pretty much unheard of. So I made more and more channels applying this method, with the first one being the one you see here, which was my Nardo Wick type beat channel. This channel got 500,000 views with just 22 uploads, and I used this channel to get more views on my Chopsticks beat, which was blowing up on my ESTG type beat channel. And since I saw that the beat was selling like crazy, I thought, why not make more channels promoting the same beat, which is exactly what I did. You see, when you recognize something that's doing well and is selling well, don't just be like, well, that did good, I'm gonna go try other things now. No, mine the gold. You found a gold mine, so mine it. A gold miner doesn't just go in a cave and starts mining for gold, and then once he finds it, just walks away. No, he's gonna mine the gold. So it's the same thing with type beats. I found a style of beats and a winning beat that was selling like crazy, so I thought, okay, it's selling when I have a bunch of traffic going to it, let's just create more traffic. So I posted the Chopsticks beat on this channel, which was the Nardo Wick beat channel, which then funneled people back to the BeatStars. So these two beats combined got about 1 million views on YouTube, which equaled to $4,000 in sales. Now, after I dominated the Nardo Wick niche, I went for the biggest keyword I could have gone for at the time, which was Lil Baby type beat. Since I knew the algorithm would promote the best content, that meant all I had to do was optimize my videos in all aspects and create the best beats possible for the niche, and then I'd have a high chance of blowing up. And within 41 uploads, I blew up on one of the most competitive niches there are, which is Lil Baby type beat, and I got it to 550,000 views. And one of the beats got nearly 275,000 views, which generated me over $1,600 in sales. Again, not including direct sales that were from Instagram. So all of these channels were my testing phase. I was using these channels to learn everything about the algorithm. It was all trial and error, and to be honest, I had to learn all of this by myself because at the time, there wasn't the content that I make out there. So you guys are in luck because you have it way easier than I did, which should excite you. But moving on now, this is when I created the channel that would change my career forever. This channel ended up making me my first $100,000 in profit at the age of 16. This channel amassed 55,000 subscribers and nearly 30 million views. So remember when YouTube banned my AdSense account and destroyed that other channel? I didn't stop there. Instead, I learned the algorithm further after that and then took the same niche that they banned me on and did 10 times the numbers that I had done previously. So if that doesn't motivate you to never give up, then I don't know what will. Now here's some screenshots of my Cash App statements, and this channel got so big to where I started making thousands of dollars per month from people going from my YouTube and DMing me on Instagram how to purchase a beat. This channel single-handedly exploded my brand and is what allowed me to become financially free before I even graduated high school. So I'm not trying to brag here, I'm just trying to show you how much type beat channels can change your life and hopefully inspire you. Now, as you can see, in the first year that I had this channel, I generated a little over $17,500 in YouTube ad revenue, which as a 15-year-old kid, this wasn't bad at all considering that this was just one of my income streams. Then in 2023, I nearly doubled 2022's income, doing nearly $32,000 in YouTube ad revenue alone. Then in 2024, the YouTube ad revenue dropped a little due to me starting to focus a little bit more on my personal brand, which is the channel you're watching right now, but I still made $21,000, so hey, not bad. Now moving on, I started to make my way into the R&B market, and I'd say I was pretty successful with it. My first R&B channel got 1.5 million views with just 38 uploads, and one of the beats got nearly 500,000 views and generated me over $2,200 in BeatStars sales. And I made another channel promoting the same type of beats, which also got 250,000 views with just 7 uploads. And funnily enough, I had scheduled out these 7 beats, not thinking too much of it, and forgot about the channel for like a year, and then I realized that the beats had actually taken off a bit, but by the time I realized that, the channel was already long dead. Otherwise, I obviously would have posted way more on it. So I can't say the journey was perfect, but I still think I did okay. But then moving on towards the end of 2023, I started a freestyle type beat channel, which ended up getting 500,000 views with just 37 uploads. And I managed to monetize this channel within just 2 weeks of starting it. So at this point, I was going after any niche I wanted, and it seemed like everything I touched turned to gold. It almost started to seem a little bit too easy. So I challenged myself at the start of 2024 by making a type beat channel where I was going to post all kinds of different keywords, which is the channel you're seeing here, and I still managed to blow this up within 30 days of starting it. After that, I created a country channel because I wanted to go a little bit out of my comfort zone, and it worked a little bit. Definitely not my most successful channel, but the thing is, country beats don't really get that many views. However, country beats sell like crazy. So with just a little over 300 subscribers, I was able to sell a couple $1,000 worth of country beats. So sometimes you don't even need the most views if you're targeting the right niche. Now my most recent type beat channel was Trapaholic Beats, which I actually blew this channel up with only 12 videos, and one of the beats has nearly 500,000 views. So look, I know this may all seem overwhelming, but also understand that I didn't grow these type beat channels overnight. It took a lot of studying the game to finally understand how everything worked, and once I understood it, I applied the same formula over and over again on different niches and consistently got results, no matter what niche I chose. So with that being said, keep on grinding. I'm wishing you the best. Alright, so congratulations on completing the first section of this course. This next module is going to be all about getting your first viral type beat video. I cover everything step by step, so make sure to take notes and enjoy. So if you've been uploading beats and none of them are taking off, this video is going to show you exactly how to get your first viral type beat video in 2025. Let's go. So the easiest way to get a viral type beat video fast is by writing trending artists or trending songs. For example, when Big Scar was a trending artist, I started doing his type beats and posting every single day to maximize the wave. And the proof is in the pudding, right? I ended up getting my first viral type beat video because of this, and this channel alone has made over $75,000 just off YouTube ad revenue. I also did this with posting sample beats, and all I did was take already trending songs and sampled them with trending artists as the type beat. My logic here is that if something is already trending, then me replicating that and adding my own creative twist means that I have a significantly higher chance than normal of getting a trending beat. So you can even look at Spotify viral top charts to see what songs are trending so that you can sample these songs to have a high chance of going viral. Now, you also need to nail the title formula. So when going for your first viral type beat video, your title is super important for SEO optimization and increasing your chances of going viral. A good rule of thumb for your titles is something like free artist x artist type beat 2025, then the beat name, of course, right? Super simple, it doesn't need to be crazy, and a lot of the time producers will overcomplicate their titles by adding too many keywords, and this can actually hurt your video's performance. audience. So another good way to go viral quicker is by doing free for profit in your title. Now, the pros and cons of this are that obviously, you're attracting low quality leads, right? Leads that won't really buy your beats too much. But then again, you're getting so many views that it might make up for it in the AdSense revenue that you get. And just to give you an idea, like YouTube really pays with the AdSense. This is one of my channels here, and this video alone has made $5,300 in just the AdSense revenue and has driven me thousands, if not over $10,000 in sales. So the views alone can be your business model in a way too, right? So if you were to get 1 million views on, a free for profit beat, you might still make $2,000 to $3,000 in sales, but you'll also make like $3,000 to $4,000 in the AdSense revenue. So it's not like you don't make money doing free for profit beats. It's just that you just might be attracting a broader audience, which means you might be getting all types of people. But since they're worldwide, they might not have as much money if they're not really like a US audience, because everyone wants free for profit beats. So you kind of have to think about that. Like, okay, going viral means I'm going to get a lot of views, meaning, okay, a lot of AdSense revenue, but maybe not that many sales if I'm targeting, a low quality audience. But yeah, that's just something to think about. But when it comes to thumbnails, please use thumbnails that are actually high quality. If you get lazy with your thumbnails, your results will reflect that. Make sure that the thumbnails are easy to understand and make sense with the type of beat. For example, if you're doing a Gunna type beat, don't have the thumbnail be a picture of an apple, okay? For example, if I was to do Gunna type beats, some thumbnail styles you could do are pictures of jewelry, watches, money, Gunna himself, etc., right? Make sure to be consistent with your thumbnails and keep track of what is performing the highest. Whatever is performing the highest, you want to keep doing more of that and double down. Now, you also want to optimize your upload for the algorithm. For your description, include the keywords in your title for SEO purposes. You can also do this by creating a list of keywords that match your title, no more than 500 characters, and put this at the bottom of your description, and you can paste it into your video tags. For example, this would look something like this, right? This is my description, and then this is my video tags. It's just the same list of keywords, but as you can see, if it's a Chucky type beat, right, or a YFG Fatso type beat, I'm putting these keywords in the video tags and in my description to SEO optimize the video. Now, you should also be creating a comment on your own beat right away with a call to action. In nerd terms, this is a CTA that guides people into watching another beat or to the purchase link. And that you can do whatever is more important to you at the time, but the first 24 to 48 hours matter. Okay, so share the beats in free discords, Instagram, TikTok, etc., right? If you want to get feedback and support on your beats, feel free to join my free Discord community. I'll leave a link in the description. But also, it's really important that you track your own data and see how videos are performing to know what's working and what isn't. You can do this by just going into your YouTube analytics and checking the click-through rate, average view duration, etc. of all your videos. So as you can see on this video, if I go to my click-through rate, okay, we have a 12.5% click-through rate, but that's also on 10 million impressions. So 10 million people saw this video in their home feed or in the search results, right? So that's crazy, 10 million people saw us in the search results on whatever keyword, but on average, the click-through rate was 12.5%, and I could be analyzing this data, right, to know, okay, well, if this worked, then I need to do more thumbnails like this, and if the beat got such a high average view duration, as you can see, then I need to be doing more beats like this with the same arrangement structure, the same intro, the same sounds, right, and just really double down on what's working. And that's exactly what I did with this channel, and it ended up getting me ridiculous results, right? Okay, over 30 million views on this channel, $17,000 in 2022 just off YouTube ad revenue. 2023 I made $32K off YouTube ad revenue on just this channel, and 2024 I made $21,000 off YouTube ad revenue, and this is the sales just from this channel too, and that's just BeatStars. That's not including Cash App or whatever, right? On some months I even did $1,600 just on Cash App. So I've done this on any niche you can think of: R&B, Lil Baby, like really competitive keywords, country, freestyle beats. I've done it all, and I don't mean to say this in like a braggy way. I'm just showing you that like I really do this, and I do know what I'm talking about, and I hope it also just kind of inspires you as well. So when you're starting out, right, you're kind of originally just going to be copying people, right? You're just going to be copy and pasting. You're going to see what's working. You're going to see what's working with your competitors. Okay, what are they doing? Why are they doing this? You're going to kind of copy the sound that they're doing, and this doesn't make you like a unoriginal producer. It's just seeing what's working with the YouTube side of things. Okay, YouTube is different from the placement route or the industry route or selling sample kits or something. Like the YouTube side of things is different. Originally, yeah, you want to copy what is working because that gives you kind of like a rough idea of what to do. It kind of gives you like a blueprint to follow. So after that though, that's when you kind of want to start looking into your own analytics. Okay, this is actually how I started to get a lot of my success and start getting my first viral type beat videos, is because I looked at, okay, what is taking off now and how can I replicate this? You always want to be thinking that, you never want to just be like, wow, this worked, okay, I'm just gonna keep kind of winging it. No, like you have data to look at. So use it to your advantage. It's there for a reason, and it is the most powerful thing that you can use. And it's crazy. We are lucky that YouTube gives it to us for free because it is so powerful, and it's how a lot of my students and clients have been able to scale their Type B channels up as well. So this stuff works, right? I'm not just talking out of my ass. This is real. This is how I scaled my Type B empire. And it's not luck, okay? There's a science to it. Producers often think that growing a Type B channel is based on luck. Well, lucky for you, it's completely based on a skill that can be learned by any producer if you dedicate enough time and energy to it. Type beats blow up based on 3 metrics, okay? Average view duration, like I already talked about, click-through rate, and viewer retention. And if you learn how to get these 3 metrics high every single time, you will blow up almost instantly. Alright, so this next section of the course is going to be entirely about the fundamentals of growing a successful Type B channel. And to be honest, this is arguably the most important section of the course, because if you don't have a solid understanding of the foundations that go into growing a Type B channel, then nothing else in this course will make sense to you. So with that being said, make sure to take some notes and enjoy. Now, believe it or not, right now you are extremely lucky because you get to watch this video, which is structured in a way to get you the most information in a beginner-friendly step-by-step format, while also doing so in the shortest amount of time possible. Whereas when I was first starting out, every producer was just telling me the same bullshit over and over again. Like, oh, just be consistent, make good beats, find a niche. Like, let's be honest, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we're done listening to the same basic advice that producers have been trying to tell us for years now. That's why I've put together this training for you today, so that I can put an end to the gatekeeping once and for all. And by the end of this training, you will know how to start, grow, and scale your Type B business into a money-making machine. Now, don't just take my word for it. I myself have grown countless Type B channels and have amassed well over 100,000 subscribers across all of my channels, one of them being at over 55,000 subscribers and over 30 million views. Now, I have so many viral Type B videos that it genuinely took me a couple hours just to count them all up for you today. So throughout my career, I've uploaded 1,156 Type B videos. I've had 4 videos to get over 1 million views, 16 to get over 500,000 views, 67 to get over 100,000 views, and 400 plus hit over 10,000 views. If you do the math, that means I've averaged over 28,000 views per video. This type of consistency is pretty much unheard of. And this type of consistency is what allowed me to go from being a freshman in high school with literally $0 to my name to becoming financially free, waking up whenever I want, making a living doing what I love, and most importantly, taking care of the people that I love most. But just to show you that I'm not full of shit and that I can do it for other people, including yourself, here's one of my students, Vinia. See, Vinia came to me when his Type B channel was in the gutter, okay? Vinia was extremely frustrated because his views were going down more and more every single day, and that's when he came to me for guidance, and within 30 days, we scaled his views up by 400%. We also started another channel a month later, and within 30 days, the views are skyrocketing. As you can see, there's a huge jump in views, and we're looking very, very good for this channel. We're currently in the process of launching like 6 more channels for him, and he's now doing $10,000 a month with his beat selling business with, mind you, like 95% profit margins. Now, here's another one of my students' QSS beats, and you see QSS was a lot like yourself. He tried everything that all the other producers would tell him, but that advice only got him so far. Eventually, after a whole year of trying to grow his Type B channel, he got to 1,000 subscribers, which is, you know, not bad, right? But in July 2024, QSS decided to hit me up for guidance, and within 6 months of QSS applying my strategies, he went from 1,000 subscribers to 20,000 subscribers and started making a full-time living off his beats. Another one of my students, Jayco, got monetized within 3 months of applying my strategies and hit 9,000 subscribers in his first year on YouTube. We took another producer, Julio, from 0 to 20,000 subscribers within a year. To be honest, I've helped so many producers go so viral to the point that this list could go on for an hour, so let's just stop it here. Now that you know I'm not just talking out of my ass, let's talk about who this training is for. So if you're a music producer who knows their beats are good, but really struggle when it comes to actually marketing them, then you can keep watching. If you're somebody who has already tried growing a Type B channel, but couldn't stop it from falling off, and you want to learn how to revive your Type B channel and ensure that you get consistent results, then you can keep watching. If you're somebody who already has a Type B channel and is seeing decent results, right, but want to learn how to take it to the next level and 5 to 10x your income, then you can keep watching. If you are willing to take the time to build an evergreen Type B channel that will pay you dividends for the rest of time, and look, a lot of people say yes, they are committed to building a Type B channel, but very few are willing to do what it takes. However, if you're not afraid of learning a new skill and putting in the work, then you can keep watching. Now let's talk about what you're going to learn inside this training. So first, we're going to cover, why type beats. I'll be showing you why type beat marketing is so important and how you can make it fun. Because let's be honest, the whole type beat grind can get a bit repetitive at times, and honestly, it can just suck the creativity out of you. You know, I'll be the first person to admit that. But that's why in this training, I'm not only going to be showing you how to get incredible results with your type beat business, but how you can also do so in a way that allows you to make the music that you love and not have to suppress your creativity. Because let's face it, making money off your music is great, but if you can't make the music that you actually love making, then it just kind of takes the fun out of music, and that's what we want to avoid. So moving on, then we're going to talk about the fundamentals and just kind of understanding the core fundamentals of growing a type beat channel. And then we're going to dive into content principles, which is all about just simplifying your type beat strategy into 3 basic components that are really step-by-step, easy to follow, and it should be a breeze. Then we're going to dive into the channel optimization. So, you know, just kind of how to properly optimize your type beat channel to maximize growth and profit, because at the end of the day, all we care about is profit. Then I'm going to show you how to escape a 0 view jail, which a lot of you are probably experiencing right now. I'm going to show you how to avoid getting shadow banned and start seeing actual growth. Then I'm going to dive into niche selection. I'll be giving you a timeless blueprint for finding, choosing, and dominating the most profitable niches. Then we're going to talk about market research, which is just a complete guide for understanding your market, making it easy for you to dominate. Then I'll be going over the viral type beat structure and explaining the proven formula to creating viral type beat videos. And then I'll be showing you guys how to maximize profit using one simple flywheel funnel, which by the way, I use this funnel to make one of my type beat videos over $10,000 in profit. And I actually did this for multiple of my type beat videos. Again, not only do I show you how to grow your type beat channel, but I also teach you how to maximize your profit. Then last but not least, arguably the most important part of this training, I'll be showing you the blueprint to inevitably convert viewers into loyal customers. By the end of this video, you'll not only learn how to start a type beat channel, but you'll also learn how to monetize your beats on Autopilot. So without further ado, let's dive into the sauce. So why type beats? Look, I get it. As music producers, we want to be creative. We make music simply for our love for music, right? And let's be honest, I think we all know that the type beat space can be pretty repetitive. But let me show you why type beat marketing is such a crucial aspect to your business and how you can achieve success in the type beat space without sacrificing your creativity. If you look at any other business on this planet, they all need one thing in order to be able to sell their product. And that one thing is traffic. You see, music producers are always saying, well, I don't want to do the whole type beat thing because I don't really want to box myself in by calling my beat a Drake type beat. But it's like, if people can't find your music, then how do you expect to ever get heard in the first place? Type beats is literally just a way for us producers to be able to market our beats. That's it, plain and simple. You aren't boxing yourself in by growing your brand and making a living off your music. You're just thinking smarter than the rest. Also, if we stop and take a look at how this whole type beat thing actually works, you're getting paid by YouTube to advertise your beats, right? You post a beat, and then not only do you get placement opportunities from that, but you get ad revenue. So every single beat that you drop, you get paid to then promote your product, right? Because then every single beat that you drop gets sales. Now, someone please tell me what other business model allows you to get paid to promote your music. Essentially, what this means is you have a negative customer acquisition cost. And to put this in caveman terms, you're getting paid to make money. The best part is that right now, it's easier than ever to blow up. The game is no longer luck-based. All you need to do is watch this video until the end, take notes, and you'll be set. With that being said, let's move on to the fundamentals of growing a type beat channel. So let's start with thumbnails. The right thumbnail is what can take your type beat video from getting 0 views to completely blowing up. Why? Because think about it. If nobody wants to click on your video, then how are you supposed to get views? We measure a thumbnail's performance with a metric called click-through rate. Let's say your type beat video got shown to 100 people. If 10 out of the 100 people actually decide to click on your video, then that would give your video a 10% click-through rate. A free platform that you can design your thumbnails on is Canva. I use it myself and have used it for years, and it's completely free. They do offer a paid version, but the free one works just fine, and that's the one I've been using. Now that you have a basic understanding of thumbnails and why they're important, let's move on to watch time. See, when YouTube is deciding whether or not they should push out your video, they take a look at 3 different watch time metrics. These 3 watch time metrics are retention, average view duration, and session watch time. So let's start with average view duration. This is a simple one to understand since it's just the amount of time on average people watch your type beat video. If you can get 1 minute 30 seconds though or higher, then your video is guaranteed to blow up, assuming you have a thumbnail that gets people to click. Get this right and your channel will explode. Here's an example of a good average view duration. See, 1 minute 51 seconds, this is perfect. It's really hard to get this good of an average view duration. Now here's an example of a bad average view duration, 34 seconds seconds, not the best. Like I said, you want to be shooting for at least a minute or higher. Now, your retention on a type B video is super important since this tells YouTube where viewers are clicking off your video, or if they make it to the end. Between me and you though, YouTube is mainly looking to see if people are staying for at least 30 seconds. If so, then your video will perform highly even if the other metrics aren't very good. This here is an example of good retention. As you can see, 97%, and look at the graph, like it's really straight. Now here's an example of bad retention, right? 46% of the viewers are still watching at around the 30-second mark. That means we lost more than half the viewership within 30 seconds. Now in the next section of this video, content principles, I'm going to talk about session time and why it's important. So without further ado, let's dive into some more gems. So posting type beats can be simplified down to 3 things, and these are literally the only things you need to focus on. These 3 things are O and B: optimize content, niche down, and broaden niche. You want to make your content optimized for the algorithm. As cliche as it sounds, YouTube is just a game for the world's attention. The person who optimizes their content for watch time, click-through rate, and engagement will always win that game. Look, you're not Kylie Jenner, you're not Sophie Rain, right? No one gives a shit about you or what you're doing. I hate to say it, but people only care about what they can benefit from you. And if you think about it, the only reason why you're watching this video is because you can benefit from the value that I'm providing. So make your type B videos the highest quality possible, and I will dive deeper into how you can actually optimize your videos to blow up in the viral type B structure part of this video. But for now, let's talk about the second principle for creating type B videos that blow up, which is niching it down. You need to niche down. Now look, I know every producer tells you, oh, you need to find a niche, blah, blah, blah. But here's the problem with that. They never actually tell you why you need to niche down. The reason why you want to niche down is because of 2 things: session time and your subscribers. Let me first break down why session time is important for when you niche down. So unlike other YouTube metrics, you can't actually see your session time. Session time is a metric YouTube uses to determine how long a viewer watched your content for. For example, maybe you got someone to click and watch your beat for a minute, which is great. However, if you manage to get someone to binge watch your beats and watch 10 beats from you in a row, assuming they watch each type beat video for a minute, that gives you 10 minutes of session watch time. The best way to get someone to binge watch your beats is by focusing on your ideal viewer. You see, the reason why YouTube is so powerful is because it allows your ideal viewers to find you. If you think about it, the only reason why you're watching this video right now is because you want to learn how to grow a type B channel, and I'm providing you with the information on how to do it, meaning the algorithm knew exactly who to show this video to. So the proof is in the pudding, right? So if you make Kanye West type beats, for example, your videos will be shown to viewers who like Kanye West type beats. So the way to win the algorithm is by taking advantage of this to boost your session time. Think about it, if you posted a Kanye West type beat and someone clicked the video and really enjoyed it, they're more likely to click on another Kanye West type beat from you rather than a future type beat, for example. This is what YouTube loves. This is why I preach sticking to one keyword, because it absolutely cooks when optimizing for session time, as it creates a binge experience for the viewer. So now that you understand why niching down plays a big role for optimizing session time, let's talk about your subscribers. Whenever you upload a video on YouTube, there is one thing that the algorithm looks for in order to know if they should push your video out to the masses. That one thing is your subscribers. If your subscribers don't even click on your newest video, then YouTube will not push it out to other people. Think about it, if your own fans don't even care about your own content, why would anyone else? That's why niching down is so important, because if you constantly give your subscribers what they subscribe for, your growth will be exponential. And this has been proven time and time again. Eventually you will want to expand in your niche, and this, guys, is how you will ensure that your channel will always keep growing. Let's say you chose the R&B niche. Inside the R&B niche, there are many great keywords such as Tory Lanez, Summer Walker, etc, right? Meaning if you were to post every day on Summer Walker type beat, you would be able to start broadening your niche by doing Summer Walker x Jhené Aiko type beat, for example, right? So look, what we just talked about were 3 content principles that you must know when growing a type B channel. Now that you understand this, let's talk about how to properly optimize your type B channel. Now, please pay close attention to this next section of the training. Optimizing your channel is what will make or break your chances of successfully growing your type B channel, and there are 3 easy steps to correctly optimizing your page. Number 1 is optimizing channel tags, which basically is just your tags for the channel so that YouTube knows kind of what your channel is about. To do this, you just want to go into your YouTube studio, then dive into your settings, and you should see a channel section, and this is where you'll see a big box where you can put some keywords in, and this is where you can use the example template I've given you above to make sure that your channel tags are optimized correctly, right? You You can just use this as a rough template. It's not perfect, but it should get you started. Now, step 2 is optimizing your upload defaults, which is basically what you see right here. All you want to do is just go to the upload defaults tab in your settings. And here you can make sure that you have your metadata laid out perfectly. And let me tell you, this is a huge time saver. I put my description how I want it and my title already pre-made. That way, when I go to upload a beat, all the information is already there for me. That way I don't have to copy and paste my description and tags template every single time, because let's be honest, that can be super annoying. Like I said, it's just a huge time saver and I thought it's worth mentioning. So step 3, you want to add your keywords in your bio, and that will essentially just look something like this. You see we have the keywords all down here at the bottom of your bio. Make sure to have the same keywords that you put in your channel tags in your channel bio, as it just adds some consistency and lets YouTube know what niche it is you're targeting. And you can find this at the customization tab in your YouTube studio. This just solidifies your SEO and lets YouTube recommend you to your ideal audience a lot faster, which actually helps you get out of zero view jail quicker, which is actually the next topic of this training. So now that your channel is optimized for success, let's talk about how to get out of zero view jail once and for all. So, escaping zero view jail. To be honest, there are so many ways to escape zero view jail, but these are some of my favorite methods. They're methods like joining free producer discords, which is an easy way to get feedback and support and will allow you to get at least a few dozen or even 100 views per video consistently. Then we have the best time to post, which the longer your channel has been up and the more views and beats you have on your channel, the more data you have available to determine what the best time to post is. But don't worry, I'm going to dive in depth on all of these topics in just a second. I'm just giving a rough idea of what we're going to be talking about. So then we have utilizing end screens, which this is a complete game changer and will boost your session watch time like crazy. But first, let's dive into joining free producer discords. Now look guys, your network is your net worth, and there are a lot of producer discords out there and a lot of them are even free. This is a great way to get connected with other type B producers and support each other through the slow days. And this is actually what I did when I was first starting out, and I ended up making like 20 solid type B producer friends, and we all went up together. We all would support each other and watch each other's type B videos. We'd like, comment, and honestly just show love to each other. If you don't know where to find a community like this, I have one and it's completely free. I'll leave it in the description for you. But moving on to the best time to post. The best time to post is always going to be when your subscribers are the most active, and preferably like 40 minutes before your peak subscriber activity. This allows your subscribers to give that new video initial traction and kind of like slingshotting it into the algorithm, if that makes sense. You can find this data by going to the audience tab in your YouTube analytics, and it should look something like this. So if I was to look at this graph, I'd be able to see that, okay, clearly like 11 or 10 a.m. is the best time for me to post. Now, utilizing end screens. End screens are easily the most important growth hacker out there, and the way to utilize them in the best way is by promoting a playlist at the end of all your type B videos. And let me quickly show you how to do this properly. So all you have to do is go onto your YouTube and click create in the top right corner, and we're going to create a new playlist. So what you're going to want to do is call this playlist, let's say your name is Aqua, right? You're going to put Aqua's hardest beats, right, or something like this. And then you're just gonna get, 10 of your hardest beats. All right, let's just get, a good amount of beats here. Then we're just gonna hit done. Let's hit create. And then on all your videos, you're gonna wanna go to the editor section right in the left side. And then once you're here, you're gonna see end screen. So we're just gonna hit the plus button. We're gonna put playlist. So we're gonna choose the playlist that we just created. We're gonna size it up as big as we can and center it just like this. And then we're going to drag this to the end. That way the end screen only pops up at the last 5 seconds of the video. So then let's just hit save, and then we're good. End screens allow you to increase your session watch time like crazy, making your channel explode since your views compound the more videos you post. This game is all about volume, so please capitalize. Now let's talk about niche selection. So when searching for niches, you first want to think about what beats you enjoy making the most. The reason I say this is because let's say Drake type beat is a really good keyword for views, but if you hate making Drake type beats, then it's just going to be a drag. So think about what beats you naturally enjoy making the most and then go from there. An easy way to see what people are searching is by using YouTube itself. If you actually type in the search bar type beat, you will see many of the most popular search terms currently. Another great way is by utilizing Google Trends, and let's say you wanted to start doing J. Cole type beats, for example, you can type that into Google Trends and apply the filter settings in the image below, and this will show you if people are searching for the keyword more or if the keyword is dying. So as you can see, I have the settings on worldwide, past 5 years, and then of course on YouTube search. Now let's talk about when to start in a niche, and it really all comes down to 3 things. Number 1 is preparation. Have you prepared for the niche? Are you good at making beats for the niche? Do you understand what thumbnails, visualizers work well for the niche? This is all market research, and we will go in depth on market research after we're done talking about niche selection. Then expertise. Are your beats as good, if not better, than your competition in the niche that you want to target? Make sure to master the sound before trying to get into a niche. And last but not least, we have commitment. Are you ready to commit to this niche for at least 3 months? If you're not, then don't bother. You have to be ready to commit to a niche consistently, assuming it would get 0 views. That's why passion matters. The start will be slow, but if you love making the beats, then it will make the journey fun leading up to your channel blowing up. So now that you have a basic understanding of niche selection, let's dive deep into market research. Market research is one of the most important factors when it comes to growing a successful Type B channel. When it comes to market research, all it comes down to is understanding your competition and ideal viewer. Let's say you want to start posting Lil Baby type beats, for example. Here are some things you should do to research the market in the most effective way. First, you want to take a look at the producers who are ranking at the top. Study the way they arrange their beats, the way their mix is, etc. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Okay, remember, good artists copy, great artists steal. Copy the way the people at the top of your niche are making beats. Then once you have the sound on lock, start adding your own sound to it, allowing you to easily take over the niche. The reason why I tell you to copy the people at the top when you're first starting out is because the way they are making their beats is working for a reason. You should also be thinking about your ideal viewer. You have to put yourself in your ideal viewer's shoes. Think to yourself, what would my ideal viewer click on? For example, when I was posting Pusheisty type beats on one of my channels, I studied Pusheisty's brand. I noticed his music talked about gun violence and he wore ski masks all the time. So after doing my research on the artist, I started posting Pusheisty type beats on YouTube with the thumbnails of guys with guns and a ski mask. Why? Because people who want a Pusheisty type beat are more likely to click on a thumbnail with a guy holding a gun and wearing a ski mask than a regular picture of Pusheisty. This allowed me to dominate the niche and get millions of views. So now that you know the basics of market research, let's dive into the viral type beat structure. And mind you, this structure is what I use to get tens of millions of views on my type beat videos. So without further ado, let's dive in. So creating a viral type beat video is a 2-step equation, and it's so simple that it might just piss you off. An engaging intro plus simplicity plus an optimized thumbnail equals a viral type beat video. Is it easier said than done? 100%. Is it really that simple? 100%. So for an engaging intro, don't underestimate this. You pique the viewer's interest with your intro. There are many ways that you can create engaging intros, and here are a couple of my favorite methods. Method 1 is movie scene intros. Using movie scene intros is a great way to engage your viewers before your beats start. You do have to be careful though, because some movies are more strict than others and you could get copyright claimed. However, copyright claims don't actually have any direct effect on your channel's health, and if you use a movie scene as your intro, make sure to only use the audio and not the video itself. I myself use a scene from Menace to Society as my intro for my biggest type B video, and this type B video got over 2 million views, and as a result, it netted me nearly $10,000. Method 2 is motivational speeches. So using parts of motivational speeches is also a great way to engage your viewers before your beats start. One of my students, QSS Beats, who I mentioned earlier at the start of this video, he managed to get several viral type B videos using this method. As you can see, he's done extremely well. All you have to do is search on YouTube for motivational speeches with no music, and you will find a ton like that. As you can see, it should look something like this. Now that you understand the basics of creating an engaging intro, let's talk about simplicity. So, believe it or not, you don't need the most complex beats to win on YouTube. You see, there's a big difference between beats that are good for YouTube and beats that are good for placements. YouTube beats are simple but hard and easy for an artist to catch a flow to or spark an idea. Placement beats, however, usually have no more than an 8-bar intro and have more complex sounds and layering. It's not about having the best beats though. Matter of fact, my most viewed type B video on YouTube had only 4 sounds in it. And believe it or not, I nearly scrapped the beat because I thought it was too simple. That's why right now, building a type B channel is the best way to make money as a music producer, because you don't need to be Metro Boomin. All you need is the knowledge to get started, which you'll already have by the time you're done watching this video. So now let's talk about the Flywheel funnel. There was a point in time that my biggest type B channel was dying. It was here that I had to figure out a way to not only bring more traffic, but maximize profit. I looked at my own analytics and saw that one of my videos had a CPM of $3.07, which was higher than normal. This meant that for every 1,000 views that the video got, I made $3.07. I also saw that the beat was selling more than usual. This made me decide to funnel all of my traffic to that one video, since that would make me more AdSense revenue and sales. I started linking all my existing videos, which was 400 plus at the time, to this one typey video. I did this for 4 months straight until it got solidified in the algorithm and eventually made 10K in pure profit. The video is more than 3 years old, has 1.7 million views, made 5K plus in YouTube ad revenue alone, and still gets views to this day. I ended up doing this for another beat for 6 months, and it also ended up making 10K in profit. And by the way, this video is also 3 years old and still gets nearly 1,000 views a day. You see, it's these kind of strategies that determine whether you build a sustainable typey business or not. This is just one of the dozen strategies I have in the vault that I use on all of my channels that I blow up, including my clients' channels. So let's now move into the most important part of this training, which is how to properly monetize your audience. When it comes to monetizing your beats, there's one component that matters more than any strategy that I can give you. Without this one component, any monetization strategy you try will not work, and the component is quality. If the quality of your beats is actually good, nothing else matters. I promise you that it's a lot easier to sell your type beats if the quality is actually good. Now remember, you don't need to be the next Metro Boomin, but you do need to have a good mix and use good sound selection. And I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but stay with me, because if you can understand what I'm about to explain to you, then this will almost instantaneously make you exponentially more money from type B videos. As you probably know, consumers buy off of perceived value, meaning for someone to buy something, they must believe that the product they are going to buy is more valuable than the investment to receive that product. So to circle back to creating a viral type beat video, all you're doing is piquing their interest in an attempt for them to believe that your type beat is going to be more valuable than the investment to their attention and time. So if your beat's just horrible off the rip, then they will immediately click off your video, killing your session time and leading to no sales. Alright, so we have the quality down, we have the viewer's attention. How can we make sales? Well, all we need to do is convert our attention into leads. We can do this by providing our beats for free in exchange for their email or phone number. This may seem counterintuitive, but stay with me, because this strategy made me over 250K before I graduated high school. So once we have converted our attention into leads, we can then build relationships with these leads on Autopilot and later offer paid beat packs, services, and sell our beat licenses once they know, like, and trust us. To put this in caveman terms, giving out good free stuff equals curiosity towards your paid shit. Also, on top of this strategy, you will be making sales regardless due to your amount of traffic, so don't worry. All this does is build a sustainable type beat business that pays you dividends month after month. And all the strategies I've gone over in this video so far are what all my clients use to get tens of thousands of subscribers and make a full-time living off their beats in a matter of months. Alright, so in this next section, I'm going to show you exactly how to find viral type beat niches. That way you have a clear framework for when it comes to finding niches for your own channel. As we all know, finding a niche for your type beat channel is a critical aspect of this entire business model. So make sure not to skip this section of the course. It's super important. Enjoy, guys. Without further ado, I'm just going to go over live me just finding niches and how I would go about that if I was to look for a niche that would crush it and I'd be able to get this channel monetized within a month. So if that's interesting to you, then just stick around. So let's say we are a producer who makes versatile beats, right? I'm pretty versatile, and let's say I'm open to a new niche, but I mainly specialize in trap. Let's say that, right? Okay, well, let's just start by going to type beat on an incognito window. And okay, let's just see what's at the top of type beat, who is crushing it right now, and why, right? Okay, so this is good. I'm just gonna open this in a new tab, right? Let's see here. Splurge, kind of saturated now. V's, okay, not bad. This is interesting. Okay, let's open that in a new tab as well. And then I'm just basically opening new like opportunities that I see that would probably work, and I'm just putting that in a new tab so I can go back to in a second, and we can kind of narrow it down from there. This is another one I'd be down for. These are keywords that I've never really seen, right? But I'm gonna learn about them. Von off 1700, I've done actually well on this niche, so I know this niche does good. But yeah, so we'll save that as well. Lucky's very good. It depends though. Let's see. Yeah, not sure if I'd go for Lucky. This is interesting. I've never seen this before. I wonder what the competition in the search volume is on that. I've never actually seen that. But I'm interested to look at that. Okay. This is interesting. I've never seen these keywords. It looks like it's foreign. Um, I'm guessing Brazil keywords. Let's add that. Yeah, lots. I'm just looking for videos that are getting a ton of views and are keywords I've never really seen before, but because that tells me everything I know. It means it's low competition, it's new, it's trending, right? This too. Add that to the new tab. Okay, and then yeah, so this is the second time I've seen the FatMac keyword, so that's telling me something. We have QSS here. He's actually one of my previous coaching clients, and he managed to get 30. I think he's at 33 now. How many subs is he at? Yeah, 34K. He's done absolutely. He's crushing it. Yeah, and then we got Hurricane Wisdom. Okay, I think we'll have it here. So this is a good amount of keywords that we have here. And I'm just showing you the process that I go through with just finding new keywords and finding keywords that would probably do well, right? So what I'm going to do now is open up vidIQ on my non-incognito window. Go ahead and sign in. Okay, yeah, so you're going to want to use vidIQ because it's just the best for analyzing keywords. And there's some keywords here that I'm very, very curious about. So I'm going to go here, go back to my incognito window. And let's just look at, let's start with 1900 Rugrat. And then we'll go Skrilla next. Yeah, so let's just see how good this keyword is. Okay, not the best. 57,000 is, I mean, that's decent search volume. It is very low competition, so this is a good keyword. I don't know if I'd go with just 1900 Rugrat, but I'd probably go with 1900 Rugrat sample type B. You know, add a keyword that's more evergreen and just always will have a bunch of searches, right? Low competition, very high. So I'd combo it, right? So I'm gonna make a doc and kind of go over like why certain niches would be good. So we can just call this potential niches. Potential niches. I'd recommend you to kind of follow along with what I'm doing too. Yeah, so potential niches. We're gonna go with 1900 Rugrat sample type B. I would literally just do that. Sample type B. Right. That's a good possible niche right there. Just from what I've seen so far. And then let's look at Skrilla, because that was also in the title. I'm curious what that. Wow. Okay. 500. Wow. So very low competition and 568,000 searches every month. It's very high, very low. Perfect. This is literally an ideal keyword. So that's why that's killing it. So I would honestly, if I was to go for this niche, I would do 1900 Rugrat X Skrilla sample type beat. Just like that. I'd be doing that every single day. That would crush it because you have a trending artist, right? And then another trending keyword combined with an evergreen keyword that will always be getting views, and sample beats are just crushing it in 2025. So this is definitely something I would be going for. So I'm going to highlight that a little bit. And then let's go back to our incognito window, and we can just close out of this because we've already done the research we needed. Now hard bouncy melodic type beat. This is interesting because this isn't really going for an artist. It's actually more going for like the nation. We know that melodic type beat is a big keyword. It will always be. It's evergreen. It looks like this guy just kind of went for the big keywords and said, fuck it. Like, let's just go for it. If it fails, it fails. And it looks like it worked. But there's nothing really to research with this. But this is definitely a very viral niche, just looking at the views he's getting. So you can kind of take a look at people's channels, right? 141,000 views in 13 days. This type of keyword and thumbnail style is clearly killing it, right? 1.9 million views in 5 months. The best thing to see is like, okay, how consistent is it? So if someone has a big video, but then all their other videos are getting like 1,000 views, then you know that that niche isn't very consistent. It's not worth going for. But this niche is clearly like, it's very consistent, right? He's getting a ton of views consistently. And so I would definitely say like, this is a very good niche. So what I would do is I'd literally just go ahead and copy the entire title and just save that to my doc, right? So I'll just go ahead and do hard bouncy trap type beat. And that is a good keyword. And I'll make sure to be noting that it needs to be free for profit. And that would make sense. So This niche is probably not the best for sales, but it's very good for getting views, and it'd be a cash cow channel for sure. So I like that niche, especially for someone like me who's very experienced and can just kind of take over any niche. Uh, that's a niche I'd probably go for next. So that's cool. Nice. We know that that's a good niche. Now, this keyword I'm very curious in, just Fat Mac, and I'm gonna go ahead and just copy this, go into vidIQ, and let's have a look at what. Okay, so 67,500 views. So this is definitely a new up and coming keyword. And I see it's kind of comboed with Rack Baby too, which I know Rack Baby is a very good keyword. It's how I got a lot of views as well. As you can see, this is a very good keyword. So I would go for possibly like Fat Mac X Rack Baby sample type beat. That would probably crush it. Yeah, or since Rack Baby's bigger, I'd probably do Rack Baby X Fat Mac. Right? How do you spell his name again? Okay, it's 2 T's. Yeah, so I'd do something like this. I'd definitely be putting sample though. And yeah, so that's a good niche right there. But that's kind of, you kind of get an idea of how I'm like going with these titles. Like, okay, I'm gonna put sample because it's an evergreen keyword, but I'm gonna combine it with 2 trending artist keywords, right? And I put the bigger artist at the front because it just makes more sense. More people will recognize it. And yeah, so cool. We understand that that's a good keyword. Bonoff 1700. I personally already know this is a great keyword, but let's just type it in just for the tutorial sake. Okay, nice. Yeah, so low competition, very high search volume. This is a great keyword, and especially when you combine it with sample, right? So another great keyword combo would be like Bonoff 1700 sample type beat. I'd go for that. That's a great niche right here. And when I say potential niches, like I would be doing the same keyword. I would be doing the same title combo, as you can see, like Rack Baby X Fat Max sample type B. I'd be doing that every single video. Okay, so that's what I mean by a niche. And yeah, so you wouldn't do like Rack Baby X Lil Tony type beat the next day. No, you'd only be doing Rack Baby X Fat Mac sample type beat, because each channel should have a niche and you just stick to it. Cool. So we know that's good. Now this niche I'm very curious about because I've never seen this. And it got a good amount of views, a very high amount of views actually, in a short amount of time. And so I'm curious, like I've never seen these artists before. I'm gonna see what the search volume is. Okay, it's not that high, but it's very low competition. That's interesting for how many views it got. Stop doing drugs type beat. This is like, I've never seen these keywords in my life, so you're kind of getting a raw reaction, and this is a very horrible keyword actually. So I'm interested into like why this beat is doing so well. I wonder if we're actually seeing a comeback with like meme type beats. That was a huge thing in like 2020, 2019. I wonder if we're gonna see a return of that, and it kind of looks like it. Yeah, so this is interesting. I don't know if I'd go for this niche though. I'm curious if I just check out his channel, how consistent is this? Okay, that's very consistent actually. The views are very consistent with this niche. Yeah, very interesting. But it's not that great, right? It's very good with this recent video, but I don't know if it's the best. I don't know if I'd go for this niche right away. But it's definitely something to consider. So what I would do is I'd literally just do your stepdad X, and I'm gonna note the way he's doing the title as well. So what I'm gonna do is just copy this entire title, and I'm gonna go ahead and go into here. Now when I paste it, it's gonna look crazy, right? But I'm just gonna go like this and retype it, because if something's working for someone, you want to copy like why it's working, so everything about it. So I do this. Stop doing drugs. Type beat. Okay. And then I do beat name. And then in parentheses, you put prod name. Cool. So you can then get rid of this and just have that back up there. And yeah, that's a good niche, like maybe a good niche, right? So I'd put it in maybe a browner color because it's like kind of good but not great. Actually now that's impossible to see. So I'll go with something like that. Okay. Cool. Now we have that niche out of the way. This niche I'm very curious about with these keywords. So we're gonna put this in the vidIQ and see what it does. And what we're gonna do after this, wow, this keyword sucks. But what I'm gonna do after this is choose what niche I want to go with, because right now we're just writing down potential niches, and then we're gonna go back and see, okay, which niche is the best, right? And ideally you want to be also writing down like the vidIQ search volume score and then the vidIQ competition, like whether it's very low or very high. So I forgot to do that, but usually that is what I do. And then that kind of allows you to think of it better. So K black type B, this is not a good keyword. But sometimes maybe he's comboing it with better keywords here. So let's take a look. Obviously something's working if he's getting that many views. Yeah, so this is a much better keyword. That's cool. Okay, so I definitely be having they in the title. And then if we go back to here, this is a keyword I've never seen. And let's have a look. Okay. Type this in here. Okay, so not great. Looks like they is like the main keyword, but apparently when you combo it like this, you get a ton of views. And I think this is targeting Brazil. So it must just be getting a big Brazil audience, which wouldn't be the best for CPM if you're looking for a cash cow channel. So honestly, I don't think I'd go for this niche until I have like 10 other channels already cranking. And maybe I just go for this on the side because why not? But this isn't a niche I'd immediately go for. Yeah, so I'm just gonna scratch that. Oh, scratch this niche. But I also don't know much about it yet, so maybe you'd want to research that. FBL Manny is the keyword we haven't seen yet. The other two we have done our research on, and they are good keywords. Okay, this keyword sucks. So yeah, I definitely still go with Rag Baby X Fat Mac. And as you can see, that's doing good, right? Even if you subtract that, like it's doing very good. For multiple people. So cool. We know that's good. And then Hurricane Wisdom, we can just copy his name here, right? Go into vidIQ. Okay, so this is a very great keyword. So I would argue you can just go for this keyword just by itself. It's kind of like one of those like little baby keywords where you can do it by itself and it just gets a ton of views. So I'd argue that's a very good channel niche as well. Nice. So now we have some data here. Like we have some channel ideas that we know do well. Like these are good. All of these do well. It's just really about which one do we want to go for. So first of all, I would get rid of anything that doesn't have samples. So I haven't actually listened to this keyword. I don't know if it has samples, but he didn't put sample in the name, so I'm gonna scratch it. I would get rid of that, like, or I'd rule it as red. Not doing it. Hurricane Wisdom, I don't know if they use samples, but it didn't put it in the title, so I'd get rid of that too. Just the reason why I think this is just me, because I know samples are in, and I would definitely want to utilize the fact that samples are going crazy right now in the algorithm. So I would rule this as a good keyword here because it has sample, and all of these are good. I don't know if this has samples, but it does get a lot of views, so I'd argue I'd still go for this. So I'm gonna have it in the green. This is very good. All of these are good now, right? All of these keywords would be very good, or these niches. So I'm gonna move these to the bottom. Now, you just want to choose one channel, right? You still want to save this though, and when you do go for other channels, but I would if this was me, knowing like what I know, I would argue that you'd get the most success going for the low competition, very high searches. But if you were very experienced and you've had channels already and you're looking for the next big play, I would go for this. I would have this as the winner. Just because the views were the most consistent and the highest I've ever seen. So this is the most viral niche you'll ever see, right? But it's kind of like on the same level as freestyle type beats. But if I'm looking just for like my first channel to get some results with and actually, you know, get a ton of subscribers, like I helped QSS with get the 34K. He was in the same niche as this, and he's making a full-time living off music now. So if I was looking for my first channel to like get started with, that's low competition and I know I'd get in with it, I'd go for something like this, right? I would go for this keyword here, or I'd go for 1900 Rugrat Skrilla. But I'd most likely go for this. So I would scratch these because this title combo had the better search volume, right? It just had better, it was better. Vonoff 1700 is good, but it's like, for me, the style was not, I wasn't able to consistently make it because it's kind of like a weird niche almost. Like, it's just different type of samples. But with this niche, you can sample just about anything. And you'll be able to have, so you'll have more videos to make. You'll have a lot more volume to put out, and it'd be easier and faster, more efficient. So I just get rid of that. So to sum it all up, I would do this if I've already have a channel that's killing it and I want to look for my next big play. Now, if I haven't had a channel yet that's doing good yet, I would go for this, right? So ultimately, these two are your winners. But yeah, if you're brand new starting out, this would be your niche. Now, this is just an example. You don't have to go for this niche. It's just the way that I thought of it and came across it, right? I'm probably going to saturate the fuck out of this niche now just because of this video, so I'm sorry if you were already going for it. But yeah, so this is just basically how I look for niches. All right, so in this next section of the course, I'm going to give you 5 extremely profitable type beat niches. That way, if you just want to get started right away, without having to actually search for a niche yourself, at least you can take a couple of the ideas that I share in this section to start growing your type beat channel as fast as possible. Enjoy. So if you're a producer that posts your beats on YouTube, then you've definitely had someone tell you to choose a niche when you're uploading your type beats, right? And to be honest, it's easier said than done because as a music producer, you kind of want to post all kinds of beats, right? You don't really want to box yourself into one niche. So, and on top of that, it's hard to really find a niche that is actually good and gonna get you views. But what most producers don't tell you is, yeah, you know, all those things are hard, but how can you actually find a niche that is really profitable at the same time? Because there's a difference between getting a lot of views on your type beat video and actually getting conversions. So what if I told you that some niches can get you 3 to 5 times the amount of sales that another niche would, even if they had the same amount of views? That's why choosing your niche is really, really important, and that's exactly what I'm going to go over in today's video. So without further ado, let's get started. Here are 5 easy type beat niches that will make you $3,000 a month. To start, we have niche 1. R&B type beats are an easy cheat code to start getting a lot of sales on your beats because of who they target. And I'll get into that a little bit later in this video. But R&B type beats, number one, they sell a lot, but they also get a ton of views. So if we have a look at R&B type beat on the search results in YouTube, as you can see, like, people are getting a ton of views on here. And I mean, some of these videos get 4 million views. This one has 2.6 million in just 8 months, right? And they all have kind of the same theme, as you might notice. It's just a picture of a girl on the thumbnail. So number one, yeah, these beats sell a lot and they get a ton of views and they target the right audience, artists that actually buy beats, along with the fact that it's not that high competition. And the reason why is because, yeah, you know, maybe a lot of people do post R&B type beats, right? But in order to actually dominate, you have to have a strategy with it. A strategy where you're either going for sample R&B type beats, right? And you're kind of going after a unique edge, or you're going after quality and you want to be the best with the quality, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys are really, really good and have hard beats, right? So your quality kind of reduces competition in a way because there's a lot of producers out there, right? They might be posting R&B type beats, but that doesn't mean they have good beats, okay? So a lot of producers just don't have it when it comes to quality, and that's okay. You know, over time, your skill will get better, but that's not really what we're here to talk about today. I assume you already have good beats, and now I'm just showing you how to market the shit out of them. So yeah, R&B type beats is really, really good. I would highly recommend it if you already make those beats, and maybe even consider getting into that style because it'll pay you huge dividends if you do. Now, the next niche is lith type beats. Okay, so these type of beats have kind of come around in the last year, I'd say. Really, in the last 8 to 12 months, I've seen them absolutely explode on YouTube. And to be honest, there's not that much competition. So all these niches really won't have much competition, right? That's why they're really good niches to get in on. But I highly recommend just searching up lith type beat and seeing if your sound kind of aligns with that. Because if it does, it's a great keyword to go after. It's almost a mix of like R&B and trap, and kind of like that Don Toliver sound. To To be honest, I'm probably going to start a channel on this niche, so I'm letting you guys know before I do. You can try and beat me to it, but definitely a solid niche. The reason why I say this too is because these beats leave a lot of room for the artist to rap on. And as you know, simple beats definitely sell more. So these beats have a lot of room for the artists to rap on or sing on, which means one, these beats can take you, just a half hour to make. So the workload isn't much, and that allows you to be able to post daily. So your volume is going to be really good on top of the beats being able to sell a lot. Now, I wouldn't say they sell as much as R&B type beats, but they definitely sell more than just dumb trap type beats. And I'm not calling trap dumb. I actually have dumb trap as like a genre in my head, basically like splurge type beats or like no melody, just 808 type beats, the kind of stuff you'd see when you walk into your school bathroom and there's a group of like 16-year-old kids just freestyling in the bathroom. It's those type of beats, but I use that example a lot just because I think it's funny. But anyway, moving on to the third niche, we have Chucky x Lucky sample type beats. So sorry if I'm exposing your niche, but this is definitely a really, really good niche to go after right now. Number one, Lucky is kind of an evergreen keyword. He's been around for a while, and I have a feeling he's going to stay for at least the next 3 to 5 years, at least as a good keyword for type beats. Chucky is also a new up-and-comer, and what I found is when you combine an evergreen kind of keyword, right? In this case, we have sample as well, sample type beat as an evergreen keyword. So when we have lucky type beat, which is also kind of an evergreen keyword, we combine that with a really evergreen keyword that will never die, right? Sample type beats will never die. And then you combine that with a trending artist like Chucky, which you might have never heard of him, but he's definitely coming up right now. And if you look at him on vidIQ or just on YouTube, you'll definitely see that Chucky type beats are definitely getting a lot of views. So don't sleep on it. You can check to see if the sound kind of matches yours, but I highly recommend this, and it's not very hard to do. You don't need to have any fancy visualizers or anything like that. Just a good picture will do, and a good beat, of course, right? A sample beat. It has to be a sample beat every time for this niche. And I'm a big advocate for posting sample beats right now because in 2025, there's no better strategy in terms of like going viral. Obviously, getting sales is a different story, and like getting revenue. But if you want to just go viral and get a type B channel to blow up, and then the sales will come later, and just kind of get your foot in the door with a type B channel, sample beats are definitely the move. Just because their viral potential is just so much higher. It's literally like 10 times higher than just if you were to post a regular Chucky type beat, for example. Now, these beats sell a decent amount, I would say. They're definitely profitable. The nice thing is you can also transition into other keywords from here and kind of go in other viral niches like rack baby type beat, and you can actually transition out of sample later, right? Once you've built up 3 to 5,000 subscribers and you've done the going viral part, right? Then you can transition into doing just Chucky type beats or just Lucky type beats or Chucky x Lucky type beats and kind of rake in some of that ad revenue. But a lot of the sample type beats actually are able to get monetized, which is nice. So I'd say about 70% of your beats will be monetized, and then the other 30%, if you're using like a crazy popular sample, probably not going to be that good. But I definitely think this is a super profitable niche, so don't sleep on it. Now moving on to niche number 4, we have back J type beats or BAKJ type beat. Specifically BAKJ sample type beats. But what's nice about this niche is you can do BAKJ sample type beats to go viral in the beginning, just like this last niche that I showed you. And then you can transition into BAKJ type beat just by itself and start to get more ad revenue that way. But this keyword is just going crazy right now, and I'm definitely going to be starting another channel on this niche because it's just too broken not to. These beats are just becoming super, super popular, and I highly recommend it. That's why, when you add a trending keyword like this with an evergreen keyword like sample type beat, it's just unmatched. It really is. So you can't beat it. So it's a proven strategy that has worked over and over and over again, and I've done it with many of my channels. And as you can see, these beats are just going viral, right? 1.2 million views in 4 months. Crazy view potential there, so I definitely recommend doing your research on that niche. Now, for the last niche, we have maybe a bit of a shocker for you guys, but Future x Metro Boomin type beats. Now, you might be like, wow, Future's like pretty competitive. I'd say that's definitely a big name in the game, along with Metro Boomin, right? But if you do it right, you can definitely break into this niche, even on a brand new channel. I recommend going more of the luxury route with the thumbnails. As you can see on this one right here, it's got a picture of a Rolls Royce, and it's kind of has a moody vibe to it. So I would go jewelry, Rolls Royce, or just like luxury cars, right? Or even just fast cars in general, like McLarens, Ferraris, all that. I definitely think cars and stuff like that is the method, especially like jewelry too. You basically want to match like Future's aesthetic, but don't actually put Future as the thumbnail. I wouldn't recommend it. The reason why is you'd be kind of boxing yourself in. So right here I have kind of the diagram of the thumbnail formats. And basically you don't want to box yourself into just the artist thumbnail format. I'm not going to touch up too much in depth on this, but basically the artist algorithm is for the pictures with the artist on the picture. In this case, let's say it's a Lil Baby type beat, like the picture above. When the artist is on the picture, it will only be shown up to next to other Lil Baby type beats, which kind of limits your reach, right? Even though, yeah, Lil Baby is a big keyword, you're boxing yourself in. Whereas when you do a picture of like a Rolls Royce or jewelry, you'll be shown up next to other pictures of like nice cars and other pictures of jewelry, or thumbnails, I mean, not pictures, same thing. And what this does is, you know, if there's a bunch of videos going viral with cars on it, which there's a bunch of type beat videos going viral right now with cars, you'll be put up next to that instead of another picture of Future or something, right? So that's kind of a cheat code with the thumbnails right there. That's definitely a gem. And Future, X Metro, Boomin type beats, especially these type, you know, definitely more of like the "we don't trust you" sound, kind of like that 21 Savage sound almost. If you include samples in these type of beats, like choir samples or stuff like that, you will explode. Definitely another banger niche right there. So let me show you how I actually found these niches. That way you can find more niches like this yourself. So to start, you can look at YouTube itself and search type beat just in the search bar to find the hottest keywords, right? You can just see what's on top. I recommend doing it in incognito mode. That way you don't get any of like your recent searches or like any of your data playing into what you see on the search results. Definitely do incognito. That way it's just a raw search results and you see who's really popping, right? I recommend having vidIQ installed. It's a free Chrome extension. They have a paid version, but I don't really recommend it. It's kind of unnecessary for what we do, at least. But definitely get vidIQ. It's spelled vidIQ. Literally, that's it. You just search that up and download it on Chrome. I also use my own AI software, so this isn't something I sell or anything. It's just something I use for myself and for my clients. It's my own personal AI type beat market analyzer, and what it does is if I just search, say, Drake type beat or something, or any keyword, it'll give me an analysis of the competition and kind of like where they're messing up, what could be done better, and it gives me all their tags, their descriptions, their metadata, all that nerdy stuff. So I like to use that. So if you know code, maybe program something like this that I made for myself. But I recommend for all you guys just to use vidIQ, and honestly just to use YouTube incognito mode just to like search up the keywords itself. It's really pretty much there, you know, like 90% of it is that. Obviously that extra 10% is from something nerdy like this, but you'll be good with vidIQ, at least to get started and get to your first like 10K subs. Once you get to 10K and like 20K subs and are trying to go for like that 50 to 100K sub mark, that's when you definitely want to implement stuff like this. But yeah. Now, what's an easy way to turn any keyword into a viral niche? Well, posting beats with viral samples or samples with viral potential. Now, what I mean by this is these could be sounds that are going viral on TikTok, Instagram, or just on the top charts, or classic songs, classic bangers. This could be from the early 2000s era. You can sample just about anything. You could even sample a song from 2 years ago if you wanted. As long as it sounds good, that's all that matters. Now, sample beats are the cheat code to going viral right now and can be applied to any keyword to instantly 5 to 10x your view potential. So that's good, you know, if you want to go viral and turn any keyword into a viral niche, really, right? But what's an easy way to have your channel get more beat sales even with low views? Now, all these other producer YouTubers don't really talk about this, but I thought I'd share it with you because it's super, super crucial for actually building a sustainable hype beat business. Okay, so how do you do this? Well, you target a more mature or serious audience, right? Believe it or not, but 16-year-old kids freestyling at 3 a.m. instead of doing their homework do not buy beats. I wish they did because I'd be a millionaire right now. This is why I touched up earlier on the R&B niche, because this niche, number one, it targets more females than any other niche would, right? It targets singers, which buy more beats. And R&B usually targets an older audience. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about like your grandparents old. I'm talking about just more mature. So like, you know, 25 to 45, right? And people that are a bit older typically just have more money available. And it's not even so much that, it's more that they just have the mindset of investing in themselves, right? Whereas a 16-year-old kid freestyling in the school bathroom doesn't really think about, you know, actually building a brand and a business as an artist, right? They don't think about it like that. They don't care about being cleared and legally, you know, protected and all that. Or just even thinking about business in general, right? There's, you know, they're younger, which makes perfect sense. So if you just think about it logically like that, then it actually makes more sense to go for a niche that targets a more qualified audience, right? Because you'll make so much more money without needing to get millions of views every month. So you're probably thinking, okay, what are some niches that target artists that actually buy beats? Well, I'll show you. First, we have Meek Mill type beats, and Meek Mill type beats are kind of more like that sad Drake R&B type beat. They got some emotion in it. They definitely got some pain in it, but I wouldn't say it's like traditional rod wave type of pain. It's more of like a R&B type of pain. And they also have like some soulfulness in it. And soulful beats really do sell a lot. So Meek Mill is a super, super good keyword if you want to sell a lot of beats. Bryson Tiller type beats are just like any R&B in general. I already kind of talked about that, but R&B sells like crazy. And boom bap type beats, you know, like kind of like that 90s hip hop, old school style. I mean, think about it. You're going for people that want 90s hip hop and want old school beats. They probably grew up with that, meaning they're like, you know, 30, 40 years old, which automatically allows you to target an older audience, right? Or just a more mature audience. These people probably buy beats versus 14-year-old kids that are rapping on a Yeet type beat. I'm not saying that Yeet type beats don't sell, but I'm saying, you know, 1 million views on a Yeet type beat might make you $3,000 in beat license sales, whereas 1 million views on a boom bap beat will make you $15,000 or $20,000, right? And that's not even including like the YouTube revenue, which typically on a type beat, 1 million views is about $3,000 in the AdSense revenue. That's just in my personal experience. Like I'll pull up a beat with 1 million views here. Yeah, it's about $3,000. All right, so you have an idea of what niches to go for if you want to make the most profit, but how can we actually convert these artists into buyers? Well, if we think about it logically, we already have what we really need, which is the audience, right? We have the target audience, meaning we've already done 50% of the work. Now we go into some of the nerdier things, which is just sales mechanisms, which this is where we collect emails. And so what we do is we funnel these artists into an email automation. And in this automation, we are nurturing them. So let's say they download a free beat, right? And they're already our ideal customer. Then if they don't just purchase the beat right away and they just download it to kind of give it a test run or whatever, now we have their email and they instantly get tagged and put into an email automation, which is where they get nurtured. So you're not just saying, hey, now that you're on my email list, buy my beat and just try and shove a product down their throat. That's not what works. It doesn't work on me. It doesn't work on you. So it definitely wouldn't work on them. So you're just going to send about 5, maybe even 8 emails, and you're just giving value. You're just trying to give value. That's your whole goal with this funnel. You're giving a bunch of value, you know, maybe tips on just how to grow as an artist, because technically, right, you are an artist. So if you've built up your YouTube quite a bit, even just a couple hundred subs, right, that's pretty decent. You're able to get views on your music. That's like, you know, 90% of music producers can't do that. So once they go through the funnel, right, and ideally, you know, you want to give a discount code, you know, maybe 20% off your first purchase or something like that. I usually like to do a beat pack of, you know, say either a beat pack, or you could try them to just get them to purchase a license. Since they just got the free download, you kind of want to get them to just purchase a license. So a discount code would probably be best. And then from there, if they start to like you after being nurtured, right, they will probably buy. Now, obviously not every single person that goes through the flow is going to buy, but the key here is volume. So if you start getting a lot of views, more and more people will go through this funnel, meaning eventually people are going to be converting through this. It's inevitable. Money always follows attention. So that's just a rough idea of how you can actually convert these artists into buyers once you have the channel built up and everything, of course. For now though, if you're a complete beginner, don't worry about that yet. Just focus on the YouTube side of things. But yeah, I hope you got some value out of this. I know I talk fast, but I just get really excited about this stuff. Can't help myself. But you guys have a good night. I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care. Alright, so I hope you're enjoying these first few sections of the course. I know that the super technical stuff is super valuable, but I also want to share with you some of the valuable lessons that I learned in the last 5 years of my beat selling career. That way you can avoid making the same mistakes that I made. So enjoy, guys. Alright, so this next section will be all about getting a high retention on every single one of your type beat videos. Your retention is one of the most important factors that play into your video's performance. So please make sure to take notes on this part of the course and enjoy. So I've uploaded over 2,000 type beat videos, and as a result of that, I made well over $250,000 in profit by the time I graduated high school, strictly from selling beats online. I got the BeatStars 1 million plaque, and I have hyper obsessed over the type beat game. I never stopped studying the game, and I've learned just about every single thing you could possibly think of when it comes to type beats. I've been able to develop my own formulas and unique strategies to actually get success on my type beat channels every single time, and more than half of my type beat channels, I started and monetized them within 30 days. The journey's been a blast, so in this video, I'm going to share some of the most important lessons that I've learned over the last 5 years in my beat selling career. So the first lesson that I had to learn is that if your quality is shit, there's nothing that I could tell you that would help you blow up. There's no thumbnail technique, there's no retention hack or anything like that that could possibly help you blow up if your beats suck. And to be honest, it took me an extra 1.5 years than it should have until I finally was able to start seeing results. And this is because I neglected getting my quality straight and neglected actually mastering the sound and the craft that goes into making beats. And I just wanted to rush blowing up, I just wanted to start posting and just start getting results, and that's not really how it works. You really have to have good beats already before you can start seeing any type of results. So I kind of was learning everything about the type beat game, and then I kind of had to take 3 to 6 months to just solely focus on the music and develop my craft. And during this time, I was not posting. And once I felt like my sound was finally good, or good enough and on my competitor's level, that's when I started heavily posting every single day again. I was hungrier than ever and I really wanted it bad. And that was when I was finally able to start seeing results with my type beat channel. So make sure to focus on your quality. It's super important. And if you neglect it, you'll end up wasting so much time when you could have just focused on the music, gotten your sound a lot better, and then went hard with the type beat stuff. But if you're watching a video like this, chances are your sound is already good, you're already hard at making beats, you just need a little extra help with the marketing side of things and all the nerdy stuff that goes in with the type beat stuff. So that's what I'm here to help you with. Now, the next lesson that I learned is that you have to become the artist. Now, I'm not talking about becoming the next Pure Born where you're a producer and a rapper. What I'm saying is you have to put yourself in the artist's shoes. That is when you will finally understand what your audience wants to click on and what they want to watch and listen to. It's what took me from 0 to 100 in a matter of 6 months. When you're thinking about what the artists would want to click on and what they want to listen to, it actually becomes a lot easier to get results, because let's say you're going after Future type beat, right? Okay, well, what does he rap about? He raps about luxury, living large, right? Watches, diamonds. So it probably would be a good idea to do pictures of Rolls Royces as your thumbnails, or iced out jewelry, for example, right? Because that's what matches the aesthetic, and that's probably what people that want a Future type beat are going for. That's what they want for themselves, so that's why they would want to click on that. It gets really nerdy because like you're tapping into the psychology of these things, but it really is what allows you to start crushing it. Now, the next lesson that I had to learn is that nobody cares. I would tell a lot of my friends what I was doing and what I was trying to do, and a lot of them would be like, well, this just can't really go anywhere. Like they didn't understand it. And so since usually you listen to your friends or you value their opinion, I would like take this stuff to heart. And what I learned is that you can't explain this type of stuff to someone that doesn't have a clue about what it is, because they don't know the potential of it. They don't know what it can lead to. They don't even understand what you're talking about. So of course they're going to shoot it down. So what I recommend to you is to not tell your friends or family about what you're doing, at least in the beginning stages, and surround yourself with other type beat producers. Even in the comment section of this video, there's going to be a lot of type beat producers that are in the same position as you and are trying to learn, right? So surround yourself with other producers that are in the same position as yourself. That way you can talk about these things with them and you don't need to feel like all weird about it, Now, another thing is, do not wait for motivation. I would always think, oh man, I'm just not feeling that motivated today. And you might be like that too. Some days you're just not that motivated. If you were to wake up to your type beat channel getting 100,000 views a day, chances are you'd be pretty motivated to keep going, right? You'd be pretty pumped up. And that's exactly my point, is you have to create your own motivation, because motivation you don't just get motivation. You get motivation when you're seeing results or when you start taking action. Okay, motivation follows results in action. That's facts. So you have to trick yourself into not paying attention to the numbers and solely focusing on your input, because when you focus on your input, your output will always resolve itself. You have to trick yourself into thinking that you're already a successful type beat producer. That's basically what you have to do. You have to push through the stages where you're not seeing any results, because I myself and all the other successful beat sellers and type beat producers have had to go through the same thing. It's not like we started and we were just succeeding. We all started from 0, and there were days that I did want to give up. There were days that I definitely did not have any motivation, but I never took my foot off the gas. I posted every day, even if I was getting literally 1 view, which a lot of the times I wasn't even getting that. So that's exactly what got me to the point where I'm at today. That's exactly what got me to the point where I'm at today, is I just never took my foot off the gas, even if I wasn't motivated, right? Now, the next lesson that I learned, which might actually excite you, is that there is no competition. If you truly want it bad enough, there's literally nothing that can stop you from blowing up your Typee channel. There's nothing. If you're obsessed over this game, and actually, instead of like telling yourself that you're obsessed, if you're actually staying up late, studying every little thing about the Typee space, watching videos like this, and actually taking notes, and truly want to be the best at the Typee space, then you will become that. I have videos and pictures on my phone, and I'll probably share that another time, but I have videos and pictures where I'm literally taking notes, and on the screen I have like 30 subscribers. Like there, I was where you once were. And I knew that, okay, if people are dominating in the first place, then they started from 0 too, meaning, you know, they were able to crush their competition. So it can't be that competitive, right? There's no such thing as like, oh, it's too saturated, right? Because if people are doing it in the first place, then clearly it's possible. And that's all the proof that you need, right? That's everything. So I knew that, okay, if I just outwork my competition and outstudy them and look at everything that they're doing and then make a list of everything they could be doing better and then apply that, then that's the winning formula that you need to start succeeding with the Typee space, right? So if you want it bad enough, there's nothing that can stop you, okay? And that's coming from someone who started 4 or 5 years ago, didn't have a clue about the Typee space or even how to sell beats or anything like that. And over time, with me not taking my foot off the gas and studying every single day relentlessly, eventually I worked my way up to the position that I'm in now. So just know that it's possible, okay? Now, the next lesson that I had to learn is that nothing is permanent. So when you start actually getting results with your Typee channel, your views are going to be going up, but never get comfortable. Never just all of a sudden be celebrating so much and then take your foot off the gas. I see so many producers start getting results and then all of a sudden they think it's just never gonna stop going up, and that's not how YouTube works. Trust me, there is plenty of ups and downs. You will have times when you're just popping, right, and going crazy, and then you'll have times when you're stagnant, and you'll also have times when you're going down in views, okay? And that's when you need to re-strategize. But here's the key difference between regular Typee producers and successful Typee producers. A regular Typee producer will see his views going up and then get super excited and then just think, oh, well, it's never gonna stop, so I'm just gonna keep posting and keep doing what I'm doing. But what a successful Typee producer is, he sees that his views are going up because maybe, you know, a video is just going crazy viral, right? What a successful producer does is he analyzes what's working well with that video and then thinks about, okay, how can I make this even better? And how can I make my next banger while the current one is blowing up? That way, you're already thinking about the next step, the next banger to drop, instead of thinking in the past, right? When a video blows up for me, I already count it as it's in the past. It's not even real, right? I need to just analyze the data from it because clearly something's working, and I need to apply that to my future videos so that I can continue seeing the success, right? The views are in your control. The algorithm is a set thing, right? Like, you just need to play to it, you know? It doesn't matter how old your channel is. It doesn't matter what country you're from. The algorithm is the algorithm, so you literally just need to play to it and you will get results. It's simple as that. And that's why I love this game, is there's literally a science to it. And for a geek like me, it's heaven. Now, the next lesson that I learned is that views do not equal sales. So to give you some context, in the beginning stages of my Typee career, I thought that if you got tons of views, that would automatically lead to sales, which is true, right? Money follows attention. But it wasn't until I started making multiple channels in different niches that I realized, wait a minute, certain niches sell more than other niches. And so what I found is that, you know, if I get 1 million views on a Pooh Shiesty type beat, for example, right, or an NBA Youngboy type beat, that 1 million views might lead to $3,000 in sales, you know, just like the MP3 license sales. But 1 million views on an old school boom bap type beat or an R&B type beat could bring you $10,000 to $15,000 in sales, right? You could see a 5x multiple. And so no one ever really talked about this, and this isn't something I realized until I, you know, made multiple Typee channels. I had to kind of learn it myself just through trial and error. So if you pick the right niche from the get-go, you're already doing 50% of the work if you want to build a sustainable Typee business. Now, another thing that I learned is that manifestation really works, but only if you combine it with volume and, most importantly, action. Now I have a video where in like April 2022, I was a sophomore in high school. I'm gonna literally play it for you because it's so crazy. In the video, I say that I'm gonna blow up and have one of the most viral type beat channels of the year or something, and that I was gonna do it within the next 3 months. Give me 3 months. I will be dominating YouTube type beats. I'll be one of the fastest growing YouTube channels. Type beat history at least. And so 0 views, 0 subscribers. I'm just making this video so that I can go back to it and see that I manifested it, called it. And what ended up happening is within the next 3 months, my channel started to explode. And it wasn't just because I was like, you know, I'm going to have the most viral type beat channel ever and then just kick my feet back. No, like I said that because I meant it. I knew I was gonna post every single day relentlessly and continue studying my analytics and studying the competition. And I knew that I wanted it more than everyone else. So manifestation really does work if you combine it with volume and action. So hopefully that gives you some motivation right there. Now, another lesson that I learned is that the artists pick the viral beats. You see, the viewers are what make a beat go viral, not you. So if they like a specific sound, you better keep posting that exact sound. And if they like a type of picture on your thumbnails, then you better keep posting that exact type of thumbnail. And this isn't you being controlled by your audience, it's just giving what the market wants. And if you want to do your own thing and, you know, just post your beats without doing any SEO or listening to the market, listening to the audience, and you're fine with getting 4 views a video, then by all means, go ahead. But if you actually care about getting views and seeing results, then you do have to listen to your audience to a degree, right? Now, another thing you should be doing is studying your niche relentlessly. Never stop studying your competition, even if you're dominating them. Because even if you're higher than them in views or on the search rankings, there still could be other little nuggets that you can pick up from them, right? So never stop studying your competition. Always be a student of the game. Now, another lesson I learned is that one beat will really change your life. In my sophomore year of high school, I posted a beat that completely set the stage for what was to come in my type beat career. This beat is at almost 2 million views. It's made me over $10,000, and that's just from leases and ad revenue. I never sold an exclusive or anything. But this beat completely changed my life and exploded my channel and led to other videos getting millions of views. And it's what's allowed me to get tens of millions of views across all of my type beat channels, and now tens of millions of views for my clients. So one beat really will change your life. And what's nice to know is that you are literally one beat away from having your life changed. And that brings me into my next point, which is it's you versus you. And you only fail once you give up. So you are technically your biggest enemy. If you decide that, oh, this just isn't working, I've posted for 2 weeks now, but I'm getting no views, and then you just decide to give up, then now you failed. But when you were getting 20 views a video, you weren't failing. You were growing, right? You were getting to the point where you could start seeing some crazy results. You were building your catalog, right? You were warming up the algorithm. You weren't failing though. So I think producers have like this misconception where they think, oh, if I'm not getting views instantly, then it's just clearly not going to work. I need to make a new channel. They start stressing out. And it's like, if you just stop for a second and breathe and get this whole mentality out of your head, you'll actually start seeing results, because it really is you versus you. You only fail once you give up. Now, another lesson I had to learn is that you have to be consistent with intent. So you have to be intentional with your thumbnails while also maintaining consistency, right? You must first be intentional with how you're structuring your beats and your thumbnails, the arrangement, your channel's theme, all of that stuff before you can start being consistent in general, you know, with just posting every day. A lot of producers have this misconception where they think, oh, when people are telling me to be consistent, they mean just post every day or post a lot like that. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about be consistent with your thumbnails, titles, your theme, your tags, descriptions, your sound, intros, metadata, all of the nerdy stuff. Like, we're telling you, be consistent with everything. Make it easy for you to blow up, right? Don't make it hard. Now, another thing, and I've said this on the Heat podcast, if you treat this like a real business, you will get results like a real business. Because a lot of producers think, oh, I'm just gonna post a beat every day and then just hope that sales come in. And you know, to a degree, like, yeah, that is how it works, and that's what's kind of nice about this business model, but there really is a lot more that goes into it. And I have another YouTube video where I kind of go more in depth on this. I'll leave it down below for you in the description. Feel free to check it out right after you watch this video. But when you actually start treating this like a real business and actually think, okay, you know, I'm going to stick to this schedule. I'm going to post every day. I'm going to have my branding really good. I'm going to invest some money into, you know, getting a nice channel art, getting a professional sounding tag. I'm going to start investing in like the education side of things, like getting vidIQ, you know, even though it's free, like all of that stuff matters, right? When you're actually treating it like real business and actually focusing and not just winging everything, you know, when you actually have some structure to it, you actually see structured results. So hopefully that makes sense. But leading into my next lesson is everything you do right now affects the results you will be getting in the future. The reason why I say this, and you know, this kind of goes back to the whole point of like when people are posting every day, they try it for 2 weeks and then they give up. Well, you didn't fail because if you would have kept posting, you're actually making little investments. Every single beat that you drop is a mini investment. If you think about it like this, it actually becomes a lot more easy to understand and it actually might motivate you a bit more because YouTube compounds. So when you blow up, it will never be like this. Okay, it will never be a linear line. It's going to be like this, an exponential curve, literally every single time. So every beat that you drop is compounding to that because once you're blowing up, all of your beats will start getting views, which means all your views are going to be going like this. That's literally just how YouTube works. And that's why you should never ever give up because everything you're doing right now is leading to your future self succeeding and winning. Now, I always get producers asking me, okay, when do I actually start my Type B channel? And my answer to them every single time is yesterday. Start posting now. Don't waste another day. Because if you keep procrastinating and waiting and waiting and waiting, you're going to find yourself in the same exact position 12 months from now. When if you would have started now, you could have already been adding to the compound effect this whole time. And in 12 months, who knows, you could have a bigger Type B channel than all of my channels combined. You don't know that, right? That could easily happen if you follow the steps that I've shown you. Hey, how's it going, guys? In this video today, I'm going to be going over the retention hacks and kind of the optimization for arranging your beats for retention and getting average view duration. So this should be a pretty good one. A lot of producers kind of fail to understand how vital your retention is for your Type B channel growth. So that's why I really wanted to dedicate a whole video to this, and let's just get started. All right, so the one mistake killing producers' Type B channel growth is obviously that producers post their beats without thinking about the necessary vital structure that is needed to get a lot of views consistently. So, you know, just actually arranging the beats properly and actually optimizing for results. Because when you're growing a Type B channel, you really are trying to please the audience. A lot of the times producers can kind of think, oh, well, I'm making music for me, and that's great. But if you're actually trying to sell beats and actually get people to watch your beats, you do kind of have to think about your audience at the same time, right? So a lot of producers kind of get in their head sometimes with that, and you kind of have to drop your ego and actually focus on, okay, how can I please the audience and how can I actually make my audience stay, right? So that's kind of the main thing when it comes to that. And going viral comes down to how long you can keep artists engaged in your beat. That's it. Obviously, you know, your thumbnail matters and your SEO matters, right? All your metadata and all that. That matters, right? It definitely matters. But your actual beat itself is the most important thing, right? They're coming here to listen to your beat. So it's kind of nice to know that, okay, if your beat is really good, then you have a significantly higher chance of actually seeing results. So yeah, you want to be optimizing your videos, right? That's super, super important. You know, in the producer community, at least in the online beat selling space, producers always think when we talk about optimization, we're talking about just SEO. Well, that's completely not true. We're definitely talking about the beat itself, right? Making sure that the video is optimized for retention, super, super important, and it's going to be a key player to your success. So if you learn these retention hacks that I'm about to show you in this video, your channel will see significant growth over the next 3 to 6 months, and it could even be in the next 3 to 6 weeks. That really just depends on how well you pay attention. So pay attention. Take notes. All right, so why is arrangement so important? Well, if you get lazy with the structure of your beat, the retention and average view duration really reflects that. As you can see over here, I kind of have like a example of what is a good retention and what is a bad retention. So this is what happens when you post a good beat without implementing retention hacks, right? Even if it's a good beat, if you don't actually implement retention hacks, and I'm going to get into what a retention hack is in just a little bit, but if you don't implement retention hacks, even on a good beat, you can see a 33% 30% retention rate, and that's horrible, right? You don't want that. That means 33% of the viewers are still watching at around the 30-second mark, meaning you lost almost 70% of your viewers within the first 30 seconds. That's really not good. And this is what happens when you post a good beat with implementing retention hacks, right? 90% of viewers are still watching at around the 30-second mark. That's super, super good. You're keeping 90% of the viewers. And if you think about this logically for a second, right? All YouTube wants is money, right? They are a business. At the end of the day, they are a business. All they want is this. So the more people that you keep on their platform and happy, right? Imagine this is a happy guy. He looks pretty happy to me, right? The more people like this that you keep on YouTube, the more they will reward you in the algorithm. So literally growing a Type channel comes down to just this. Can you keep people happy? That's it, right? Think about it. You're watching this video because you want to learn how to grow a Type channel, and you're still watching to this point because you're learning something, right? So I'm giving you what you came for. So when someone comes on your beat, right? If they're sticking around, it's because you gave them what they came for. So let's say you post a Drake type beat, and the beat itself is definitely more like a Travis Scott sound. You're gonna automatically see a way less retention because you didn't really give them what they came for, right? So it's you really need to make sure the type of beat that you're posting is really the type of beat that you're advertising, right? I hope that makes sense and that I'm not just confusing you even more. But anyway, I also want to go over like what are some of the actual best arrangement structures. That way you kind of get an idea of what to shoot for. I feel like that'd be pretty valuable. So structure 1, these are at least like the structures that I go for, and it's gotten me tens of millions of views on my Type B channels. I like to go for, you know, the first 8 bars is just the beat playing with the drums and everything like hard right away. And this can be done in any niche, right? Any genre, any whatever. First 8 bars, you just have the beat playing. Then it transitions from bars 8 to 16 to a bridge, right? So only the melody is playing, right? And this can have like more of the melody playing. So for example, in the first 8 bars, you have the beat playing like hard right away, but maybe it's just one part of the melody, right? Or just like, you know, the core part. But then in the bridge, you have like the counter melody playing along with the main melody, right? So it gets a little more complex with the melody, but the drums disappear for the bridge. I'm sure you know what a bridge is. And then bars 16 to 24, the beat plays again full force, right? So this is like pretty standard, but a lot of people don't do it with type beats, and it's an easy way to get your retention up. Kind of what the typical retention on this structure looks like is, you know, 82%. You can see around 70 to 80% retention rates on this arrangement structure. Mind you, obviously I still implement retention hacks. So if you weren't to use any retention hacks, you would just be kind of getting maybe 60 to 70%, which is still really good. Or I wouldn't say it's really good, but it's decent for sure. So another way you could be structuring your beats is the first 8 bars, you know, you have the melody playing with only the kick and the 808 playing. Now, this is the most common strategy that I went for as far as arranging my beats on my Memphis channel. That channel I blew up in kind of like the Pooh Shiesty, Key Glock, Big Scar lane. And so this worked really well for that. I'd say this typically works best in like the trap niche, but this could also be applied to boom bap and R&B, just off the top of my head, and maybe a couple other niches that I'm not thinking of right now. So bars 8 to 16, the melody gets more complex. You're still only using like the kick and 808, but now we implement like the open hat or maybe a triangle, something like that, just to add a little bit of a switch up with the drums, but nothing crazy. And then bars 16 to 24, that's where the melody is still complex, but now you're only using hi-hats and claps, right? Or a snare. You're basically having a 24 bar intro, which easily gets you like a 40 to 50 second average view duration just because the intro is that long. And let me tell you, everyone stays until the beat drop. I'm telling you, they really do. So it's an easy way, like that is a retention hack, for example. That's an easy way to get better retention and a higher average view duration. And I saw close to 2-minute average view durations on some of my beats with this arrangement structure. So this is crazy sauce right here. And then bars to 24 to 32, when the beat drops, you just drop it full force, all drums, everything. Pretty standard, but the typical retention on this structure is like 96%, right? Sometimes I'm getting a 2-minute average view duration on the structures. So it's super, super broken. I'd say it cooks the most with trap beats, but if you're not in trap, this can also work pretty well in other niches, like specifically R&B, I'd say, specifically more that like trap soul sound. But I've seen this work with like Drake R&B beats, for example, or like kind of like that soulful Meek Mill sound. But now let's talk about, you know, what is a retention hack? Because you're probably like, okay, Diego, you've been talking about retention hacks this whole video, but what even is a retention hack? Let me explain, okay? A retention hack is a unique element that you add to your type beat video or beat in general, right? To engage the audience. That is literally it. That's the definition in my terms, right? And no, it's not an actual hack that manipulates the algorithm in an unethical way or something. Like, you're not actually like messing with the algorithm. You're just playing to it. So these are legitimate strategies that keep artists engaged consistently, and it's what I've used to get tens of millions of views on my type beat videos, and in return generate multi six figures in profit from literally just selling beats. So when this really starts to cook is when the views start to compound. So I'm going to show you a little bit of the compound effect that happens with YouTube type beats. And I'd say definitely specifically type beats, not just YouTube in general, but specifically type beats due to our niche, and I'm going to explain. So number one, these type beat videos have something called SEO, right? So when we're search engine optimizing our videos have a much higher chance of actually getting in the search results. And what happens when your videos get in the search results is your video is now an asset. So it's basically going to get views forever. This is the beauty of YouTube. Your video is going to get views forever, even if it's 2 views a day. If you have 1,000 videos, that's now guaranteed 2,000 views a day. So this is where the compound effect starts to go crazy, because if you were to be a normal producer and post every day or whatever, right, and you're SEO optimizing your videos, you might think, okay, that's enough. And sure, that might get you that 2,000 views guaranteed. But how do we take the videos that, you know, say after 6 months, now they're only getting 1 view a day or 2 views a day? How do we make it where they have a higher chance of getting 100 views a day or 1,000 views a day, right? Even after years of them being uploaded? Well, this is where we implement retention hacks, right? So obviously your SEO should be in place, right? If you don't know about SEO, I have a YouTube video where I go over everything with the type beat space, all the fundamentals and everything. I think it'd be super valuable for you, so I'll leave it down below for you in the description. You can check that out after you watch this. Now, the compound effect really cooks when you have retention hacks. So for example, if you are doing certain things to increase your retention, even if some videos still only get maybe a 50% retention, whereas if you didn't implement retention hacks, they would have gotten maybe a 20% retention or a 30-second average view duration. But since you implemented retention hacks, now it's like a minute average view duration, right? The more you do that, it's kind of like you're flipping a water bottle and you're waiting until one finally lands. Sorry, that was the craziest 2016 reference. But if you're optimizing your videos, and not just with SEO, but with your retention, then eventually, you know, you're going to get more videos to start going more viral. Meaning you're not just going to have videos. It's not like every single video is only going to be getting 2 views a day. You're going to have some that get 10,000 views a day. You're going to have some that get 30 views a day or 100 views a day or 1,000 views a day, right? Because you optimize them so well that they will be in the algorithm forever. Because guess what? The algorithm doesn't just change, right? The algorithm will always be trying to please the viewers, because that is how they make money. That will never change. So if you understand that, then it becomes really easy, okay? Just keep them on the videos longer. So if you have this timeless strategy of keeping them engaged, which I'm going to show you a couple more ways on how you can actually do this. I'm just kind of explaining the importance first so that you have it ingrained in your head, because this is literally the most important thing when it comes to type beats. So I'm going to split this up into 2 right now. And let's say, you know, you just started here, right? You just started here. Excuse my handwriting. Look, I didn't do that good in school. I also hold my pencil a little funky, so just bear with me. But what I do know is type beats and how to sell beats. So I'm going to keep doing my best to illustrate this for you. But let's say you started here and went the normal way, where you're not implementing retention hacks, right? Let's just say normal way, okay? And then you post every single day. Your views might look like this. Eventually, you know, oh, wow, you're getting maybe a little bit more views. And then it's just kind of like a linear growth, okay? Slightly exponential, right? Slightly exponential, but you know, your views, since you are posting every day, you're adding more to the catalog, you're inevitably gonna get more views over time, right? That's just how it is. That's the beauty of YouTube, right? No matter what, you can't really fail, right? But if you want to speed things up, you can go like this. Let's just draw another graph here. The new way, right? Now every single video is optimized perfectly to where over time, as you're posting, you're still going to start out the same as you would with anyone else, right? But then over time, now it's starting to look like this, okay? The reason why is because you're increasing the chances of every single video you have to get more views. You're basically 10xing your odds. And if you don't believe me, this is one of my type beat channels that I grew. And as you can see, when I started implementing, okay, I'm going to start optimizing my videos for retention, and I'm going to start treating every single video that I drop as an asset that will eventually get views, right? And continue getting views. So I'm going to put time and effort into making it a viral type B video, right? Obviously, you don't know if it's going to go viral, but you're going to try your best, right? So when I did that, the compound effect literally started to happen. As you can see, that's what happened to my views. These are the daily views. It's not like I just got this in one day. It literally compounds. So hopefully you understand like kind of what I mean by this. Now, what are some good retention hacks to implement right away, right? Let's talk about like actual retention hacks that you can implement now that you know how important it is. So certain retention hacks can work on some channels due to the compounding effect, creating the signature sound / style that artists keep coming back for, right? For example, on one of my type B channels, I did gunshots at the start of every single beat. This is immediately, this immediately caught people's attention and made them pay attention throughout the whole beat, right? Because it caught their attention, and then, wow, like a really good beat starts playing, so that now they're really intrigued. And then that every single time they came back, they heard that sound, so they knew, okay, the gunshots, and now a banger beat is playing, like this is his sound, this is his thing, right? This is his signature sound. So now they expect that every single time. And if you were to continue doing this, it starts to become more like brand, right? When brand starts to play a factor, there's basically no way that your type B channel falls off, because now you're like solidified in the algorithm. And I hope this is making sense. The reason why is because if you have brand play a factor, now people are watching you for you, not just your title, meaning now you can expand into other niches and other keywords, right? And people will continue coming back for you, right? So when you get brand as a factor in playing a role in your success, dude, it's over. You're off the walls at that point, right? So, however, this wouldn't work good on a channel that posts pop type beats, right? Since the audience would probably click off after hearing, a bunch of gun violence, a bunch of gunshots, that audience would definitely click off, the people that like pop type beats, because it's just not really what they're looking for, So choose retention hacks that make sense for your channel, right? Don't just copy something that works on someone's channel and think it could apply to your niche. Create the retention hack, right? So what I mean by this is, if something works for my channel and maybe you make R&B type beats, but something worked on my trap channel, don't just copy what I did on my trap channel onto your R&B channel, because that wouldn't make any sense, right? You want to create your own retention hack, and this is something I'm really going to preach to you, because this is how you actually grow a type B channel, is when you create your own sauce. So what I mean by this is, say someone comes across you and, they really like your, this guy looks crazy. They really like your sound, right? And they recognize that maybe you had gunshots at the start of, the beat, right? So they recognize it, and now they like this beat, right? They really like it. Imagine that's a thumbs up. Okay, that's horrendous, but they like this beat. And now if they hear it again, right? If the same person hears this beat again, they now will recognize it, meaning when every single time a beat comes into their recommended and it's from you, number one, they should be recognizing your thumbnails, because you should be posting the same type of thumbnails every time. But when they click on it, they'll already know what to expect, and they're already going to be like, what I'm trying to say is, they're going to pre-like the beat already. Like, they're going to want to watch more because they already know what's coming. And then this is where you start to build towards brand, okay? And brand is everything. When people like you for you, you now beat the algorithm, right? You're no longer in the algorithm's rules, okay? And this is literally what happens. So this is why I tell people is post with the same type of thumbnail every single time. Why? Because it's brand, it's your theme, right? People recognize it before they even look at the title, right? They know it's you before they even see what the video is, right? And so when people listen for you, you beat the algorithm. Now, some other good retention hacks is like movie intros work well, to grab people's attention at the start of your type beat video, especially if you match it with your niche, right? So if I was doing R&B type beats, I wouldn't do a Scarface intro, because it just doesn't make any sense, right? I do maybe something that would match the R&B niche. And yeah, so it grabs people's attention at the start of your type beat video, because your beat is now not the determining factor for if people click off or not, right? They're already recognizing something that's familiar to them. It's comforting, right? So now they're going to stay until your beat starts. Now, movie intros crush when, the movie intro, and what I mean by that is like just a scene of a movie that like is entertaining. You play that for like 15 seconds. Then the beat itself, the way it was arranged, the beat drops at 40 seconds usually. So now when you combine that with the movie intro or the movie scene, right? Now the beat's dropping at damn near a minute in. So people are waiting till a minute. And now you have basically guaranteed 1 minute average view duration. So that's why I always say your arrangement is so crucial on top of these retention hacks. Arrangement and retention hacks is completely different. Retention hacks are like little elements that you add in a video to make it more engaging, right? Now, motivational speeches are also good for the same reason that movie intros are solid, right? I've got millions of views with both retention hacks. Both movie intros, both motivational speeches, they work great and they still work great in 2025, okay? Now, back to the signature sounds, right? You want to have signature sound effects. You don't just need to have, visual retention hacks. Even a simple lighting a cigarette sound effect can be good for boom bap beats, for example, right? And you want to get creative. Remember, retention hacks become powerful when you create your own signature sound, right? Your own retention hack. That's really where you start to blow up, because now it's yours and it works really well for you, and people can't just copy it because it's yours, right? People know it for you. Like, I was like the first person to ever do the gunshots in the type B, and I ended up getting millions of views with that. And now, everyone's doing it, right? But when I was doing it, it was new, it was refreshing, and I created my own retention hack with that and ended up getting tens of millions of views from it. So I hope this makes sense. Excuse my horrible handwriting. It's my first day with this thing. I'm gonna get used to it. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, so throughout this course, I'm gonna be doing some live breakdowns of some of the type B channels that I've managed to blow up, along with some of the type B channels that I've blown up for my students. I figured this would give you a great understanding of what actually works, because if something is getting great results, then it's super valuable if I show you guys exactly what I did step by step to make that channel blow up. So with that being said, take some notes and let's get right into it. All right, so yes, I grew another type B channel where I blew it up in not 30 days, surprisingly. Usually I do it in 30 days, but this one actually took a lot longer, and that's actually one of the main points of this video that I'll get into later. But this one took about 3 months before it started getting traction. And actually, this isn't my channel. This is actually one of my clients that I coached, and I helped him be able to grow this channel. And I've actually helped him grow a lot of other channels in the past. I have another case study on this channel somewhere. I might link the video in the description if I remember. But anyway, his channel's doing really, really well. Basically, like 5 days ago, he was getting nothing, and it looked like that for a long time. So I'll show you the last 90 days when he started. And yeah, I mean, 10 views, 5 views, and he stuck it out like for 3 months straight, getting barely any views. It took him 2 months to start breaking past 100 views a day. And he just stuck to it every single day. He didn't miss a single day. He never missed a day. And so, it's easy to do well when you're willing to put in the work, because I could have told him everything I know, and I could have taught him the things that I did and showed him exactly what to do. But if he wasn't going to post every single day like I told him to, he wouldn't have gotten these results. So at the end of the day, it's on him, right? And he did very well. So yeah, I mean, just recently, literally just recently, one of his videos started hitting the algorithm. And now what's cool is once one of your videos start hitting the algorithm, your entire catalog starts hitting the algorithm. And so that's that's why this graph looks so exponential, right? We had a little bit of a dip today, but look, not every single day is just going to keep going up. I wish that's how it works. That's how it never works, though, in any business or in anything in life. There's always going to be ups and downs, but the views are very consistent. And as you can see, we did start to see a significant drop. The views actually cut in half earlier today, right? Obviously, that was in the AM, right? It was when everyone was asleep. But the fact that at 3 a.m., 1, 2 a.m., we're still pulling 456 views in an hour on a channel, on a brand new channel with 600 subs, which basically we got all these subs in the last 5 days. That's pretty damn good. Okay, I'd say that's pretty damn good. And then, in the peak hours, like the peak times, we're doing 1,000 views an hour, which is double his sub count. Okay, which again, we grew all these subs in the last 5 days. So algorithm's doing its thing. And so anyway, what's nice is like the whole catalog is taking off, and what's cool is it's not like it's just falling off right after, right? This is a video he posted today, and it was doing all right, right? And in the last like 45 minutes, you can see it's definitely significantly taking off more, and is now getting 100 views an hour, which if you do the math on that, that's 2,400 views a day. This video could easily hit 100,000 views within the next month or two. So as you can see, like, it got a significant amount of views and it started going down more, and now it's going back up. So like I said, this stuff is cyclical, but what's really cool is his engagement. So if you get the average view duration right, you're basically set up to blow up. And this is what I try to tell a lot of people is if you focus on the numbers, there's no way that the math will fail, right? So again, if you look at his click-through rate too, his click-through rate before they started launching it out, right? They launched it out at 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's when they started putting it in the algorithm heavily. And that's exactly when the click-through rate goes down, but that's because they're pushing it out. But before that, it had a 22% click-through rate at the highest hour, right? Which means that his thumbnails are really good. And when your thumbnails are good and your average view duration is really good, guess what's going to start happening? You know, the video is going to start taking off, and that's exactly what's happening. And this is just the video he dropped today. You know, we have another video here that's doing 100 views an hour as well. And this video is doing significantly well. As you can see, 65 subs already gained from it, 10,000 views. It had a significant drop, I'd say, definitely towards the nighttime. And I wouldn't say it was because of the nighttime. I'd say it's because the algorithm just kind of switched it off. But then it started testing it again towards the AM, and now it's starting to get picked back up, which is cool. So basically, like on a new channel, when you start going viral, you're gonna see a bunch of automatic, like they'll switch you off from the algorithm like that, and then they'll put you back in a little. They're like kind of testing you out and seeing how the audience is reacting to your music, right, or to your videos. And they're just basically, when they shut you off the algorithm, it's because they're analyzing the data that they just got from pushing you out. If it's good, then they'll keep pushing you out again. And that's exactly what's happening here. So really cool. Honestly, I know I'm kind of more serious right now, but it's just because like I'm super excited about my client here. And, you know, anytime I can help people get the results that I've gotten, it's a win-win. You know, it's a huge win for everyone. So again, look at the engagement on here. 1 minute 53-second average view duration. These are the numbers you need to be shooting for. Obviously, my client has really, really good beats. Okay, they're really freaking good. And his click-through rate is amazing because he listened to me when I told him what type of thumbnails to go for his niche. How to, you know, I told him to implement all the retention hacks that I know, which is why he's getting such a crazy average view duration. Obviously, you need good beats, but I've had clients that had really, really good beats that started posting and they'd get like a 20-second average view duration because they didn't know how to format it correctly. They didn't know how to arrange it correctly for the algorithm. And this is like the nerdy stuff, you know. I know a lot of producers don't think about this stuff, but this is the stuff that I think about. And by the way, if you have no idea who I am and you're like, who is this guy talking about, you know, the clients he's helping, what has he actually done for himself? My bad, I should have mentioned that at the start of this video, but basically I've made well over 250K selling beats, and I did that all before I graduated high school. I'm 19 now, and I have managed to get crazy revenue off beats and YouTube ad revenue with the tight beat space year after year. All this revenue is just from this one channel here. Got 30 million views. I've sold a lot of beats on BeatStars and other platforms like that, and I've grown channels in country, pop, R&B, trap, you name it, I've done it. Even some of the most hard niches to get in, like I blew this channel up in 2 uploads and got to 500,000 views in 12 uploads. And I mean, Lil Baby, like any niche, I've done it. And yeah, so that's a little bit about me. But back to my client here. Obviously, like he's crushing it, and I mean, you just gained another subscriber. You gained a couple more subscribers just in the matter of 30 seconds. But what's interesting is that his niche that he went for actually isn't what you would expect, right? It wasn't like the most popular niche. It wasn't a wickedly insane, like it wasn't Drake type beat. I'll say that. It's not Drake, it's not Travis Scott, it's not one of those type of niches. It's actually a little more abstract, you could say. And it's not just like trap, right? I wouldn't call it that. It's actually targeting an audience that is more likely to buy beats because it's targeting older people, in my opinion, like people from 30, 35, 40, maybe 25 on the lower end. By the way, I'm not saying you're old if you're 30 or 35. I'm just saying you're more mature, and people who are more mature like usually have more money to spend rather than, you know, like 16-year-old kids freestyling in the bathroom. They're probably not going to be buying beats, right? So that's why this niche is so awesome, because one, he's getting an insane amount of traffic, and it's the right type of people that you want if you want to sell beats. So that's always what I shoot for. Is I don't try getting people to blow up on like splurge type beat, or even some niches that I've gotten a lot of traction in, like Big Scar or Pooh Shiesty type beats. Like, unfortunately, those beats just don't really sell that much compared to like boom bap beats or soul R&B stuff. In my experience, those beats just sell so much more, and like all my friends that are big in the type beat space, they've said that as well. Like a lot of my guys who have even like 100K on YouTube on their R&B channel, they compare it to their trap beat channel, and it's like night and day between the sales. So it's cool. You know, it just shows proof of concept. Like, my whole thing is always maximizing profit and positioning my clients in the right niche to be able to maximize profit, but also get a lot of traffic at the same time. My client here is actually doing 10K a month right now, and because this isn't our first channel that we've launched. On his other channel, we grew his views by 400% within 30 days of me starting to coach him. I've been coaching him for a few months now, but yeah, 10K a month, not bad. We're gonna work on continuing to raise those numbers. But some key takeaways is, if we look in the analytics a bit more, right? His average view duration in general is 1 minute 37 seconds, which is wild. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If you have an average view duration like this all around, that means you've figured out the algorithm, you've cracked the code. And right, so he applied every single thing that I've taught him. And this just goes to show like what happens when you don't know what you're doing, right? This is probably what your views are looking like right now. If you don't know what you're doing and you're just trying to figure everything out, but you're stuck, this is probably what your views look like now. But if you streamline the process and actually get guidance for how to actually do the stuff from someone who's done it before, then your views can look like this. And this is just a perfect example of that. So his retention here is like literally insane. And actually, I have a video on my channel where I cover basically everything about the type beat space step by step. Even if you're a beginner or whatever, if you're kind of struggling with the type beat stuff and it's a little overwhelming, I think that'd be a perfect video for you to start with. So go ahead and watch that after you watch this video. I'll leave it in the description for you. But yeah, his retention is just crazy. And if we look at his audience too, you can see exactly when your viewers are actually watching your beats, and that's exactly when you want to be posting. So it's stuff like this, like where you kind of get a little more nerdy, is where you want to like actually go into your own analytics, right? Because I always say this, like when you're starting off in the type beat space, what you're kind of doing is just copying like who you want to be. So for example, if you want to make boom bap beats, you might be copying someone like Lethal Needle. He's huge in that space, and so you might be like trying to replicate his sound or replicate his thumbnails or his titles, his SEO, all that stuff, to hopefully get the same or close amount of success, right? But once you start getting success, the best thing to do after that is actually going into your own analytics and seeing, okay, let me study my own business here. Let me study like what's working for me and double down on that, right? You want to triple down on that. And that's exactly what we're doing here to scale this channel. So you also can see, okay, where are like what's the gender? Okay, so the main gender is male. So if you're making your emails, you can kind of, you know, and you might not know much about the email marketing side of things, but if say you're, you know, sending out email campaigns or have email automations to on the back end to convert these listeners into buyers in an effective way, then yeah, you're gonna kind of tailor your emails more to the male side of things, right? Just because you're looking at your own data, and that's how you know that. And then also, like for landing pages, if you ever got nerdy with that, like, you know, okay, everyone's on mobile basically, right? So you kind of know to cater things more to that. And then also your gender, right? Like I said, sorry, not the gender, the age is, you know, mainly older people. That's what you want to see, is they're older, 25 to 34. I'm not saying you're old if you're that age, but you know what I mean, you're more mature. So yeah, and if we go to the main video that's really taking off right now, it's cool because a lot of the views are from playlists and browse features. So usually when a channel kind of takes off, it's usually mainly from suggested, which it is from suggested, you know, 60% of the views are, but 23%, almost a quarter, are from browse features, which is super good. And that, if you don't know what that is, it's just like the homepage. So that's like really cool to see, because that means like it's going viral, you know, and we're not just relying on suggested. And it looks like the browse features is taking off more lately than before. Because if we dive into the analytics, as you can see, yeah, like browse features, it's definitely exponentially going up, which is what you want to see. And also the search views, 1,000 views are from search, meaning that he's actually ranking. You know, that means this video is not just like gonna blow up and then fall off. This is a video that's probably gonna hit, this video could hit 1 million views. You know, you never know. At this rate, it easily could. And what's cool here too is the other YouTube features. What this is basically when people click on the video but don't finish it and then come back. Okay, they come back maybe an hour or two later, right? That's cool because 1,700 views came from that, meaning people are watching it, and that's what's causing the watch time to just keep going through the roof. And playlists too, you know, playlist views is crazy. Because once you're in the playlist algorithm, that's kind of like the mixes that you'll see, like the YouTube will auto generate these mixes. That's when you really start getting a lot of views as well. So yeah, I mean, almost 500,000 impressions within like 5 days, or really like 3 days. And the click through, it's actually starting to go up the more it gets pushed out. And when that happens, yeah, I mean, this video could easily hit 1 mil. It's already at 62K within a few days. Yeah, easily could just start crushing it. It already is crushing it, but hey. So yeah, hopefully you got some sauce out of this. And at the bare minimum, I hope this like actually inspired you and showed you that like this stuff is possible. It's possible for someone like you. But anyways, I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care. Alright, so in this next section of the course, I'm going to be busting the biggest myth in the type beat space, which is that posting type beats is way too saturated. In my opinion, it's just such a destructive lie. So I figured I'd bust this myth once and for all. Alright, so if you're a music producer, then at some point you've probably heard someone tell you that the type beat space is just way too saturated, or, you know, like selling beats online is just too much competition, stuff like that. Well, in my opinion, that's like the biggest lie. It's such a destructive lie, because like, as I'm going to show you in this video, like I've gotten a lot of success with the type beat space. This is just one of my channels here. To be honest, I haven't posted in like 3 months on this channel, so the views are not the highest. I've honestly just been focused on getting my clients results, and you know, we just got one of my clients here to already start blowing up this channel. He's doing very well. But you know, I started this type beat stuff like when I was 14. I'm 19 now. I just turned 19 about a month ago. And I remember always hearing people go like, oh, it's way too saturated. And that was in 2020. The thing is though, people have been saying that the type beat space is way too saturated and that there's way too much competition for years. They've been saying that. They've said that for like the last 15 years, I'm not gonna lie. And I just always remember hearing people say that, and I always thought like, I mean, but clearly it's not that saturated. If people are winning, because clearly people are at the top of the space, there's always going to be people winning. So clearly like it does work. Clearly there's something to it, right? And I always just thought like, okay, well, I'll just learn everything about it and become the best at that thing, right? I wanted to become the best at type beats and just like the whole marketing side of beats. And in my opinion, like I'm definitely one of the best, at least as far as like the whole marketing side of things goes. Like I really can just make people blow up a type beat channel. Excuse my Fortnite friend request. That's crazy. Yes, I am a nerd. Yes, my shoes are Balenciaga. No, I'm just kidding. If I'm being honest, I'm still rocking the beat down Air Maxes that I've had since freshman year of high school. So in all seriousness though, like the whole saturated thing, like this channel, for example, I started this channel at the end of 2021, and you could see the very beginning. So December 19th is the day that I started this channel. So basically beginning of 2022. I actually blew this channel up in 10 days too, which is funny. But this was definitely like one of my most successful channels. And I started at the beginning of 2022, and people were definitely saying that the type beat space, or like the online beat selling space, was oversaturated at that point. Like people were definitely saying that, just like they were saying that in 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, and so on. And look, like I'm still blowing up channels for my clients in the big 2025. It's August now. This video's gotten 30,000 views in the last 48 hours. And it's not like I'm going for some keywords that are just like some secret sauce type of keywords. Like, no, I just know how this works. And if you dedicate more than 5 minutes to actually trying to learn the type beat space and actually learn how to blow up your beats, guess what? You might actually start seeing some results, along with being persistent. Now, I'm not gonna lie, you will need to dedicate more than 5 minutes, and I'm sure you have if you're watching this video. I think it took me like 2 years just to learn the basics of the type beat space, just because I'm like slightly retarded. No, but it really did take me a long time just to learn the basics, and I'm sure you're kind of in the same boat where like you're just trying to learn like just enough to get off the ground. And whatever you do, just please don't give up, because if I would have listened to people and been like, oh yeah, maybe it is too oversaturated, I wouldn't have gotten what I got. And you know, this like I've really done so many channels and done crazy revenue year after year, beat sales, all that. Like I really do this, and I'm really grateful that I didn't listen to those people that were saying, oh, just don't even attempt because it's just way too saturated. The people that say that, I'm going to tell you this right now, is the realest thing you'll ever hear when it comes to beats. The only people that tell you that the type beat space or beat selling is oversaturated are the people that failed at it. Okay, and they failed miserably at it. Those are the only people that will ever tell you it's oversaturated, like genuinely. Because it's not. There are 15, 14, even, you know, 13-year-old kids that were just like myself that are going to blow up this year because they didn't give up, and they're probably going to change their life just like I did. By the time I graduated high school, I think I had made just a little over $250,000 from beat selling, and I did it all throughout high school. And I don't mean to say that in a braggy way, but it just shows you like age doesn't matter, because you know, some of you guys might be, you know, 24, 25, maybe in your 30s or 40s, right? And you're just still, you know, just wanting to get into the beat selling space because you see how much potential there is, right? And there really is no better way to make money as a music producer than the type beat space, in my opinion. And I say that just because it's been the best cash flow machine and the most consistent cash flow machine that you could ever have. You know, because if you go for placements, think about it, like you're constantly relying on a label to maybe pay you on time. I mean, I think we've all experienced that, just how much of a pain in the ass that whole process is. And in my opinion, working for yourself is just, there's nothing better than that. And so I just hate this whole like, oh, it's too saturated. Like, dude, I've ran up like deca millions, not dollars, I wish, but views from the type B space. And I'm not any different from you. Like, look at me. I'm literally a geek, plain and simple, right? And you know, the thing is you might be in this position too, where you start up a type B channel and you get 5 views for 30 days straight on every single video, and you just start to think, maybe this really is oversaturated. Well, my client here also, you know, he had a good strategy. He did all the right things, right? And for the first 30 days, he posted and he got basically nothing. Okay, he got basically nothing. He posted every single day. It took him about 3 months. He just started blowing up. But he didn't take his foot off the gas. As you can see, he never missed a day. Never. He never missed a day. And so if you just stick through the rough moments that are gonna come with this journey, look at what happens when you don't give up, right? Like, that's why I always tell people, it's oversaturated until it isn't anymore. Until you win, and then all of a sudden you finally believe, like, wow, this actually is possible. And so think about it, like, for the people that just quit right here, they quit at, you know, 9 views, they'll never know what they could have gotten. And so they'll always tell people, oh yeah, it's too saturated, because they gave up too soon. And so it's like, just don't give up. That's the one thing I can tell you, is never stop trying to learn. I'm still learning everything about this game. I'm always going to be a student of the game, because you can never want to stop learning. There's always going to be new sauce. There's always going to be new game to learn. And, you know, that's what I'm here for, to also share that with you. I really do. I don't like gatekeeping. I really do try to give everything away. If there's one thing you can take away from this video, it's just do not give up. Stay persistent and stay obsessed with the game, man. Always be a student of the game. Alright, so in this next section of the course, I'm going to do a live breakdown of how I blew up another Type B channel for one of my students. This actually wasn't a brand new channel. What I did was I tripled his views within 30 days of him working with me. So this part of the course will be super valuable if you already have a Type B channel that's getting some views, but you just can't quite figure out how to continue scaling it. So make sure to take some notes and enjoy. Alright, so yes, I scaled this producer's Type B channel by 400% in the last 30 days. And the reason why I really like this case study is because it just kind of shows you that you don't need to start a brand new channel in order to start seeing results, right? And it shows that I can go into anyone's channel and immediately start scaling their channel up, right? And so this really just shows that I know what I'm doing. I'm good at what I do. And by the way, if I don't mean to say that in a cocky way, of course, but for those of you that are new and don't know what I do, right, this is exactly all I do. I've had consistent revenue year after year in the type beat space and just in the beat selling space. A lot of the money comes from YouTube, believe it or not. Like, this is just YouTube revenue here for just this channel. I run and operate multiple channels, and obviously channels for my clients. I do it in all kinds of niches, R&B, country, even in this niche, for example, right? I never even put type beat in any of the titles, right? I got this channel monetized in under 30 days. Same with like literally all of these channels. Lil Baby, I mean, you name it, I've done it. Again, I don't mean to say that in a cocky way, but I do feel that I am successful at what I do, so I don't mind sharing some advice that I have, right? So before my client started working with me, he was doing about 2,000 to 2,500 views on a good day, right? And now after 30 days of my client working with me, he's doing about 6 to 7 or even 8,000 views in a day. And I really love seeing that because he's in a niche that you actually wouldn't expect to get this amount of views from. So throughout this video, I'm just going to go over kind of like the steps that I took to actually get him these results. It's going to get nerdy, bear with me, right? Believe it or not, I'm kind of a geek, right? But yeah, so just bear with me. And also, if you want to get the same type of coaching that this guy got and scale up your type B channel very quickly, feel free to apply for my one-on-one coaching down below. But yeah, so the first thing that I did was I had to completely restructure my client's metadata. Okay, so he was kind of all over the place. This isn't my client's metadata, it's just a screenshot for an example. But by the way, the metadata is like the tags, descriptions, and titles, stuff like that. But yeah, so I completely had to restructure his metadata because kind of his titles were a little bit funky, and this is no shade on my client. Shout out to my client. I'm not going to expose who he is or what his niche is. As you can see, I have it kind of blocked out. Just because I'm still working with him, and I want, out of respect for him, like I don't want to expose him because we have a really good niche there, and I want to kind of keep it that way. So yeah, the first thing I did was just fix his metadata, and I did that with some tools that I have. You know, vidIQ, or I use my own personal tools, right? Some of you guys might not notice, but I have like AI systems and stuff like that to help me sell beats and kind of analyze the market. This stuff gets really nerdy, so if you're new to all this stuff, just take a breather. Like I'm gonna go very slow and explain it. And I plan on posting a lot more consistent, like ideally every single day. So just be ready for that. But yeah, I tidied up his metadata, got him with a good set of keywords, right? Before he was going for just one artist, and I decided to plug him in with 2 artists in the title, and we found that that worked a lot better because one of the artists was a very like low competition keyword but still had some buzz, and then the other artist was definitely a bigger artist in the space, and so we kind of leveraged both of those keywords to kind of help each other, and that's where it started really working well. So I then did some market research and found a gap in the market. And so, for example, like the way I found a gap in the market was by actually taking a look at YouTube itself and looking up the keywords that he was going for and seeing what the competition was doing. Another way that I was able to do this was by using my Type B market analyzer, which is just like my own personal tool that I use. And this kind of showed me exactly like where his competition was failing, and gave me an analysis and showed me keywords, all the metadata from the top guys in that niche. So I could just steal that, and then it gave me an analysis of where I can crush the competition. So that made it very easy. So using my own personal tools along with free tools like vidIQ, and just even just looking at YouTube itself, right? That gives you half of it right there. And yeah, so I also noticed that everybody in my client's niche was doing thumbnails of the artists that he was targeting, right? So a lot of the times in the type beat space, you'll see a lot of thumbnails that look like this, right? For example, this would be a Future type beat, and it's got Future as the thumbnail, right? That's very classic for the type beat space. And it's not that it doesn't work, it's just everyone does it, right? Usually because it does work. But what I found is when you go against the grain sometimes, that you can leverage that to get even way better results. I've done this myself. So a lot of people were going for example, like in Big Scar, in like the Pooh Shiesty space, a lot of people were doing just the artist. What I started doing was doing stuff that matched the theme and matched the aesthetic of the artist, and went for like pictures that were targeting a much broader niche. And yeah, so I started doing that, and that's how I really scaled up this channel. As you can see, there's barely any artist pictures. There's 2 actually in the top 8. And yeah, so we switched them over to a lot broader thumbnails, like just jewelry, cars, money, chains, stuff like that. And by doing that, my clients' views completely skyrocketed, right? And we didn't need to create a new channel to achieve these results, right? I instantly started getting him much better results. And if you look here, right, he's getting 46,000 views a week, And if we just do the math on that, right? If we just think about this logically for a second, 184,000 views a month, which is, 46,000 times 4, it's 184,000 views a month. If we just take 3% of that and be conservative, right? That's 5,520 people clicking on his beats, right? And then actually clicking on the link in the description, the purchase link, right? So these are like pretty warm leads that are clicking on the videos because they searched up for a specific type of beat, and then they're clicking the purchase link for that specific type of beat. They know exactly what they want. So these are like the warmest leads you can get. That's what's so powerful about the type beat space. It's like we didn't need to pay for any of this reach. We did. You normally, to get 46,000 eyeballs in a week, you'd need to be spending like at least a few $1,000s on ads. But with the right strategy, right, we're able to actually have him make money off of getting these eyeballs, right? So and they're the right type of eyeballs. So then we got him, let's say 1.5% of 5,520 people actually convert, right? We're being super conservative here. That's 82 sales that this guy would get. You do 82 times 30. Let's just say everyone only bought the cheapest lease. Then dude's making $2,500 a month in sales. And then if we take a look at his YouTube ad revenue, which would actually probably be a bit higher, it'd probably be about 150 since the views started climbing a lot later here. But let's just say it's 120 a week, right? That's 487. So we're basically getting him to about 3,000 a month in revenue. And that this is just assuming everyone goes for the cheapest lease. Obviously, a lot of people will go for, the unlimited, or they'll go for the $50 lease, or whatever pricing you have. This is just like an example, right? So these are just example numbers, but we're using pretty conservative data, and everything is math. So if you just do the math on some of this stuff, you realize like, okay, this is actually pretty possible, right? So now a little bit what I want to talk about is thumbnail formats. So just to give you a better understanding of why I actually did this, right? I'm not going to gatekeep anything. I'm just going to show you why we switched these thumbnails. So if I open this up, what we have here is the algorithm. And essentially, the algorithm that he's playing for is basically this type of algorithm, the drug slash smoking algorithm, or like the jewelry algorithm. That's a popular one. I don't actually have it listed here, but that's kind of the algorithm that he's playing with. He's kind of playing into both of these, kind of combining it. So basically, inside of the algorithm, there is multiple algorithms, okay? And this is gonna get a little complicated, so just make sure you're taking notes, right? Get your notes out, get your pen and pencil, and yeah. So let's say you're going for R&B beats, right? You're not gonna put a picture, like if you're doing Brent Faiyaz type beat, you're not actually gonna put a picture of Brent Faiyaz, because if you do that, you're boxing yourself in, right? If you do a picture of Brent Faiyaz, right? And you get yourself in the artist algorithm. Okay. So the artist algorithm is for the thumbnails with the artist on the picture. Okay. So say you're doing Brent Faiyaz type beat, and you do a picture of Brent Faiyaz. Guess what? The only videos that are going to get recommended next to your video are other type beat videos with Brent Faiyaz as the thumbnail. So you start to box yourself in. Okay. Now, when you do thumbnails like this, for example, if you just look here, this could either be a Nardo Wick type beat, this could either be a Lil Baby type beat, this could either be a Pooh Shiesty type beat, it could be an NBA Youngboy type beat, it could be a Splurge type beat, it could be anything, right? Because it goes into that category, and I call it the hood algorithm, right? So, like I said, like this is exactly the categories that it goes into. So when you use a thumbnail like this, you're more likely to get showed up next to other people with these thumbnails. And guess what? If these thumbnails are getting millions of views and you're getting put next to thumbnails like this, you're going to get suggested a whole lot more. So that's what I mean by going for a much broader appeal. You're getting yourself out of this. You don't want to be in this. You don't want to be stuck here, because guess what? For example, if you're doing Lil Baby type beat and you have a picture of Lil Baby as the thumbnail, the only videos that are going to be recommended next to it is more type beat videos with a picture of Lil Baby on it. Okay? So your video is only going to be recommended next to other videos of Lil Baby. Okay? Obviously, Lil Baby's a pretty big keyword, so if you're fine with that, you're definitely still going to get views, but I don't really like to box myself in. So I like to box myself in on a niche or on a thumbnail format that clearly gets millions of views. And that's exactly what I did for this channel. And I did that very well. So for example, here we have like the freestyle beat algorithm. I call this like the worldwide mainstream algorithm. So if you see a lot of these thumbnails, guess what's going to get recommended next to more of these videos? It's going to be thumbnails just like this. So the thumbnail is arguably the most important thing. And no one really dives into like the thumbnail formats and stuff like that. I like to do it because it, this is a ton of sauce right here alone. Um, and this is what really helped me start getting a lot of success in the type beat space. So that's a little bit about the thumbnail formats. And then what we did was we doubled down on the keywords that were driving the most consistent results. Okay. So for example, if you see your channel is taking off on Ariana Grande type beat, for example, that's a crazy example, but let's say, you're somehow doing good on Ariana Grande. If you post the next day a Lil Baby type beat, yo, like what the fuck are you doing? I'm serious. Like, what are you doing? You're if something's working, triple down on it, quadruple down. I don't care, 100x down on it. Okay, because it's working for a reason. Clearly, it's clicking with your channel, and your audience likes it. Guess what happens if your audience doesn't like your own content? You think YouTube's gonna push it out to more people? If your own subscribers don't even click on your content, hello, like, come on. So I know like the way I come across might seem like a little like mean, or it might seem a little I don't know, just not coming across very nice. I'm just trying to get these points into your head, because this took me a long time to figure out myself. I'm not gonna lie, it took me a long time, even though this is very simple stuff, right? It's pretty simple. Everything I've said, besides like maybe some of the conversion mechanisms and stuff like that, or the tools I use, like this is pretty simple. Okay. Um, as long as you're like taking notes. But yeah, so we doubled down on the keywords that were clearly working for him, and we did a lot more of that. If you see something's working good, do more of it. Okay. Shout out Alex Hermosi. I think he said something like that, or maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, so this is like an overview of basically how I scaled this guy's type beat channel in 30 days. And I tend to do this in 30 days a lot. All right, so in this next section of the course, I'm going to break down exactly how I grew one of my type beat channels to over $70,000 in just YouTube ad revenue alone. It's super insightful and extremely motivating as well. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Okay, so here's how I grew a type beat channel to $70,000 in AdSense revenue alone. So as you can see, $70,000. I started this channel in 2020, or the very beginning of 2022, blew it up right away. It's gone through some dips, it's gone through a lot of highs, and always at least at around 20,000 views a day. I've never gone really below that. It's always just been at a solid amount of views every single day, along with its highs. That's just how it goes in this game, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a bit. But as you can see, $70,000 was generated from 28 million views. Now 28 million, that's a lot of views for sure, especially off strictly just beats. I never posted shorts on this channel. I never posted any other type of content. And so a lot of you guys watching this might not be familiar with this kind of business model, but it's really just posting beats on YouTube. And yeah, so as you can see, if I go to the channel, these videos get a lot of views, right? Not all of them, right? Some videos may just get 5,000, 10,000, but in general, a lot of them do get a lot of views, and that's strictly based on a certain strategy, right? A strategy that you have to follow in order to get these results consistently. So I posted 857 videos on this channel, and that has gotten me 28 million views, right? One of these videos alone gets almost 100 views an hour, and I dropped it on April 9th, 2023 is when I dropped that video. This video still gets views to this day, right? Like I said, a lot of these videos become very evergreen, and this video made me $4,430 on AdSense revenue alone. And yeah, so if you're not a music producer though, right, anyone getting into this type of YouTube niche has to be making beats or somehow being able to post beats on YouTube. But majority of you guys watching this most likely are music producers, and if you're not, no worries. There's a ton of videos out there on YouTube on how to make beats if you're not actually doing that yet. But I will say, if you're just trying to get into this for the money, there's a high likelihood that it won't work, right? if you truly are into music, then this is definitely a good route for you, because it gives you the ability to make money independently, you know, not worrying about whether a record label is going to pay you, or worrying about, you know, all that other stuff. Like this is strictly depending on you, you know, how much work you're gonna put in. So some days, you know, I've touched $246 in just YouTube revenue with this, and this is just one of my channels, you know. So you can kind of see how scalable this is. And I started this channel and ran it all throughout high school. You know, I'm 18 now. I graduated high school in June, but I've been able to really keep this channel consistent. And that's what a lot of people, or a lot of producers, always mess up, is they might start a channel or they just never really see results because they never really had a clear strategy. And some producers might see some results, but they never know how to keep the results coming in, right? Yeah, so that all comes down to consistency and strategy, you know, and that comes into diving into your analytics. So earlier I talked with one of my producer friends who really we were just talking about how it all comes down to, you know, first you study what other people are doing, right? You might be studying what I'm doing here and, you know, seeing, okay, this guy did big Scar type beats, that's how he blew up. And you might be like, okay, I'm gonna start doing that, and just copy. You want to copy what other people are doing that are killing it in this niche. And then once you get to 10-20,000 subscribers, that's when you start really looking at your own data, right? Even 5,000 subscribers, you start seeing, okay, what's working for me, right? So I'd go into my audience or my analytics, and I'd see, okay, when is my audience coming on to YouTube, right? Okay, that's when I'm gonna post. What is my audience watching? Okay, I might start posting more of that, right? You start looking at what's working for you. You see, okay, all my videos that blew up were on Big Scar. I'm gonna keep doing that, right? You start really seeing, okay, what type of thumbnails are doing good? Okay, the thumbnails with the guns on it perform really well. I'm gonna keep doing that. So it comes down to like building your own strategy as you go and really refining it, you know? So yeah, when a lot of producers get into this game, they don't really know what they're doing. Essentially, they don't really know where to start. And you know, maybe they might make more R&B beats, for example, right? But they wouldn't know how to really market that. A lot of producers struggle with marketing, and naturally for me, the marketing side was always the easy part, just because I got really obsessed with this game. But yeah, so, you know, I showed you earlier, one of these videos made me $4,430. Another video, let's just take a look at this one, 900,000 views. As you can see, it's pretty evergreen. They always get views. And so it still gets 1,000 views a day pretty much. I dropped it in May of 2023 as well, and it's made me almost $2,000 in AdSense revenue. Yeah, so that's pretty good, right? And you know, this is really a volume game, because the more you post, the more chances you have of getting a blow up. And also it's a volume game because if you have 1,000 videos, right? If you have 1,000 beats that are all SEO optimized, right? That's another thing, is this game is all about SEO. So it really comes down to finding a good niche, finding a good keyword that has low competition, high search volume, and I'll get into all of that in just a second, but it's all SEO, so there's a lot of evergreen capability, right? And that means if we just keep posting, right? If you have 1,000 videos that are SEO optimized, and let's just say they all get 10 views a day, right? Not that many, but then that means you have guaranteed 10,000 views a day. And that's exactly what has happened with this channel, right? I have constant views coming in regardless of if I post or not, because I have this evergreen catalog built up. And so if you start doing this and you start making 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 channels, if you really wanted to, in this niche, you would start to have a lot of evergreen content built up and a lot of cash flow coming in, right? So that's essentially the business model. Also, you know, if you're a music producer, you're probably going to be selling these beats too. So this is where it really gets cool, is yeah, we're making money upfront off the YouTube revenue, right? Regardless of if the beat sells or not. But this is also free advertising to sell the beats. So what this looks like is you can be linking on the videos for them to buy the beat, right? So they would come to your website, they can buy a license, right? To be able to, you know, if they're an artist, they could get it onto Spotify, get it onto all that. That's where it goes. So yeah, it's super cool to get into it. Obviously it's not that easy because, you know, it is a struggle because you have to figure out the strategy. You have to really think of, okay, how am I going to do this, and find the right knowledge. I get it, it's difficult, but lucky for you guys, I have a free newsletter. You can join it in the link in the description, where I give you guys free gems, free advice for your type beat channels, how to sell beats, all that. So go ahead and join that if you'd like. In this video here, you know, I have a video on this channel where I've talked about how I made this video make me $10,000, right? It made me about 5,000 in sales, and then about 5,000 in YouTube revenue, right? And that's usually how it goes. So it's very, very lucrative, right? This video I posted June of 2022, and it still gets over 1,000 views a day. So I'm really just trying to stress how evergreen this is and how possible it is, because in December 19th, 2021, which is when I started this channel, I was a sophomore in high school. Okay, I was a sophomore in high school, but I had already built up like the knowledge that I needed to make this channel successful. As you can see, I started this channel with key Glock beats, right? I just went consistent with that. Eventually I added Big Scar in the title, saw that did good, and that's what eventually led to me getting some bangers, right? 600,000 views here, 1.5 million here, and eventually I built up a very large catalog. Also secured a little TJ placement, because big rappers do go on YouTube for beats as well, don't get it twisted. I got a little TJ placement here. It's at about 12 million streams on Spotify, and so I've really been able to build myself up, you know, not relying on record labels, not relying on anyone else but myself, you know, really built myself a business here. And in this video, I'm really just talking about this type B channel. I have other channels that I've blown up, because this is like what I do. You know, I do this full time. I have a BeatStars 1 million plaque back there, as you can see. If you're a producer, you know what that is. But yeah, it's a very lucrative business model. But essentially how I was able to grow this channel is by going for what I like to call the trend hopping strategy. So like I mentioned, I started on Key Glock, but then I saw Big Scar start to work, so I started doing that, farmed millions of views with that keyword. Eventually I dropped this video here where I had multiple keywords in the title, and we'll go back to that in just a second. But I dropped this video here which had a picture of a guy holding a gun, got 1 million views. So I started doing that a ton, farmed more and more views doing that strategy. Then remember how I said I dropped a video with 3 keywords in the title? Well, the second time I ever did that, it got another 500,000 views. So I realized, okay, every time I drop a video with those 3 keywords in the title, it blows up. So I dropped it again. Boom. The third video I drop with those 3 keywords, it gets 1.4 million views. And I dropped it with a picture of a gun. So then I do that again, and then 2 videos later doing that keyword strategy, and then I put the thumbnails with the guns, I get 900,000 views again. And so I kept doing that. You know, I started creating my own trends and then just milking that trend as much as possible. So when I say a trend, it's more like what happened to work. So this I would call a trend. A lot of people started doing videos like this when I started blowing up with these videos, but no one was doing it before me. So you kind of have to create the trend. And that's what a lot of producers mess up, is they just follow. If you're constantly following in other people's footsteps, you'll never like go big. But if you're creating the trend, then that's how you really cook. So I did that for a very long time. That trend definitely lasted a while. And eventually, you know, I realized I don't even need to put those 3 keywords in. I can still just do just Big Scar, but still have the same type of thumbnail, and it still touched damn near 1 million views. If you look here, I dropped a Lil 00 type beat. I saw it did 100,000 views. So eventually I dropped another one. It got 200,000 views, right? I recognized what worked. And this was my strategy to get to that $70,000 mark on AdSense revenue with this channel, is I just constantly trend hopped. Now I only did this, I switched the keyword from Big Scar to another keyword after like 20-30,000 subs. This doesn't work if you're at like 100 subs. Okay, your channel's gonna fall off. This only worked because I had already built up an audience, so I was able to take on any new lane that I wanted, and the lane matched what I was already going for. And I'll give you an example of that. As you can see, I was doing Big Scar. It still worked for a very long time, right? 300,000 views right here. And I recognized there was another artist coming up. He hopped on a bunch of sample type beats. His name was Rack Baby. So I was one of the first people, or really like I wouldn't say the first person, but I was definitely like the second or third person to do his type of beats. So I dropped my first Rack Baby type beat, and I put sample in the title as well, and it did 200,000 views. But as you can see, the thumbnail matched my theme already. Like, it wasn't that different. I didn't just like full on do a 180. And then Vonoff 1700 as well. I hopped on him very early and I just switched the niche, but the thumbnails were already consistent with what I was already doing. So I was able to take on that niche. 100,000 views here. And I started doing Rack Baby, Vonoff 1700. I started mixing those two in along with Big Scar. So I was able to kind of do these like 3 keywords heavily last summer. As you can see, Rack Baby sample type beat, 330,000 views, and then a Big Scar one, 75,000 views, which is totally 2 different niches, but the theme is still there. And I was able to cement myself into these new lanes because I had already built up a following and I studied what type of beats they were, right? I made really hard beats. That's another thing. The beats were exactly what people that would search for a Rack Baby beat wanted. Like, it was identical. Vonoff 1700 beat, 150,000 views. As you can see, you know, 100,000 here. They really start to stack up once you like see something working. You just gotta hop on it all in. Rack Baby X Lil Tony, right? I add someone new in 200,000. 280,000. I start doing that more. I see a guy named YFG Fatso starts popping up, so I put him in the title. Boom, 80,000 views. I see Screwly G and Bloodhound Q50, this new Chicago scene, right? And guess what? Rack Baby, YFG Fatso, all these guys are from Chicago, so I was able to people were already liking this sound, so I was able to just instantly go on this lane. 58,000 views, boom, 13,000, 30,000. So yeah, that was my strategy with growing this type B channel to $70,000, 71,000 in YouTube ad revenue. All right, so in this next section of the course, I'm gonna show you exactly how one of my type B videos, which was actually a throwaway beat, I hated this beat, but it ended up making me thousands of dollars and got over 2 million views on a relatively niched keyword. You see, one of the biggest downfalls that us producers face is perfectionism. And this is just one of the biggest limiting factors that we face as music producers. So with that being said, I hope you guys enjoy this next part of the course. Alright, so as you can see, this video right here has 2.1 million views, 48,000 watch hours, 4,200 subs gained, and $4,480 in pure AdSense revenue. Now, if we look at the sales, right, this is just the BeatStar sales. It has $1,019, and the reason why it's that low is because I actually had a separate BeatStars or BeatStore that wasn't on BeatStars, like it was on a whole custom thing. It ended up not working very good, like after a year, but it worked good enough to generate all the sales. So I had this beat hosted on that website for a long time. So I got about maybe 800 to 1,000. I'd say 1,000 on the high end. More dollars in sales through there, and then of course I'd say 500 to 1,000 again easily off of manual Cash App sales, just from people DMing, hey, can I buy this beat? So this beat easily has made me at least $7,000. But as you can see, this video has 2.1 million views. I posted it April 9th of 2023. Okay, I was a junior in high school, and this video still, as you can see, gets thousands of views every single day, and it's just an evergreen video. Now, how I actually got this video to get this many views, I'll show you. So the funny thing is I didn't even actually want to post this beat when I dropped it. I had no idea it'd become my most viewed type beat video. But yeah, so I made this as like a throwaway, and this is why I always tell people, post whatever you make. Like, you never know. You really never know, because I'm not gonna lie, it's usually the simple beats that end up hitting the most and get the most sales and everything. So yeah, I posted this beat just literally to post because I wanted to stay consistent. You know, I was posting every day. I didn't want to miss a day, so I posted this, not really thinking too much of it. Now, that's half true because I did also design this video to blow regardless. Like, even though the beat wasn't crazy good, I did all the other elements that I needed to get this video a high watch time, high retention, and a good click-through rate. Now, to give a little context, before we go into the analytics and show you how I got this retention so good and how I got the average view duration crazy and the click-through rate high, let's take a look at, let me give you some context before I actually upload this. On my channel, what was going hard at the time was Big Scar X Pooh Shiesty X Big 30 type beat. That was like the title that I was using every time, and as you can see, like, I was getting consistent views with this. Now, yeah, I was doing this title every single time, and it was getting high views, 900K here, 1.4 mil here. Like, I was going on, I had a little run here with that title. Now, titles don't last forever, so when something's working, right? Like, and what I mean by a title is like a title combination. So This one right here is a Lil Double O, X Pooh Shiesty, X Big Scar type beat. That's like a title. I just call it a title. Every video has a title, obviously, but certain titles for type beats do better than others. Now they don't last forever, which is why I milked it while I could. And funny thing is one of these Big Scar X Pooh Shiesty X Big 30 type beats ended up getting me a Lil TJ placement because Lil TJ was looking for a beat like that, and I happened to pop up. So yeah, that song almost has it's at 12 million streams now. So yeah, you just never know. And I'll probably make a video on how that beat came around as well. But anyway, I noticed that the views for the Big Scar X Pooh Shiesty X Big 30 type beat, I noticed that started to trickle down a little bit. So I was like, okay, well, what has gotten me the most views consistently no matter what, right? And as you can see, if you look at my most popular videos, it's Big Scar, like those are the first two. And then there's the Big Scar X Pooh Shiesty, but then it's Big Scar again, just Big Scar. And then, so the top five, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 just Big Scar beats, okay? That damn near have a million views, at least, you know? And then there's another one right here. Like I noticed just Big Scar was doing crazy, and even 8 months ago, it still works, you know? So I noticed, okay, just Big Scar seems to work. I also noticed other people were going crazy with just doing one keyword. And so I was like, you know, why not? Let's just start dropping just Big Scar type beats again. So I started it here, right here. As you can see, boom, I dropped one. It does okay, 12,000 views. And to give you context, at this time, every single video was getting at least like 3 or 4,000 views in the first day. That was normal. So 12,000 views in its lifetime, that's not bad. Then I dropped one, 89,000 views. I was like, okay. Then I dropped one, 13K. Now this one, I noticed, like, as you can see, all these pictures, it's just like dudes, like the picture really matters. I'm gonna go into this. So every picture was a dude holding a gun or something, which you might think these type of pictures right here are the same as these, which they're not. Okay. So you might think they're in the same category. No. Type B algorithm is weird, okay? So what happened is I dropped this video where it's just guns. Now keep in mind, on this channel, the stuff that was working at the time really well was just guns. So I applied it on just Big Scar type beat, but with the same thumbnail strategy. Now what happened, this beat was a 1 of 10, okay? It got 4,400 views in the first day, right? And that was definitely higher than usual. Usually I'd get like 3,000 views the first day, but this one got 4,400. So I was like, okay, that's significantly better than my others. The watch time was very high, as you can see, right? 1 minute 26 seconds. That's very high. Then the click-through rate was also pretty high, okay? It was definitely higher than usual considering that it got nearly 30,000 impressions in the first day. So what that told me was, okay, doing the same type of picture that's been working really well on a different type of title with just Big Scar seems to work. Now, the way I got the retention really high on this one is I was using the same strategy. Now, what do I mean? In this title, the Big Scar X Pooh Shiesty X Big 30, I was doing longer intros. Okay, my beats would actually drop at like 40 to 50 seconds in, or really like 30 to 40 seconds in. Now, what I noticed was, okay, if I add a movie intro on top of that, which is what I did in this one, which got 1.4 million views, now I could stretch it out to where the beat really drops at like 50 or 50 seconds to even a minute in. Now, what that does is, like, most people that click on a video are waiting for the beat drop. And if you keep playing it out and like teasing them a little bit, you know, you just get that guaranteed watch time. And if the beat is hard on top of it, your beat will blow up, assuming you have a good thumbnail. So I'll get in the thumbnail side in just a second. But yeah, so I applied that strategy to this beat. I see it's a 1 of 10. Great. 1.7 thousand more views than usual. Awesome. So then on the next one, I take everything I learned from this beat right here, the stacked bands, and I applied it into this one. Now this video uses a movie, like a movie scene as the intro. I always call it a movie intro. Now the beat itself drops at like 50 seconds in. I'm not kidding you, because of the way I arranged it. An arrangement is so crucial if you want to get a beat to blow up. Now, yeah, I'm not the only one doing this, right? Everyone's doing this. This beat got 32,000 impressions and a very high click-through rate for that amount of impressions, right? The click-through rate was crazy at 20% at some hours, right? While it was getting pushed out more and more and more. When YouTube sees, okay, we're pushing this guy out, we're pushing his video out, and more people are clicking, like people are clicking even more when we push it out more, the video is going to explode. Okay, it's guaranteed. The video got 5,500 views in the first day, gained me 16 subscribers, and as you can see, it just started to explode. This is how many views it was getting in a single day, right? So it just started to explode very, very quickly, and it's had some time. It's never really gone below, I'd say, like 1,000 views in a day. It's always gotten, like, right lately, since April of 2024, it started picking up even more, just staying in the algorithm, and it's been like that ever since. And sometimes you'll really just get a video that stays in the algorithm, and if you do, you're blessed. The video is just gonna keep making you consistent money. But I knew that, okay, just the gun in the thumbnail went crazy on the last video, so I applied that to this one, right? I was just seeing what worked. I didn't reinvent the wheel. I just saw what worked for me, right? And that's another thing, is once you get to a certain caliber, like let's say you get to 20, I always tell my students this. I always say, once you get to like 20,000 subscribers, you need to start studying your own analytics, okay? Stop copying everyone else and start studying your own analytics. What's working for you, right? So that's when you start, getting into the nerdy stuff of your engagement and your reach, right? How many impressions are you getting? You start nerding out about that, and you start to dial in your channel more and more and crafting your own strategy. So using my retention strategy that I knew would work, I ended up getting guaranteed good retention, right? So I knew, okay, I have that down. The beat's gonna get a high average view duration because the beat plays out for a while, and the beat's hard as well. Like, it was okay, right? It wasn't the best beat, but it was hard enough to where it was simple enough for people to catch a groove on it, right? They could freestyle on it. It was freestyleable. So I knew, okay, it's gonna get a high watch time. Like, I already knew that. So all I had to do was get a good thumbnail, right? So I just copied what worked, what was already working. Okay, boom. I put that thumbnail on. Usually, sometimes I would test different thumbnails, right? If say the watch time's crazy high, the retention's high, but the click-through rate sucks, I'll change the thumbnail a few times until the click-through rate gets good, and then the video will start to get more traction. But this video just had the right thumbnail from the jump, and it's done very well just ever since. So yeah, this is how I nearly didn't post this beat, but ended up making me at least $7,000. And that's just how this type beat game goes. So hopefully you got a ton of value out of this. All right, so now that you understand the basics of actually growing a type beat channel, I'm now going to show you how I was able to outsource 90% of the work that goes into running a type beat channel and was able to make tens of thousands of dollars from it in 2024. I say 2024 because that was the first year that I actually started heavily scaling and doing all these steps I'm about to show you. It's going to be super insightful because when you're able to actually start scaling and you followed everything that's in this course so far and you're actually starting to get some views, it's going to be super helpful when you're ready to launch some more channels and expand your business the same way that I did. So with that being said, enjoy. All right, so as you can see, in 2024, I made $21,192.99 off of YouTube ad revenue alone. And what's going to shock you is I didn't actually post a single video myself. So at the start of the year, like January and February, I was posting by myself, but I wasn't very consistent. And but the views were okay, right? Still on average 20-30,000 views a day. And once you start to build up a type beat channel, as you can see to the size I've gotten it, you start to build up evergreen content. So whether you post or not, you're still going to have a lot of views coming in regardless. And so that makes me good money. But eventually in March or late February, I start to understand the power of my network, right? A lot of people tell you this, your network is your net worth. And so what I did was I started to say, hey, you know what? I'd put up Instagram stories, start sending beats in this style to my email. And sure enough, I'd get 20-30 producers sending beats in that exact style. That way I could post them on my YouTube and give them 50-50 splits for the sales, right? Now, I started to realize, okay, I'm able to post every single day, if not more than once a day, and I'm cashing in up front right away off the YouTube revenue and the back end with the sales, right? So I'm able to get out videos without any actual initial investment. So I started to realize, okay, this is a good strategy. Now, the only reason why this started to work is because I had already built up trust, right? I had already built up my network, and people see the plaque, that everyone that watched, I had already built up my personal brand at this time, right, to about 10,000 subscribers and 3,000 followers on Instagram, and everyone kind of knew me as the guy who sells beats. Like, everyone knows I'm authentic and I actually do this. So it was really easy to get producers to want to do that collab sale setup, because they knew that there was a high chance they'd actually get sales. And as you can see, if I pull up my BeatStars sales from the last like year and a half, you can see that I've paid out almost $2,000 off of BeatStars collab sales. But this was really in just a couple months, because I eventually realized, what if instead of just doing the collab sale method, what if I hired people, to produce, and I paid like a flat rate? Because the collab sale method is really good. It's good to, if you don't want to spend any money up front, but I realized I was making money off this regardless. So imagine if I had found a really good producer, trained him up to the exact style of beat that I want, told him how to do the arrangement so it's perfectly optimized for retention. If I was to do that, I could pay him a flat rate, say $500, $1,000, $1,500 a month to produce for the channel, and that way I would get all the collab, or I'd get all the sales money and the YouTube revenue, but he'd be more of like an employee essentially. And that's where you start to, this is where you scale up and eventually run a type beat channel on autopilot. Obviously, I still was making beats for placements, and I still was making beats for some of my other channels I wanted to start. But once you build up a channel to where it's so profitable, that's where you can start to, train people up, start to build a team around it. That way you can run it on autopilot while we're starting to build other channels, right? And that was kind of my strategy. So I was doing the collab sale method all the way up until about July, I'd say, or late June. And that's when I hired someone to upload the beats to my BeatStars and upload them to YouTube. And I trained him up to do that. So it was completely on autopilot. He was working with the producer. They were constantly talking to each other, getting on calls and, making sure that everything was going well. And that's how I was able to get my views, to get 9 million views on autopilot and make $21,192 completely on autopilot. And as you can see, the channel still gets a lot of views every single day. Now remember, I was only able to find these producers and find the people to upload for me and do all that because of my network, right? I was able to build up my personal brand to where people knew, okay, this is what I do, and they start to want to be a part of it, right? So that's how I was able to go about my hiring process with this. Now, obviously, if you're just starting out, you don't need to worry about all this nerdy stuff. I'm just telling you exactly what I did at my stage last year. And eventually, once you get to this point where you're getting millions of views, but you want to start to focus on other channels and build up other channels and just continue to scale up, then that's when, yeah, you want to start hiring. And it doesn't take a lot of money. I was able to do this for really just $1,000 a month, because the person who was uploading for me lives in Brazil. So $500 USD a month in Brazil is a lot more than it is for someone who lives in the US like me, right? It's a lot more in Brazil. So that way I get to spend less, but they're also making more than they would make in Brazil, at a regular job. And they get to also learn from my strategy, right? I'm training them up. So there's just a ton of value in both aspects, and it's a really great way to go about this. And obviously, a lot of the sales are made through just manual DMs. I also, when people want to buy a beat, sometimes they don't go to the purchase link, right? Some people are just not, they don't like to do that. So they want more of a personal connection. So a lot of the sales do come from manual DMs, just Cash App sales, Venmo, PayPal, whatever. But this is just the last year and a half or so, maybe a little less. But so I was really able to run this channel on autopilot, which people have never really seen in the type beat channel or the producer space. People don't usually treat it like a business, but me myself, this is what I do. I run type beat channels for a living. I'm full-time. I just graduated high school too. I've been running this channel all throughout high school. And what's cool is you can spend maybe 6 months, a year, or even less than that. You could spend really 3 months to just dial in a channel, get it built up. Depending on how fast you blow it up, you can already start hiring and start working on another one and just keep scaling. The tricky part is training them to know exactly what to do, because I've studied this strategy, I've studied the game for so long that I know exactly what makes a type B video blow up. And sometimes it's hard to really teach that. Eventually I did though. Eventually, it takes maybe 1, 2, 3 months to finally, you know, of just strategy calls with your team and trying to really teach. It's not an instant process is what I'm saying. It's not the easiest thing in the world to train people up, but it's possible, and it is a teachable formula, right? It's teachable. It's not like I'm a genius. It's not like I'm special, right? You know, if I was able to learn it, other people can learn it as well. Also, if you guys want some free sauce, free advice from me, feel free to join my newsletter. It's linked in the description. But yeah, it definitely takes some monitoring to, you know, if you don't like the videos that are being produced, then you just gotta meet back with the team and talk about, hey, I don't like this. But yeah, so let's say, you know, for someone that wanted to get started and wanted to do the same thing as me, right? They want to also build up a channel and eventually run it on autopilot. Obviously, you have to start out producing the beats, right? You have to start out and craft the sound for the channel, because every channel has its own sound, right? It's your beats. Now, obviously, if you just want to have one channel where it's your beats and you don't really want to run 6 different channels that aren't your beats, that's completely fine. I just wanted to be able to take the knowledge that I know and craft up a sound for each channel, and then just teach people how to dial in that sound and run these channels. Like, I wanted to build a bunch of hype beat brands essentially, and that's what I did, and that's what I'm going to continue doing in 2025. You know, just keep on growing, starting, scaling all of these channels, because I'm pretty passionate about the type beat game. A lot of people say it's dead. It's not dead. If people are saying it's dead, it's just because it didn't work for them. Okay, they just suck at it. It's really not that hard. Okay, you just have to have really good beats, and you have to understand how to market it. Now, I will say, when trying to pick a niche for your type beat channel, you do want to go for something that works for you. You know, I've always been very good at the trap niche, right? Anything in trap. It could be freestyle beats, trap beats, Pooh Shiesty beats, Gunna, Lil Baby, like anything. I've just always known how to blow up channels in the trap niche, because it's just what I've always done. Like, as you can see, 3 years ago, I started a channel here in Big Scar. This is actually separate to the one I'm showing you now, but this was when I like first figured out the strategy really with the type beat game, and I was able to blow all these videos blew up in like within a week. It was in the same time period. So here's another channel, you know, I blew up in Lil Baby type beats, you know, completely organic. This was 3 years ago. I don't even know if I have the login for this channel anymore. As you can still see, it still says 15-year-old producer. I'm 18 now. But my point is, I've really been doing this for quite some time now. You know, all throughout high school, I just was grinding this game, and I still am to this day. And once you figure it out, it gets so fun. Like, it's like everything you touch becomes gold. You turn into Midas. You can look at any niche. Like, let's say, okay, if I wanted to go to future type beat, right? If I wanted to take over future beats, within 3 seconds of me seeing these first 3 beats up here, I already know how I'd take over this niche, which I probably will, because future is a good niche. It's pretty evergreen. Future will never really fall off as a rapper, I don't think, at least not for the next few years. So anyway, any niche I can really take over, and I'm just gonna keep doing that all 2025. You guys are gonna see, I'm not just gonna talk. You guys are really gonna see me take action on it, because this is what I do. You know, it's fun. But the best thing I can tell you is, if you want to get started in this, just ultimately post the beats that you love making. Okay, obviously, like, I'm at a point where I'm looking at what beats could really get the most profit, or what beats could really blow up the most and get the most views, because it's just fun for me. But for you, you should really, you know, let's say you even like making like country type beats or whatever. That's a good niche. Country beats sell a lot. Okay, so yeah, people might be like, oh, country beats, why would you make that? But there's people making 20-30 grand a month selling country beats. So don't be the guy that's arrogant and is like, thinks the only way you can sell beats and post beats on YouTube and make a lot of money from it is from trap beats. That's not true. That's just how I've gotten the most success. There's some people making 20, 30, 40 grand a month with R&B beats, right? And they might only have like 20,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? They're making more than me. So I'm not saying I'm the biggest at what I do, you know. I'm successful at what I do, I'd say. I'm making a good living doing this, and I'm proud of what I've built, and I'm just gonna, you know, I'm not done here. I'm gonna keep pushing. Anyway, I just wanted to make this video to inspire you guys. I love you. Thanks so much for the support. I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, so now I'm gonna show you an example of one of my students that I helped blow up their type beat channel. And in this part of the course, I show you how he never gave up and kept posting every single day, regardless of him getting no views for 3 months straight. And let me tell you, his results were insane. So if you're watching this video, chances are you're stuck right now with the whole online beat selling thing, and you just want to make it work. I hear you. I've been there myself. There's nothing more frustrating than posting every single day and getting no views, right? Even when you feel like, okay, You know, you just watched a video on how to grow a type B channel. You took notes. You actually like really tried to learn it. You apply it to your channel, and then nothing works, right? You just get 5 views every single day. Well, in this video, hopefully I can show you how to get out of this and how to actually start seeing results just like my client did here. I recently did a video where I break down how I helped this guy blow up his type B channel. So that's not really going to be the point of this video, but my point of why I'm showing you this is because look at where he started. When he first started, he was getting barely any views, and he posted every single day for almost, I'd say almost 4 months. If I'm doing my math correctly, definitely a solid 3 months of posting every day and getting nothing. And the thing is producers, and you might be in kind of a similar position, producers just don't want to stick it out. So you might be in a position where like maybe in the past you started a channel and it got about, you know, 17, 16 views a day or 9 views in a day at some point, right? Like, or just 0 views, right? And so after, you know, maybe a month max, you just quit. And you're like, okay, well that niche didn't work, or this whole type E thing is just, it's not real. It's not consistent. It doesn't actually work. I used to think that too. And my clients used to think that too. But it's interesting what happens when you actually stick it out, right? Because you might actually have all the information you need. You know, you might actually have all the sauce and you might not even know it, right? But you just haven't stuck it out long enough to actually be able to know if it's going to work for you, right? Because this is what happens when you do stick it out. This is what happens when you find the right niche, you understand the algorithm and how to play to it and not play against it, and you figure out all the retention hacks and all the nerdy stuff, and then you implement it on a channel and you post every single day and never take your foot off the gas. This is what happens, okay? And it's not just what happens for this guy. It's what's happened for me and every single one of my clients that I've ever coached, right? Just these are just a few to name. I could run through the entire list, but honestly, that would take all day. Not actually, it'd take like 20 minutes, but honestly though, I'm not here to just brag about my wins and what I've done for others. I just want you to know it's possible if you actually stick to it. Because I remember when I was first starting out, I always was just looking for the next little piece of sauce, right? And the next little thing. When, you know, what happened when I just stuck it out and stuck to it, for me, you know, it didn't take 3 months or it didn't take 2 months to start getting results. It took me a year and a half before I made anything from this beat selling stuff, to be honest, right? Because there weren't people like me out there. There weren't free guides out there. You know, people were selling like $1,000 courses with, you know, maybe a 3-page PDF. That's what I was dealing with, okay? So it was a different ball game back then. It was way harder, right? And what's cool now is like the algorithm's actually easier than ever. And a lot of producers don't understand that, because they think, oh, well, I'm not getting views, so that means like the algorithm must be the problem, right? It's not me, the algorithm's the problem. No, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The algorithm is not the problem. The algorithm is designed to make YouTube money. Listen, what I'm about to tell you is like gonna shift your whole mindset with this YouTube thing, this type beat stuff. And it's a necessary shift, a mindset shift. So YouTube is a business. They want to make money. Okay, so how do you make them money? Well, the only way they make money is by having creators on their platform, right? Because if they had no creators, then people wouldn't want to put their ads on YouTube. That's their business model, right? So if you know how to play to the algorithm, because the algorithm just wants to see if people are watching the videos, if people like the videos. How do they know that? Well, are people clicking on the video? Okay, click through rate. There you go. Are people watching the video all the way through? Are they watching a lot of the video? Are they sticking around through the first 30 seconds, right? Those little things matter. And we call that retention. We call that average view duration, or AVD, right? So when you start paying attention to these things and you start thinking, okay, well, there's 3 things I need to crack then. It's thumbnails, average view duration, and retention. How do I crack these 3 things? Well, then now it becomes a bit easier, right? You're not just thinking, oh, how do I rank on type beats? No, how do I get people to watch, and how do I get people to click? Okay, that's a lot. I can breathe a little bit better now, right? That's a lot simpler. And that's why I was able to get myself results. That's why I was able to get all of these producers results, because it's not like you're not guessing with this type beat thing. You're not guessing. Once you know this formula, once you know how to crack the code, you can do it on any niche. You can do it over and over again. It's like an infinite money glitch. So that's why I love this type beat thing, is because it's like a math equation. Like once you know it, you know it, you know? But also, you know, if you learn a math problem, right? Or if you learn math, for example, this is a boring example, I'm sorry. But if you learn anything, right? If you don't practice it over and over again, you're going to start to lose the skill. aren't you, right? If you learned how to cook one day and then you just never cooked again for 30 years, guess what? You're not going to know how to cook anymore. You'll be lucky if you can make a piece of toast, right? So once you learn it, that doesn't mean you just stop learning. No, you're always going to be a student of the game. I hope you are. I'm still learning things every single day. I'm obsessed with this game. I'm obsessed with the typey stuff. This is all I do. So once you understand that it's like just those three things that matter, it's a lot easier to tackle it. And if you're wondering, you know, oh, how do I get my thumbnails good? How do I get my retention good and my average view duration? All that nerdy stuff. I cover that in a video. I'll link it down below for you if you just want to check it out. It's free. Don't worry. It's not like a course or anything. It's just on my YouTube channel. But the whole point of this video is really just to ingrain in your head that like things won't come overnight. And you might be like, well, I know that already. I know that. But you don't though, because you keep, instead of like posting every single day, you keep quitting these channels. And then, you know, like you might get a channel to all of a sudden get some views and then it falls off and then you like quit. Or you start a channel and it gets nothing and then you quit. Either way, like you're back here. You're back at a video like this where you're looking for some new sauce instead of just sticking to the channel and trying to think, okay, let me watch this video that you're watching, right? And let me see if I can pick some new gems and then apply it to my channel and keep working on this channel, right? Instead of just looking for like a way to escape it, like actually tackle it, you know what I mean? And just stick to it. Never take your foot off the gas, right? And you can improve over time. Your first video doesn't need to be a banger. It doesn't need to be the one that gets 5 million views. Like that's not how it works. That's never how it works. That's never how it worked, right? So as long as you focus on improvement and you focus on your input, then the output will always resolve itself. It will. My client here focused on the input, right? Okay, I know what I'm doing. Diego helped me with my thumbnails and everything. I know what type of thumbnails to do now. I know how to make the arrangement perfect for YouTube. I know how to, you know, have people hooked at the intro and everything. I'm just going to post every single day now, and I'm going to only focus on the input, which is me posting every day, and eventually the output will resolve itself. Did that not happen? Is that not exactly what happened? I'm not just talking out of my ass. This is literally proof, right? And if you want, I can refresh this page if you don't believe it. But I think the numbers have been changing this whole time anyway. So I know like our brains can kind of be fried at times where we get desperate, right? We get desperate for like some type of cheat code. But that's not how it is. Okay. If I'm being honest, like I could say, oh yeah, it's there's this one secret that you need in order to, you know, it's some bullshit, right? But at the end of the day, it's watching videos like this that are free and then just applying these gems and sticking to it. At the end of the day, it's sticking to it. It's consistency. When producer YouTubers like myself talk about being consistent, we mean it. Right. And it's not just being consistent with posting every day. It's being consistent to the niche to everything, like to the time you post every day, to the descriptions, the titles, the thumbnails, the intros, like everything. You never want to take your foot off the gas and you never want to switch up what you were doing, even if it's not working right away. Right. This is proof. OK, at the end of the day, it's not on me if you do good. It's up to you if you want to post every single day and stick to it. And you don't need to post every day. You can have like a set schedule. The point is you need to be consistent with it, right? You could post 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 1 p.m. every single time. You never miss the time. You never miss a day, right? If you're consistent, that's all that matters, right? I know there's some niches where the beats genuinely take a lot longer to make than other niches, right? I know that. So I'm not saying you need to post every single day. It definitely will help. But if you can't, right, we all have like our lives, right? We all have, maybe you have kids, you have school, you have work, you have responsibilities, right? That's fine, you know. But my point is, hopefully one thing you can take away from this video is that if you stick to it and you just keep focusing on improving and focus on your input, you will succeed. That's the one thing I can tell. If you can leave from this video with one thing, it's that. Please don't give up. I'm rooting for you. I genuinely want to see you all succeed. I love this game. I love my community here. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care. Alright, so now in this next section of the course, I'm going to show you exactly what I'd do if I was to wake up one day and all my typey channels were taken away from me. All my existing leads, followers, and customer list and BeatStars profile was taken away from me. This is what I'd do. So if you guys have been watching me for a while, then you know that I've done pretty well in the type beat space. I've grown dozens of type beat channels, and before I graduated high school, I had already made $250,000 from selling beats. And I've also generated hundreds of thousands of dollars for other producers like yourself. But I was thinking it'd be pretty valuable for you guys if I was to show you exactly what I would do step by step if I was to start over from scratch. Alright, so first things first is I would pick a profitable niche, right? Now, what is a profitable niche? Well, profitable niche is definitely a niche that doesn't need to get a lot of views in order to get sales. So I like to think of niches like R&B, boom bap, even Gunna type beats, pain beats are really good for getting sales, stuff like that. I definitely go for a profitable niche that does get a lot of views, but also gets a lot of sales due to the market that it's attracting. Because you don't want to go for a niche that really targets the younger side of the market because they just don't have a lot of money or the maturity to really want to invest in themselves yet. So that's kind of how I think about it in terms of like actually thinking about, well, what is a profitable niche, right? So let's say I want to go with pain beats. Okay, so now we kind of have to find a keyword. So we're going with pain beats as the niche, right? But now we need to find the keyword. So this is where you can use something like vidIQ or just doing your research on your own just by searching on YouTube or using YouTube incognito, right? For example, I'll just show you, like, if I wanted to find a pain keyword, we could just start with pain type beat, right? We're going after the niche, so let's just see what actually pops up here. Okay, off the rip, we have Screwly G, we have Lil Papa, we have Sad Type B, No Cap, then we have Lil TJ, Polo G, just kind of that sound. So let's say, okay, we want to go for maybe that type of niche. So now here's where you want to use vidIQ to see, okay, how many people are actually searching this keyword and what's the competition looking like. So I'd search up Polo G type beat, and as you can see, okay, 136,000 on the search volume. That means about, 136,000 people are searching this keyword every single month, and the competition is low. Now let's look up Lil TJ type beat. Okay, it actually has a higher search volume and the competition is still low. So definitely, like, combining these two keywords in a title is clearly a good idea, right? Because it has this high search volume and low competition. That's what you want, right? Now the thing with vidIQ is you can always trust their search volume metric, but I never can really trust their competition personally. So it says low competition, but in order to actually see, I like to use YouTube itself, and this is where I can really see it because I have the Chrome extension. So just on YouTube, I could see how many subscribers these guys have, which really helps me kind of figure out, okay, is this niche really that competitive? So the people at the top, the average subscriber count is around like 10K, I'd say. This guy has 36K, this guy's 40K. I'd say, like, okay, this niche is decently competitive. Now if we look up No Cap type beat, we see the top guys have around 35K. Everyone on here has a lot of subscribers, so maybe this niche wouldn't be the best to go after. Now let's try Screwly G type beat. Okay, the people at the top definitely have, I'd say, a lower subscriber count in general. What this guy did is he added guitar pain, like, to the keyword, which kind of differentiates himself, and I always recommend that to people as well. You could even do Screwly G X pain type beat like this guy's doing. You see he has 800 subscribers, which is relatively low, and he's going after a different sector of the market for this keyword, because usually Screwly G is rapping on beats that are definitely more like that hard Chicago sound, but he's going after the people that want that pain sound that he has as well. So if you combine an evergreen keyword like pain type beat with a trending keyword like Screwly G type beat, you actually have a really good chance of blowing up. So I think that this would be a good bet. So what I would do is, now we have a good idea of kind of what we want our titles to look like. So for my title, I'd probably do something like, free Screwly G X guitar pain type beat. So for the title, I do something like Screwly G X guitar pain type beat. And so now you kind of have to tap into, like, who is your ideal viewer? Because when it comes to branding and kind of getting, like, the theme of your channel, you have to be thinking about that. You have to be thinking of, like, if I was the artist that likes Screwly G type beats, but only wants his pain sound, what would I be clicking on and what would I want to listen to? So what I would do is I would take the top guys in this niche, right? We have this guy, and we can just label this as channels to study. So I would take, like, 3 of the top guys in the niche and I would study them relentlessly, right? I would see, okay, what are they doing for their thumbnails? What are they doing for their descriptions, titles, tags, all of that? And I would make a list of every single thing that they are doing, right? I would start to think about that. Make a list, every single thing that they're doing, and then I would make another list right next to this. And what this list would be is what they could be doing better. And from here, all you have to do is now take what they are doing and then add this list and replace it with whatever they're doing here. And now you have a winning formula, right? This turns into a winning formula, and this allows you to easily take out your competition, right? So it's just studying your niche. And this is stuff that, like, these are the same processes that I go through every single time I start a new Typee channel. So now that I've studied my competition, I would then make a theme for my channel. So since we're doing pain, it might be a good idea to go for black and white thumbnails, because those seem to do pretty good and it kind of matches the aesthetic, you know. Pain's kind of like black and white. It makes sense, right? So we would make the theme and we can just say black and white thumbnails of guys looking sad and smoking, right? To get a little more specific. Now, where would I find these pictures? Well, I would 100% be using Pinterest. That's what I always use to get my pictures. Now, the reason why having a theme to your channel is so important, especially with your thumbnails, is because when people subscribe to you for the Scrolly G pain beats, once they see that your thumbnails are black and white, all they would need to do is see a black and white thumbnail of a guy looking sad and smoking for them to know that it's a new beat from you. And that's really where the branding comes in. It's like now you're creating kind of your own aesthetic, your own theme, right? And that's where it really comes into play, because when you get your subscribers to actually click on your video, YouTube knows to now push it out to more people that aren't subscribed. But if your own fans, if your own subscribers don't even click on your new video, then they won't push it out to anyone else, which is probably a big reason why you guys aren't seeing growth. So if you were to do a Scrolly G type beat with a black and white thumbnail of a guy sad and smoking, and then the next day drop a Gunna type beat with a colorful thumbnail of a watch, yeah, that might work for other people's channels, but that's because that's all they do, and their audience recognizes that and likes that. But if your audience likes sad Scrolly G type beats and black and white thumbnails, then you need to continue rinsing and repeating that and giving your audience what they want. So then what you should be doing is create a signature intro for your beats. So when I say this, I'm not talking about like a crazy visualizer intro or something like that. That actually hurts your retention. What I'm talking about is a signature intro with the sound. So for a while, what I did when I was posting Big Scar and Pooh Shiesty beats, number one, I thought of, okay, who am I targeting? I'm targeting people that like Pooh Shiesty type beats. Okay, well, what does Pooh Shiesty wear? He wears ski masks. What does Big Scar wear? He wears ski masks. What do they rap about? Okay, gun violence. Okay, so look exactly what I would put in my pictures. I gave the market what the market wants. This video then got 1 million views. Big Scar isn't that big of a keyword, but because I gave the market what it wants, and then I combined it with retention hacks and all the nerdy arrangement and average view duration hacks, that's how you get a viral video. Now, one of these days, I'm gonna make a video on just everything about average view duration and all that. But what I would do is in every single video, I would start the beat with gunshots and then a car like skirting off. And I'd even play like a scream at the end, like a girl screaming or something. Just like sound effects, like you know how Metro Boomin would put that girl screaming? I'd put stuff like that too. Just because for like beats like this, it makes the most sense. And it just kind of makes it more than just like a beat, you know? Now it's like, you're creating like a type beat video, right? You want it to go viral, so you kind of have to do little extra things like that and kind of design it to be a banger. So I would do that every single beat, and that was kind of like my signature intro, and I think it's really, really important. Once I have this figured out, I would flood the market. Okay, I would post, if I was starting a brand new channel, I would post twice a day. For the first 2 months, I would post twice a day. I would absolutely flood the market. That way, within the first month or two, I can instantly take over the competition because of what I already did before, which was I studied the competition, I wrote down everything that they're doing, and then I wrote down what they could be doing better, and I did that. I applied it to the channel. Then when you do that, and you master the sound, and you create your own theme, and then create a signature intro and style for your beats, while then posting double what your competition is doing, that's how you take over the competition and if you dominate your niche. This is the proven formula. This is the strategy that I would do with every single Typee channel that I blew up. And mind you, I've done this for a lot of Typee channels, okay? Okay, so now you've dominated the niche and you're at, a few thousand subscribers, you're getting consistent views. What do you do now? Well, what I would do is I would study my own analytics, because when you're first starting out, you're kind of like studying and copying the competition in your niche. That way you can eventually take over them. But once there's no one else to copy because you're at the top of the niche, what do you do to make sure that you don't fall off? Well, that's where you start going into your own analytics and studying every little metric that you can. When are your subscribers most active? Okay, start posting at that time. Why are your top 10 videos getting those views? What are their metrics like? What are the thumbnails on these videos? Do they have something that's clearly consistent popping up? If so, keep doing that because clearly that's what's causing it to blow up. What's the arrangement like on your top 10 beats? When does the beat drop on your top 10 beats? Like, you want to study your own analytics. That way you can continue to crush it. So this is what I do if I was to start completely from scratch to grow a Typee channel and dominate the niche. All right, so you've officially made it to the last section of this course. In this section, I'm going to show you exactly how to turn your viewers into cold hard cash so that you can capitalize as much as possible on your channel's growth. Let's go. So for the longest time, I was probably in the same position that you're in right now, which is you have really good beats, but you just have no idea how to actually convert those beats into profit. And every time you go seeking advice from YouTube, it's just the same BS advice that's been passed around for years. This will not be one of those videos. You see, I'm on a mission to change this space and put an end to the gatekeeping once and for all. The training I provided for you today is what other producers would charge thousands for. Yet I'm sitting here giving it away to you for free. So in this video, I will dive into tactical, no BS strategies that I used to sell over $250,000 worth of beats at the age of 18. Now, you must be thinking, why is selling beats so good? What sets selling beats online apart from other methods like chasing placements, custom beats, engineering, and other methods like that, right? Rather than telling you, let me just show you. So when going the industry route, which is, chasing placements, you're left with inconsistent income, low percentages, late payments, if the record labels pay you at all, right? We've all been there, but most importantly, you have no control over your income. If we look at custom beats, you're constantly trading your time for money and selling to the same people that you could be selling to online. So once again, there's a lack of control and a lack of freedom, which, we want to prevent that. So it is undeniable that selling beats online is the best way to make money as a music producer. So in today's video, I'm going to walk you through my 9-step blueprint to actually start selling beats online. Now, without further ado, grab a pen and paper and let's get started. So, the basics. When you first start selling beats online, you need to first understand the basics. So with that being said, let's start by choosing a platform to actually sell your beats on. Right? When choosing a platform, your options are BeatStars, which is my personal favorite, which I have their 1 million plaque in the background there. We have Airbit, Soundy, and TrackTrain. Those are kind of some of the most reputable brands or companies out there for actually selling your beats, right? Now, your platform doesn't really matter. However, I have found that BeatStars works the best for most music producers, right? So distribution, right? You choose the best platforms and you understand how it works. Then you upload your beats. So that's kind of the 3-step framework that goes with uploading your beats. The 3 most important components, right? You need to choose the right platform that works for you and really understand how that platform works, right? Understand its algorithm, understand how to rank on its SEO, right? Rank on all the possible avenues that they have. BeatStars for a while, I don't know if they still do it, but for a while they used to have opportunities where you could submit your beats to then get playlisted, right? And that's kind of what Spotify does as well. And so certain platforms have certain benefits and you definitely want to take advantage of it. So BeatStars is great because you can get a lot of sales just from their marketplace since they are the biggest beat selling platform on the market with the most active users and your potential for customers. And talking about BeatStars, you need to understand how their algorithm actually works and optimize your beats to it. That way you avoid leaving any money on the table. So before you start posting your beats on BeatStars, you need to understand how their SEO works. It plays a big role in your beat success. Now, SEO or search engine optimization is basically about making your beats show up higher on the search results. It's how you get people to find you without constantly spending money on ads, right? We want to avoid spending money on ads and focus on organic, right? The best part is that BeatStars algorithm doesn't work the same as on YouTube, right? I'm sure you're familiar with the Typee algorithm. It's complex and it's hard to actually get your beats out there, but BeatStars is a lot different. So you want to use the hottest keywords and search terms related to your niche. The only metric that matters for their algorithm is how many sales the beat got. The more sales it gets, the more it will organically be recommended. Okay, so nothing else matters. The amount of plays it gets doesn't matter. The amount of likes or comments it gets doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how much the beat sells. Okay, which makes sense if you're selling beats, right? For example, if your beat starts getting a lot of traction on YouTube, that gets converted into sales. BeatStars will recommend it on search results more and more, right? So if the beat starts blowing up on YouTube and people are naturally buying it, you know, a good method is maybe to lower the price so that it starts getting more sales. Take advantage of the momentum that you have to try and manipulate BeatStars algorithm, right? So your beat will be placed on the top charts for the most searched keywords, cementing you in their marketplace algorithm. This is huge. Now, that's why using really specific tags like gonna type beat or piano or guitar is crucial to improving searchability. It doesn't matter how many streams, likes, shares, or comments that beat got, only the sales. Remember that. And that makes sense because if a beat is selling a lot, then that must mean it's pretty good. You know, that's kind of how BeatStars looks at it. So play to that. And uploading beats to BeatStars is pretty easy. So I recommend you their professional plan, which allows you to create your own beat selling page and only costs $20 a month or $179 a year, which is really good considering how much you actually get. BeatStars Pro page allows you to sell sound kits, your own merch even, and mixing and mastering services, really any services you want. And it also has useful built-in tools like MailChimp that will help you send emails and actually keep selling beats, right? And actually build a sustainable beat selling business. And we'll get it more into that in a bit about how to actually do that. But right, like I said, this is just the basics. So then we have bulk deals, which bulk deals are one of the best ways to promote your beats, and creating deals such as, you know, buy two, get one free will increase its visibility and click rate. And of course, you double your sales that way, right? So quality. No one wants to buy bad beats, okay? You need to know if your beats quality is good or should be improved. And the best way is to ask other people's honest opinion, right? Take a look at your drums, melody, master, or make a different variety, but you don't need to create complex stuff. In most of the cases, simple beats actually are easier to sell. They're more easy to write lyrics on and kind of get a flow to, which is why artists naturally draw towards simple beats. Matter of fact, my most viewed beat on my type beat channel has over 2 million views, and that beat alone has made me close to $10,000. Complexity makes it harder for artists to keep their flow. Remember, any beat can get better. You should never give up. Time and practice will make your beats get better and better. Don't worry too much about your mix. This is something really hard to master and it's technical. And honestly, most of your customers won't worry about this too much, right? Most of your customers will have engineers. You don't have to stress too much about getting every little thing perfect, right? And spend 2 weeks on a beat. That's not what you want to do, right? Consistency and focusing on quality and consistency is what you want. You don't want to only focus on quality, right? So if the melody isn't louder than the drums and the drums aren't bleeding your eardrums, then you should be pretty well off, right? Now, to improve, you need to always be testing new things on your beats. New kinds of melodies, drums, a different mix, new plugins, anything like that. Produce as many beats as you can, especially when you are beginning. If you can't get through one beat, try making another. Don't waste time being stuck on ideas, right? Move on to the next project because you can always go back into the file and make things better when you're at a clearer state of mind. So your beat is a product you are trying to sell. Especially when you're starting your business, you should always be trying new techniques and styles, experimenting and analyzing your public's response. Always see how your audience is reacting, right? This is your market. You know, you're trying to sell to these people, so see how they react, see if they like it. Don't start crying if someone said, hey, you should do this better, or you should maybe switch this up. Instead, take that criticism and use it in a constructive way. This is how you improve and ultimately sell way more beats in the long run, because your product is everything. For me, that's what's so cool about being a music producer. It is limitless, okay? We can create music in whatever genre or style with any sound, and we can easily customize all of it in any way we want. And we get paid for this, so I mean, what's not to like? So quality or quantity, which one should you be focusing on? The simple answer is that it honestly depends. Quantity should be your focus when you're first getting started. You need to get better at making beats, and the only way to improve is with practice. Achieving quality is key when you start mastering your sound, right? Buy some effects, plugins, and VSTs, right? Invest in your sound. A good VST can completely transform your production. So you will need to invest some money to improve your beats quality, but this is your business. It takes money to make money. You can find really good packs that will inspire you or plugins that will change your music forever. Invest a couple $100 into some cool shit. And think about it, just one exclusive sale could pay your expenses while using it in as many projects you want. Just make music you enjoy, and most importantly, have fun with it. right? There's no right or wrong way to produce. Just be creative and do your thing. So now let's talk a little bit about branding. Now, neglecting your brand is a big mistake most beginner producers make. Branding is key to building a successful beat selling business and isn't that hard. The first impression you give to your potential customers is crucial. It determines if you converted them by making them click and listen to your beat or made them avoid your music. Even if your beats are fire, a weak brand can be the reason your beats won't sell. Branding is not just about matching colors and having a pretty logo or trademark. It should represent your values and what your business stands for. But first, you need to set your values and mission. Creating the more artistic part is easier after you know these things. Your brand shouldn't be just good visuals, right? Consistency is crucial for effective branding. Now, when I say consistency, I'm not just talking about posting every day like most producer gurus talk about. No, I'm talking about being consistent with the same username, bio, profile picture, and overall aesthetic of your brand. You want to be doing this on all social media platforms, and people will understand that you're not just another producer selling beats, you actually have a purpose. Now, I will say, don't use your personal accounts. Your customers don't want to see your uncle posting barbecue pictures with you. You should keep everything pretty professional and create social media accounts exclusive to your business, right? They may want to see your latest releases, discounts, or deals, or just see how you're actually creating these beats. So there, you should only focus on promoting sales and building your brand further, right? Establishing yourself in the game. Now let's talk about actually creating your brand. So you should create an identity. Your clients need to recognize you some way by a sound, aesthetic, cool pattern, or anything like that. Them enjoying your beats is not enough. They need to recognize and remember yours between all the beats on the market. Think about it. I'm sure if you hear a Take Heath beat, or let's say one of your favorite producers, you can recognize their sound from a mile away. For me personally, I can recognize a Pure Born beat from a mile away. He has a signature sound. So that's kind of what you want to do with your brand, right? You want to have your own sound. That way people recognize you and come back to you for that sound. Successful branding is when you stand out and attract listeners. To achieve it, you need to know what your clients want and need. For example, if you're making R&B beats and that starts popping off, you should double down on it. If R&B gives you more plays and sales, produce more of it. The market calls the shots. If you understand this, your beats will blow up. You need to focus on becoming the top producer in your niche. But first, you need to create value for your beats, right? Offer beat packs, vocal presets, services, or deals. You need to start hustling, right? For example, you can start offering bulk deals of say 5 beats for the price of 1 and create a list with these clients' emails, right? Then you can start sending to these specific people customized and crazy offers to them to ensure that you're always selling, right? Now, market research. You need to do your market research. Try figuring out what your customers worry about, want, and struggle with. It's the key to selling more expensive beats. Now remember this, more value means they're happy to spend more money on your products. Want to make a 10x on your revenue, increasing from 1,000 to 10,000 in a month? Drop 10 times the value in your offer. Make it so good that they can't say no. Since beats are digital, you can create them once and can make infinite revenue with no headache. Imagine making 50 beats and selling them as a pack for $40. Your audience will think they are almost free, right? A steal. Sell that to 1,000 people and you're pocketing nearly $40,000. It's about crafting an irresistible offer. And check your competition, the way they produce, each detail and everything they are doing. A great way to improve your market research is to try customer hijacking. You just need to see your competitors' comment section and improve what their listeners are asking for. What are they killing it at? What are they making different? Which days and what times are they posting, right? You need to kind of look at these things with your competitors, right? This is all market research. Learn from them and see how you can improve your beats to get on their level, if not better than them. For example, look out for comments like, "I wish you offered a beat plus mixing and mastering." If you get requests like this, you could create a $350 to $400 package with an unlimited license and mixing and mastering included. Or if fans want more drops and your rivals are only posting, say 3 beats a week, you could drop one every day. Shit, you could drop one twice a day. You want to see where your competitors are weak and are lacking at, and then crush them at that, okay? Turn your listeners' problems into your profits. Figure out what ticks off your target market, like low prices or high value, and solve their struggles with easy solutions. You need to understand what your market is craving and help them get it. This is the base to any business's success, not just a beat selling business. Target struggling artists who dream of making money, success, and growth with their music. Get creative, don't just sell beats, sell their solution. For example, you can offer 30 beats for $30, which would be $1 each, right? and produce 5 songs for a total of $250 and a simple Spotify growth guide, right? If you know how to grow on Spotify, you know, you could sell an ebook in there, right? Get creative with kind of how you want to offer things. And that's how you can actually sell more, right? You can charge more if you're giving more, right? That's how you really set yourself apart from most other producers. Treat this like a business and you'll get results like a business. To really sell beats, you gotta know your listeners inside out. It makes targeting and converting them way easier, right? You wanna know their age, right? General demographics, who they are, where are they from. And for example, R&B beats might pull in women in their early 30s who will actually buy, right? While underground trap beats might vibe with 15-year-olds in high school who just rip stuff off YouTube to freestyle with their buddies, right? That's cool, but you want to actually sell these beats, so demographics is important. Think about this. Understand how people think. The easier, the better. In the end, it's all about understanding human psychology. What triggers people into buying? What triggers people into buying is simplifying it as much as you can. Accessibility is key. Ensure your beat store is easy to find, your contact info, email, Instagram, right? Make sure that stuff is everywhere, and buying from you is quick and simple. That's how you turn casual buyers into lifelong fans and boost your sales in the long term, right? This is how you create a sustainable business, not just posting a beat hoping it gets sales. No, you're going after actual tactical business strategies that big companies use, right? This is how you're going to actually sell beats. And everything I'm teaching you in this video is what you'll never ever find on YouTube. You'll only find it from me because I actually apply these in all of my businesses, whether that's selling templates, resources, kits to producers, right? Or if I'm selling beats. It doesn't matter, it's the same stuff, it's e-commerce. When you make yourself easy to buy from and have everything set up intuitively and easily, you will sell way more, right? Make it easy for them to buy from you. Now you want to finalize your offer. So your main goal when creating an offer is to stack it so much value, right? You want to stack so much value that no feels dumb, right? Saying no to this offer would be stupid. That's what you want them to think, right? The value's got to make the price look like a joke. You want to make an offer that makes people feel like their money is peanuts compared to what they're getting. If you don't provide value, no one's buying. They won't trust that their cash is well spent and your conversions will tank. You want them chasing you down to throw money at you, basically. People miss this all the time, wondering why, they're selling 2 beats for $300. They're wondering why that offer flops. No one wants to spend $300 on 2 beats. The average person doesn't want to do that. I'm sorry. It's simple, no value, no sales. Now those 2 beats might really be worth the $300, right? They might be incredible beats, but no one knows that. It's about the perceived value, right? How valuable does it seem, So that's why giving more stuff makes it seem more valuable, right? You could give 50 beats for $30, but one of those beats might be worth $30 in general, right? It might be that good to where it's worth that $30, but you just want to make sure that no one even considers saying no. You want to just increase your conversions, right? Now, scarcity and urgency, now scarcity is, exclusive beat pack with limited units available, right? It can only be sold so many times. And then urgency is more like how long this offer is available for, right? Maybe it's only available for 7 days, That's the difference between scarcity and urgency, and a lot of people get that mixed up. Now, boost your offer's appeal with tactics. Offers say only 30 copies of this beat pack, and urgency like available for 48 hours, grab it now, right? Something like that. Make it a little less salesy, but that's generally the rule of thumb. Now, that's just an example, but toss in time limited bonuses such as mixing and mastering and guarantee their money back if they don't like it. These elements drive conversions by making it feel exclusive and pressing. You should keep it real. Don't fake scarcity or urgency. If you say 10 copies left, mean it. Okay? Don't be one of those guys that do bullshit scarcity, bullshit urgency. No. Actually mean it if it's there, because say a customer planned on buying something, but they thought, you were bullshitting with the scarcity and urgency, and then the offer is actually gone, right? Then they're like, oh shit, okay, next time you drop something, I have to get it now, right? You're building that kind of trust in their head already just by doing that. Being shady just to make a few quick bucks backfires. People hate that and won't trust you. Screw them over and you're only screwing yourself long term, okay? Don't be an idiot. People need to know you are being serious, so when they see your offers, they'll have an urgency to buy it, right? You should simplify making it easy to sell your products. The trick is a converting offer that will bring attention to you. Now let's talk about crafting your converting offer. If you have a converting offer, generating leads, sales, and scaling your business will be easy and fun. Without it, you're in for a tough path as people will just buy it elsewhere, okay? You want your clients coming back repeatedly for that monthly recurring revenue. not just a one-off $20 sale. It all ties back to value. Offer so much to your audience that they feel compelled to keep shopping with you. Now, money's just one form of value. It's all about trading what people care about. That's the magic of a converting offer. Keep it simple. Create a unique offer that hits your target market's desires and load it with value. When an offer is unique, it will easily stand out. Try making something no one else is doing. It can easily boost sales, and no one is really doing all that stuff that I'm teaching you, okay? I'm gonna be serious. No one's doing what I'm talking about. Which is why when you start doing this with consistency, you start building, growing, marketing, and scaling your products. You will have a system that no one can touch because they don't know how to copy it. You need to keep up consistency on your emails, new deals, and know what your audience wants. You can have more sales with less traffic than your competitors by doing this stuff. I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, you can make more money than someone getting 100,000 views a day with only getting 5,000 views a day, right? That's how good these strategies are. And it didn't used to be like this. Usually it really mattered, how many views you were getting, but nowadays it's a little bit different. Producers are starting to catch on to, actually using real tactical business strategies that other businesses have been using for years. But for some reason in the producer space, we haven't been doing this. Now anyway, ultimately, the one with the most traffic wins. The one who ranks on search wins. And all of it comes down to a traffic game and creating your leads, right? That's how you will build up your loyal customers. So how do you create an offer that converts? Well, it's very simple. You give your customers what they want. If they want R&B beats, don't try to sell them trap beats, okay? You came to this video to learn how to sell beats, right? Imagine if I started talking about how to make a piece of toast. You'd think I'm wasting your time, right? Don't overcomplicate it, right? Simply give them what they want, not what you think they want. The best way to understand what your target market wants is to simply ask them, right? DM them, create Instagram polls, make questions on your stories. What beats do you vibe with? What do you need in your music career? These are kind of the questions you want to ask. And you'll be surprised. They'll straight up tell you, right? Then build your converting offer around those questions or the answers you got from the questions. And it's basic but powerful. People mess it up all the time, even though it's no secret. Remember, you can always raise the price if you add more value, right? That's an easy way to make more money. The one who gives the most value wins. Okay, remember that. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into the whole scarcity and urgency thing. You need to learn how to create scarcity and urgency to boost your offers, right? Scarcity means limiting your products so it feels exclusive, and urgency adds a tight deadline, pushing people to act fast before it's gone. You might think to yourself, well, why limit sales, right? But for a high value offer, say $100 plus, you don't need millions of sales. 300 copies gives you $30,000. Your audience should think it's not some $7 throwaway, right? It's worth the hype. This combo makes people think, oh shit, it's selling out, I gotta jump in now, right? This is basic psychology that all businesses use. You need to tap into your audience's head. What are they thinking? Next is the value stack, showing what they'll miss out on if they don't buy, which seals the deal. The value stack is all about piling on what you're offering to make it irresistible. You can start with 100 beats plus stems worth more than $100 to any artist, and add vocal presets for every DAW, right? Using stock plugins so anyone can get pro quality sound. And throw in free mixing and mastering, that way they don't even have to tweak anything themselves. That alone converts like crazy, but layer on scarcity and urgency plus bonuses like extra beats or gift cards. It's overkill in the best way, right? An easy no-brainer that turns your offers into a money-making machine. Once you got your stacked offer, funnel people through it, right? And on screen is a little diagram of what a good stacked offer is. You want to get traffic, grab their email, and then send them a VSL better explaining all this value, right? That's optional, but you can kind of add a little personal feel that way. And a VSL is a video sales letter where basically you're showing them what's inside your offer a bit better and kind of letting them get to know you, right? It's a legit system for making money selling beats. The more people that flow through this funnel, the more money will be entering. Just remember, keep it fun and make your buyers happy. That's the game. Okay, now let's talk about the business model. Setting up your business model is one of the most crucial steps you will take. Everyone knows how to open a YouTube account, right? Post some videos and hope to sell your beats. But you are not here to hear what everybody else talks about, okay? You need to create an organic system that will be constantly bringing customers to your products. Social media is one of the best tools to grow any business, especially when you're selling something people need to listen to. The traffic you get organically means free and stable attention to your products. At the end, it is all about growing it. Also, people do check their emails. Your email list is gold because it's traffic you own. No algorithm will mess it up, and for your customers, it looks more exclusive and professional. I've made thousands selling beats through email marketing, so I know it works. That's why I teach it, right? If you start doing it properly, you will see that it's a converting machine. Now, this ties back into your social media accounts, right? When you post beats and content, people start hitting you up via DMs, asking about custom beats or buying what you've got. It's guaranteed traffic you can funnel straight into your offer, locking in sales, on top of the individual BeatStars links that you'd put with your YouTube channel. It's just a matter of you creating your organic traffic system. Now let's talk a little bit about the funnel, right? The funnel starts with grabbing your audience's attention and then guiding them into your system. So they opt in, right? You get their email, you get their information, then you start email marketing. You start building relationships, right? Most people think, oh, it's email marketing. No, what I call it is really just building relationships. People buy from people they know, like, and trust, okay? And that is ultimately when you sell them. So first, there's an opt-in. You offer something like 20 free beats on a landing page to get their email. Then producers usually miss how vital an email list is because it's rarely discussed in the community, but every big business uses one. Once you got their email, send them a video. This can be like an unlisted YouTube video that you just send in the automation. Your video should have an introduction to yourself and your work. They need to see you're a real person to grab their trust, right? Then hook them with the free beats and deals, which eventually they'll go further down your funnel and start buying from you consistently. No producer gurus are talking about this, and that's why it's a goldmine. After giving them free beats, you pitch an irresistible offer stacked with so much value they'd feel dumb saying no. Remember, you need to add real scarcity and urgency, not fake stuff, so when it's gone, they trust you're legit and jump on future offers. After the VSL, send them to a checkout. Even if they don't buy, you got their email and they know you, they know your face, name, and story. It's a simple, genius, timeless system that works like crazy. And it's something that I even do myself with all of my businesses. Now, the majority of this video, I've been talking about how to sell beats in ways that producers never talk about, but let's also talk about individual beats, right? Post your normal beats to YouTube and link to your BeatStars profile. Try selling your licenses for around $30 to $200. It works fine, converts decently, and you should keep it because people will buy a beat they love without a fancy sales page. It's simple and effective music sales. Now, beat packs, right? Don't stop it here. Combine it with beat packs loaded with value like we've mentioned throughout this video, and you can sell, 100 beats for $50 or even $70, right? Now, also remember, know your market, because I say $50 to $70 for 100 beats, assuming you're selling like trap beats. You're selling to an audience that's probably younger and doesn't have that much money to spend on beats. But say you have 100 R&B beats, you're probably selling to a more qualified audience, and you can sell that for a few $100, right? Remember, you're not just competing on price, you're standing out with an irresistible deal. For example, imagine you've got an R&B type beat channel on YouTube, link it to your site, but also add a hook like get 5 free R&B beats here. To add an opt-in page, right? You're collecting emails on Autopilot. It should be focused on a niche so that artists will jump at it and give you their email. Then you send an email to them with a VSL, and you say, hey, I'm all about R&B, and then tell them about yourself, and then pitch a 50 R&B beat pack for $50, for example, right? It'll convert like crazy, and do the same for other genres like trap or reggae with separate channels and separate landing pages, right? Now, vocal presets, right? You can boost your offer with vocal presets, which is optional but irresistible. Bundle them with beat packs, like 50 R&B beats plus an R&B vocal preset or chain. It's a no-brainer deal. Like, who wouldn't want beats and pro-sounding vocals ready to go? A solid product keeps customers coming back. So, if you have mixing skills, offer them. It's another layer to your product lineup. Think of your beat selling system like a windmill. It spins faster with more wind, aka traffic, right? More traffic feeds the funnel. People find your landing page and grab your free offer. You send your VSL to their email and start your paid offers, right? You're using the free stuff to get their attention, which is how you sell later down the line on Autopilot. So you want to mix free and paid products to max out results. There's this whole stigma around no free beats with the producer community, but I honestly disagree with it because free beats is what allowed me to make all my money selling beats. And I genuinely think if I put a paywall on everything, I wouldn't have been able to make anywhere near the amount that I made selling beats. Which sounds counterintuitive, but it's true. With their email, you can also be sending affiliate links and newsletters recommending equipment, plugins, etc., right? The more traffic you get, the more email, sales, and profits roll in. And the wheel keeps spinning, right? That's why I call it the windmill. Now, let's talk about goal setting. Dream big. There's no such thing as too big or too ambitious. Big goals are scary, but remember, playing small makes you your worst enemy. If you aim huge, like 50K a month, even falling short at 5K or 10K is way better than a tiny goal of $100 a month. Small goals cap you, massive ones push you way further. Even if you don't hit the mark, Set something ambitious that makes you go, whoa, that's wild, right? Just take that in for a second and watch how far it takes you. Just never give up. Keep the goal on your mind, right? Hold yourself accountable for achieving it. Now, the big picture. Giving away free stuff in exchange for leads is a game changer. Think of it as the ultimate sales funnel and lead magnet. One of Alex Hormozy's best advices in his book $100 Million Leads is offer something free that people usually pay money for. Stop hiding behind paywalls. Look at my channel, for example. It's free and packed with value like this because that's how you get attention. Sharing value builds trust, it drives conversions, and grows your funnel, yet producers rarely do it. Other businesses thrive on this, right? And some beat makers have quietly made millions with these tactics. A good example is Legion Beats, right? He's totally killed it with these methods that I'm talking about. And it's a real business, not just a producer thing. Anyone can apply this simple, powerful strategy. Giving value up front is key. That's why almost every software, paid website, streaming service gives a free trial. It's a proven tactic, right? Offer free beats to build your email list and social following, just like it worked for me. It's never about instant cash, it's about relationships and long-term gains, right? Building something sustainable, building something that lasts long and doesn't just last for a couple months, right? You want to capitalize off the leads you're generating from your YouTube and social media in general. Like, let's look at Mr. Beast, for example. He gives away millions of dollars for attention, then sells through Feastables or Beast Burger, Lunchly, and all his businesses, right? Or Alex Hormozy, he has a free training to push to acquisition.com. Or Logan Paul, building his brand to launch a drink empire. They all give free value to hook people, then profit later. For beat selling, it's the same thing. Free value up front builds a sustainable business. Giving away free beats builds an email list you can use to promote bigger products like a high-ticket beat pack or full project production. I've given away thousands of beats for free, then emailed my list and made $500 to $1,000 in a day selling beat packs. For example, someone opt-ins from my YouTube, joins my list, and if they engage with you, you can offer a call, right? On that call, you can build trust by being face-to-face and pitch producing their whole project. And if you think this is bullshit, well, someone bought a $30 license from me. I brought him on a call and I ended up turning him into a $5,000 client this way. It's a real beat selling strategy, not basic stuff you already know. And the way I made $5,000 from him was by selling him a pack of exclusive beats, right? So don't think you're too good to talk to people, okay? You're just shooting yourself in the foot. Now let's talk about sales pages, right? Your sales page is the heart of your beat selling game, where conversions and sales happen. Without it, no one knows your offer or hears your music or buys anything. Take it seriously, spend time crafting it or hire someone. First thing is that people need to understand what your sales page is about in the first few seconds, right? Make your offer clear, what it is, the price, how many beats are there, and extras. Your page needs to be pretty intuitive and modern. Use contrast and bright colors to bring attention to important parts, the buy button, the deal, and the price. Don't make it messy, it should be clean and easy to understand. You need a great copy, make it clear why they can't miss the offer, talking directly to them. Nobody likes mass-produced stuff. Use keywords such as exclusive, limited, or crafted. This will allow people to believe that your product is premium, which it should be. Put yourself in the place of an artist from your niche. What would you want to buy? What would you need to grow? Which are your strategies? What are your struggles? What couldn't you resist? Your sales page should have the beats for them to hear. It shouldn't be simple with just one button. Make it as good as a professional beat selling page. And no producers are doing this, right? They don't want to make a Shopify and do a sales page and stuff. But that's where you can shine, right? List every item of your offer. Make it really clear what your customers are buying. The more value you put in it, the more sales you will have. Congratulations, you guys now made it to the end of the Typee channel mastery course. You went from somebody that had probably no idea on how to grow a Typee channel or how to sell beats online to someone who is now comfortable and confident enough to do this regularly. You learned everything about how to structure your beats to actually get a high retention and average view duration. You learned everything about thumbnails, what pictures to use. You learn the basic fundamentals to actually growing a Typee channel, along with seeing what's really possible with selling type beats. And honestly, that alone should give you the motivation you need to start crushing it with this business model. But at this point, you are no longer a beginner. You are a Typee channel master. You have spent more time studying the game right now than most producers ever would, believe it or not, in just a few hours. You guys can reference anything in this video using the bookmarks and using timestamps down below. So don't feel like now that you've gone through it that you can never brush up on some of these concepts again. I've tried to make this as organized of a resource as humanly possible. Now, knowledge is not valuable in isolation. So now that you know all of this stuff intellectually, it's time to go out there and actually do something with it. And to be honest, this is what I think the main gap is between people who understand online beat selling and type beat marketing concepts as producers, and then people that understand type beat marketing concepts as strategic business people. Now, I'm obviously leaning more towards the latter. Everything that I teach is always kind of in a business context, but to be honest, that's really where type beats shine. It's not really great for hobby projects. It's more of a thing to actually drive actionable revenues. So if you guys like what you've learned so far, if you guys see the potential and maybe wanted to start a business model where you're selling your beats full-time online using type beat marketing, then I want you to apply for my one-on-one coaching program, Type Beat Accelerator. It is by far the simplest or straightest line roadmap to go from a complete beginner who has never grown a type beat channel before to an experienced marketing professional who runs a thriving type beat business. Inside, I will hop on one-on-one calls with you to build out your custom action plan, and of course help you start making a full-time living with your type beat business, just like I've done for all of my students. You'll also get access to 20+ hours of structured course content that goes way deeper than what I've shown you in today's free course. Because think about it, if I was willing to give away all of these gems for free, then I'm sure you can imagine what's in my paid program. You'll also get access to a private community of beat sellers just like yourself, along with daily accountability. That way there is zero room for you to fail. So if you guys are serious about growing a type beat business for yourselves, rather than just watching a bunch of videos on YouTube or watching a bunch of other people do it, then this right here is the sign. I'm giving you permission to go out there and try something new. I'd love to have you as a student, and if you do end up joining, I'll be eager to help you get results right away. With that being said, I hope you enjoyed this free course. I hope to see you inside of Type Beat Accelerator and just on my YouTube more generally. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Have a good night.